continue to push for this smoke. Oh my goodness, he's so brave. Oh, that's so filthy. There's no way he should be getting those kills.
Oh my god.
That's a guaranteed couple of kills.
That's the round. Oh, he's gonna get stabbed in the back and it's slow and painful.
One versus one, has to go for the defuse. Is this where they find success? He can't find him. Isaac, no, he's not gonna do it.
No, the collateral.
With the time ticking away.
No way.
Oh my god.
Does he have it?
It's gonna be close, but oh, it's really close. Come on, Nissim. He hit the jump shot. He earned that defuse. That smoke in the door is meant to bait them into Roman. They're meant to discount this, but Kawes won't. There should be no way he wins this. Absolutely no way. Doesn't check deep. Brave with the backstab. 1 point of health, and he's got them off the bomb. Man, they forgot about the one angle that went unchecked.
Oh,
and it might be the one that takes it away, unless Serato can stake his claim here and now. Hades moves in on the Serato!
2 sets of Imperial players. Henny stack 9, they press into each other, they change places.
Wow, a little hug. Yeah, they have no idea. How could they be ready for this?
No chance. And then he keeps it clean.
5 seconds. It gets planted. Hold on.
Henny barely covered, and the retake is on. That damage is real. There's 2 players.
What?
Oh, they line up. The SMG keeps the hopes of Ecstatic alive. The AK tears Queenix off. And as he gets that confirmation that the defuse hasn't been sucked, Salazar has to go forward. He takes the kill, and as he gets back on bomb, guess what? Guess what? Ecstatic, it comes down to the wire. A 10-second defuse, he holds his breath.
Oh!
And Imperial push map 3.
Oh my god.
They hold here. The crossfire set on green. The double smoke goes down, but a peek in the back line. And that is the furthest back tee. Phelps, Henny, bullets starting to fall, and what feels like Ecstatic's golden ticket, just like the Copenhagen Flames.
Hello, Counter-Strike fans. Welcome back to Copenhagen for the inaugural CS2 major brought to you by PGL for what is going to be the day of final judgment. We're going to find out which 3 teams go into the top 16, which 3 teams are going home before the next stage. I'm your host, Richard Lewis, and today will be a day of Brazilian battling while the Redeemer watches from Rio. Joining me on the desk, we have, of course, got our experts. They've been here all week. You should know them by now. Just in case you don't, a reminder. The suave one is Maniac. There he is over there. He's the best dressed man in esports, I would say. Blair, rocking official CSGO merch. I do appreciate that. Guys, I'm super psyched for the day. Actually, Brazil could come out on top or rock bottom.
Yes, it is kind of fun, though, or rather kind of dramatic the way it's shaped up, right? The 3 Brazilian teams still in contention, and they're going to be going up against the last contender from Asia and 2 more teams right there. I mean, this is what you talk about the opening stages, talk about armors, and talking about the emotions. Trust me, there are going to be some tears here today, and I'm all for it, baby.
So how are you going to manage your obvious bias towards the Mongols on this desk? How are you going to attack it? You're going to embrace it?
He even said that's why he's not got the suit on.
Listen,
I understand.
Fully ready for
that's
battle.
the reason about his jacket out. I'm not going to try and address my bias. It's all out there.
That's good.
I'm all
That's
in.
good. I'll be Legacy, you'll be MongolZ, and we can just battle it out on the desk.
down. Let's freaking go,
That's
man.
gonna be great.
Wow. Okay, guys, hold on. Let's have a look at the standings first, right? we got things to do. And only 25 minutes in which to do them. Yes, you can see the confirmation of what you should already know by now. Cloud9, Heroic, Eternal Fire, Ecstatic Pain, they all did very, very well. Great story there with Ecstatic down at the bottom end. Some bitter disappointments yesterday. Obviously, Glaive, very emotional, wasn't able, despite, as you saw in the highlights at the start, you know, he had a good game, he did what he can as an IGL, but ENCE just weren't up to the task. Apex as well, certainly going to be talking about that. Yep. The Linvision MongolZ game, obviously great friends. In the end, Linvision are going home, but MongolZ have a real chance today to do it for Asia.
Oh, they absolutely do. And I'm just looking at the bottom 5 teams, the 5 teams that we have so far. Of course, going to be 8 by the end of the day. Out of the 5 teams, 4 of them are from EU, which is something not many people
what are you trying to say? You're throwing shades at EU Counter-Strike?
You know what? We rarely get a chance to do that, and I'm doing it for the rest of you guys. I'm just throwing some shade at the EU. But jokes aside, you know, yeah, absolutely. Like ENCE and Apex have been a bit of a surprise, a disappointment, so to speak.
Yeah.
And Koi for Amcal, kind of expected, but we need to address the elephant.
Yeah, but the letdown is ENCE and Apex. You get to choose. You're the host. Where you want to go with this one? Because disappointment is behind both doors.
Because look, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't think it's as big a deal, disappointment for ENCE as it is for Apex, and I'll explain why. We all know about the 12-hour deadline, quite famously. Everybody's going, wow, ENCE have done it again. It's amazing. How do they keep finding these players? How do they keep doing it? Once they made it to the major, that was assignment done for me. Glaive had done exactly what he was expected to do with a team of, you know, 4 people that don't always communicate in English, and he got them to the promised land of the major, immortalized in the game, and sure, he couldn't go further, but I think it's a great feather in his cap as an IGL. Now, that being said, it's ENCE, so, you know, it's an org that we've come to associate with excellence at the majors, so I'm sure everyone's disappointed, but this one, for me, not as bad as people think.
I'm right there with you. I was one of the doubters of ENCE from the very beginning of this major, and I like your little shout out to Glaive, because I actually think low-key, maybe his credit score is the one that's the less touched or sort of drained by this result. I think what he was capable of doing with this roster as well throughout Katowice and the RMR is credit enough for someone to give him a chance. I just think now is the time to reassess what is the direction of this team. Where are we going with this? What are the choices that we are going to make? Let's be real. It doesn't really make sense to have Glaive with 4 poles there. There could be some more optimization that could be made. I'm just going to put it out there.
You just want to break them up. You just want to break them up.
I'm not going to stop talking about it until I get it.
Your agenda of just trying to force Snacks into this team. Listen, he's not out yet. They're still going to be playing today, right? But I do want to touch one more thing on that ENCE story. I completely agree with you as well, right? The expectations were set because of the miracle run they had in Katowice and whatnot, and of course the expectation maybe a little too high for this particular lineup considering how new they are. I made a tweet yesterday as well. You know, Diha, the worst rated player of the opening stage, the worst LAN event he's ever had, and this is his woes continuing even from the RMR as well. So it wasn't just, you know, the team failing as a whole. Some of the individuals, the star players didn't quite step up to the plate. So a few, a little bit of looking in the mirror to be done here for the individuals and the team as well.
It's a huge stain on Diha's resume, right? You're supposed to be poised in this roster. Not only did you have the roles you needed to, you had an experienced captain coming in, you had a great coach with you, and you were supposed to lead the way for the rest of the guys around you in the 9 core. Now these numbers are absolutely atrocious. And then even the problem is that this failure builds on something that, if you had really been paying attention, was already apparent in the ENCE camp before, the international one, which is Diha has a tendency to meld away in events. He got away from criticism somehow, but here it's way too apparent. It's not something you can ignore, and you got to ask yourself what's next, obviously, for him.
I don't usually do the whole, like, oh, what does the body language tell you kind of thing, because, like, you know, who really knows? Like, it's pseudoscience, babble nonsense, right? But I will say this, there's a phrase in sports, you know, that man is on an island, right? And at the end of the game, he was in his chair, slow to get up. Everyone else is kind of doing the weak, pathetic high fives. Yeah, we're all still in it together, guys. And he was slow to right. It just looked like he knew kind of the writing was on the wall.
I agree. Just a last touch on that as well. We talked to him in Katowice, and one of the things he said that stuck with me was, I get real frustrated when I see the mistakes that my teammates are doing. And granted, they would have probably been mistakes because the 9 core is a bit less experienced, and maybe it's happening that the game isn't exactly perfect, but you cannot let that just sink you.
No,
like, it cannot sink you. You have to address it, you have to fight back, and very apparently he wasn't capable of doing it. That is a failure here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, look, let's talk about Apex as well while we're on the subject of failure, and this is the one I do think is a fail. I'm not just saying this because they did ruin my pick'ems. I mean, as it happened, I think I...
You're not alone, you're not alone.
Yeah, I mean,
We're all
my
ruined,
pick'ems
Richard.
were ruined. I had Amcal going through. I just don't even know what I'm talking about. I shouldn't even be employed. But this is a really, really bad run from a team I considered one of the form teams in Europe.
Yep.
One of those dangerous opponents who, you know, they're so cerebral usually in how they play. You expect them to be able to, like, go into a best of 3, and between Stico and all that experience on the roster, they're going to figure something out, a way to win.
I'm looking at the results here, and I want to, you know, hold this next to the NSYS results, right? Where we saw a semblance of a fight even in the numbers. I'm looking at this. A hard-fought game against Amcal, who we know, you know, they were struggling throughout this entire tournament, even at the RMR, and then 13-8 against Pain, or rather 8-13, 7-13 against Imperial, not able to get more than 8 rounds against Brazilian teams who came into this tournament as the, you know, massive underdogs. Everyone said they're not going to make it out, and it just is a complete failure as a whole, as an entire team. But it starts, but the cracks in this team we used to touch upon, even in the success they used to find, it becomes even more apparent right now. Someone like Sasanito, you know, we keep harping about it every single event, every single time. Oh, he's not really delivering. He's not really delivering. At some point, rip the band-aid off. But he's not doing anything in this team right now.
I think the Yakem interview that came out on HLTV is a gold mine on more ways than one.
We could do the whole death segment just on that.
We could do 30 minutes, an actual podcast, because it lets you peer into the abyss of what the content that Apex visibly had is showing up here in Copenhagen, and the lack of resetting their objectives and being hungry while being here. That's a problem. And here right there is another argument. And it is, again, a topic that we could expand in an hour or in 10 minutes or in 10 seconds. But apparently, psychologically speaking, the situation with the sticker was grossly mishandled by many of the players, if you believe these lines.
I'm just going to say, though, I want this on record at the major. That is the most pathetic excuse I have ever seen for failure at a tournament in 20 years. That is beyond the pale for me. And this is what I mean when I talk about players, and like, just be careful what you put out there in interviews, and really try and have that inner monologue with yourself, because what are we talking about here? Like, I get it, it's stickers, it's money, but like, you're a salaried professional sports player, and if you're worried about what is ostensibly a bonus payment, if that's going to make you take your eye off the ball, I don't know if you're in the right business, homie.
I know
That
you're
is
right.
ridiculous.
I know you're right. I think maybe it's because I used to be a player that I don't empathize with that, because I never learned, I never knew that situation. But I will say, when you are a new up-and-coming player and you're trying to make your mark into Counter-Strike, whether we like it or not, getting a sticker and the financials that come with it can be life-defining. It's life-changing. Should it be put above and prioritized above being in the game, being zoned in, and being fully focused? No, absolutely not. But I do understand. I think it's a massive PR mistake, but it's also some genuine. It's a genuine comment about what happened.
I like you when players drop the veil a little bit, and you know,
they're being real, right?
Open. You should be open.
It shouldn't happen, but they're being real.
But I don't want a window into your psyche if what you're saying is ridiculous. Like, it's as simple as that, dude.
I mean, it can be just condensed into saying that I don't agree, but I understand. I understand where they're coming from, some of the players. But I don't agree, though. But
that should not have been the case. They should have been able to focus anyway.
And that is where I'm talking about the failure in the leadership, so to speak, on this team. Sure, you have a couple of new players coming in, and for the first time in the major and whatnot. I'm talking about the coach. I'm talking about mental coach, whoever they have. I'm talking about, you know, a Mythard right there, the coach of the team.
And Yakem,
you have
veterans.
Stico and Yakem as well. If not able to rally your troops and just mentally kind of be like, yo, guys, we made it this great, but this is not where we're going to stop here.
Yeah.
If your expectations are so low, and your expectations are just making to the major, getting the sticker money and whatnot, I'm sorry, buddy, you're not going to be doing much ever again in international Counter-Strike at the highest levels.
Yep. Well, look, obviously, that's a negative. We can talk about positives. We're not just all doom and gloom on this.
No,
desk,
absolutely
not at all.
Everyone's riled up
Ecstatic, what a story. Obviously, talked about them quite a bit. But I've got to say, really, really pleasantly surprised with what they've delivered. Now, I'll add, you can see at home, again, the clear elephant in the room, they were given a little bit of a gift, I would say. But with the context of, sure, they played some of the weaker teams here, but they could have beat Cloud9. I mean, it's actually worked out for them in a way that they didn't.
The Cloud9 was a very decent game from Ecstatic.
Yeah.
I would argue with you, the gifts are mostly the best of ones. I would say the BO3 versus Imperial is still something that they had to negotiate.
Absolutely.
And it is a polar opposite to the pictures we've painted with Apex, right? You're talking about young kids who are extremely hungry, a first appearance at the major, and giving everything they have on the table and being able to withstand the pressure of the magnitude of what they're accomplishing right here. Like, I was very surprised because, just for context, Imperial come back onto the third map, so it's a good start from Ecstatic, and then you have Imperial coming back, and I thought they are going to crumble. Like, when I weigh the experience between these two rosters, the Danes are going to crumble. They're not equipped to deal with that, and they were capable of closing it. There were a couple of players who I think were heroes in that moment. And yeah, I mean, you showed us what you're made of, and you've earned it. You're in the top 16.
And again, just to link it back to what we were talking about earlier, they're the new kids on the block, right? They're the ones that should be more affected by life-changing money. No, they dialed in. I want to give mad respect to Patty. I think in terms of his stock value coming out of this major, no matter what happens now, I mean, if I'm Astralis, I'm on the phone. I mean, I'm just
another one you could have, should have, would have had.
Yeah,
I would rather him stick around with this team because I think he's doing a fantastic job. I love what he does for this team, and not just from the calling department. He's also able to kind of, calm them down when it comes to some of these rough moments. Just standing behind, listening to. Obviously, I can't speak Danish, but you can understand what's happening right in the server when they're playing. But also as an individual as well, he seems to be one of the most impactful, hard-hitting riflers. Is he like someone like a Big Zera topping the entire tournament? No, he's not. But when it comes to like opening up bomb site, he's not the entry frag, Matthew. He's the entry fragger, and while also calling at a very high level altogether, I think it's very impressive from him. Also from the other youngsters on his team, they were players like Queenix, for example.
Yeah,
let's talk about him. I looked at
the RMR, dude. Remember, I looked at the RMR. I'm like, this guy's a bit of a weak point for this particular team. Here, he just stepped up. Look at this. Look at the and also, this is a harder level. This is even more rough.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I wanted to bring him up. I prepared that because I do think that he was one of the most fragile, prone to mistake individual at the RMR, and we all know what it means. Again, we use the word life-defining this RMR moment. I saw him be caught off guard in rotations. I saw him sink into a hole of despair and sort of disappearing through games. He had a very, very low rating, as you can see. And here, polar opposite, absolute contrast. What a moment to sort of refine yourself, and I think it's extremely important for him in his future to very quickly right the wrong of what the RMR was, which obviously is getting carried by your team and feeling like you're a dead weight for everybody there. Not the case here. He turned the page. He had very meaningful moments entering the B side on Vertigo against Imperial in that very last map. So he's going to keep that moment close to his heart. Like, he contributed really to this qualification. Props to him, because I hit on him at the RMR. Here, he deserves it.
And just super quickly, I did want to get just a little quick thing in about Eternal Fire. Not too long. We talked a lot about them yesterday, so we don't need to go over all ground. But, they're a Jekyll and Hyde team, right? You don't know which one's going to turn up. But they got over the line yesterday, and I think, it's super important for them. They needed that.
Oh, they absolutely needed that. And you could see in the interview, I think it was Antares that gave on HLTV as well, it's like when all of us are switched on, we're on that level, we're almost unbeatable. And we've seen that, but it's that
I don't care about these comments.
But I think it really ties into what we touch upon about these guys, about the mental fragile state they can sink into when things get a little rough. So they were handed a bit of a slap here. It wasn't as easy as they would have expected. They had to really duke it out, had to battle it out. That overpass map comes to mind against GamerLegion, where I just wanted to rip my eyes out as to what I was watching. But then I was speaking to Woxic as well. I'm like, what the hell was an overpass? It's like, we were shit. We were absolute shit, and we were garbage, but we woke up and we were able to close it out, so we got the job done. That's great. But I hope that they remember that map. Yeah. Remember how they felt.
Put it this way, you have more or less trust now. You have more or less trust in Eternal Fire prior to this opening stage. More or less trust.
Slightly lesser.
There we go. That's my point. Thank you very much.
Okay.
If you're looking at the body language, if you're looking at the Counter-Strike they put, you have less trust in their ability to go deep as you had prior to the beginning of the event, and that's my problem. I was so excited. I was so prone to celebrate them, and then we saw this like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde you're mentioning out. That worried me. I was hoping this was done. I was hoping it wouldn't happen here, and it happened again. So I had to take my expectation
I will quickly play the devil's advocate here. But the fact that they were able to completely wake up in the next map immediately, get pissed off and be like, we're the better team, and just smack them, I think, there's a bit of hope.
Yeah, against Heroic, that didn't really happen.
Maybe Heroic, but that's another game, another team.
It's Mr. Hyde and Dr. Hyde, right? That's what's going on there. Look, anyway, one thing you can have trust in is we've got some great games for you today. This is the schedule. We're going to close out the day. Saw versus Furia, suddenly an insane coin toss game. Saw looking so good, but the realities of the major weighing down on them. Furia looked adrift on day one, out to sea, but they are back in contention for the next stage. Imperial versus GamerLegion. That takes on a new complexion. Remember, obviously the big storyline, GamerLegion aren't supposed to be here today, but I would argue Imperial aren't even supposed to be in the tournament at this stage, right? So what are we doing? And then the first game, we're going to be doing lots of talking about Legacy versus the Mongols. MongolZ's final roll of the dice against a team that everybody wants to rep Asia by getting through to the next round.
That is, for me, the most emotionally invested game I'm going to have.
I know, brother. I like,
we're going to be here for you.
By the way, at home, he does really care about this stuff. Like, it's not an affectation.
It's all
like,
an act.
He's really been through the ringer, like, the last few days.
I just want to contextualize what this means for newer people coming in as well, right? Like, obviously, the higher a team from a particular region places in the major, the more spots that particular region gets.
Yeah. Yes,
Asia's always had 2 spots, always. This is the first time in forever that we have a real chance of getting 3 spots for the Asian region altogether, and it's all on this team's shoulders. Again, historical context, the last time an Asian team was in the top 16 of a major was 2018 Face It Major, which was Tyloo with Exeter and Benton back in the day, which is over 6 years ago. It's been drought, it's been pain, it's been misery. I mean, look at me, man. Like, you can see it in me.
It's about reaching new heights. On this server, you have 9 players who have never touched what it is to be at the Legend stage or the Elimination stage. MongolZ is the only one that knows
who's
what
won
it
a
is.
couple of majors as well.
And yeah, he's got a couple on the trophy cabinet. So yeah, a lot of players will have to do something they've never done, reach some place they've never been.
It could be worse. You could be an NA fan. So, I mean...
thank God. I at least have hair. Look at Jason.
Yeah, I know. It would be great, right? But anyway, let's talk about Legacy. Obviously, we've focused a lot on MongolZ. There's more to this team than just, you know, an experienced veteran carrying 4 names that you don't know about. You know, it's kind of... I think his teammates are kind of getting a bit lost in, you know, the effusing praise for MongolZ.
Of course, like the story of MongolZ is like a quasar, like it just absorbs everything. But the truth is, there's a very interesting line about Lado and Dumao, which is the last time they played, they were in Rio eliminated by the core of Blitz and Techno, right? And at the time, Dumao and Lado were a little bit disappointing. They were touted as Brazil's next big thing in Counter-Strike. This duo, oh my God, they're about to deliver. And it took a little bit of time. And now we're 2 years later, and they are finally going through the motions. Tidbit for you guys before here in Copenhagen, these two had never won a game at a major. We're talking 2 participations, 3 losses, straight up. And it feels like something's been lifted off their shoulders, whether it's Nekis coming as an IGL, MongolZ being a little bit better, stronger individually, or just them growing as players. Now that conversation has changed, which is why I'm getting quite excited about this Legacy project, and I didn't think I would.
I agree with you. I mean, I had them as my 0-3. I'll be real about this, right? But they have looked...
I did too.
Well, there we go. Bless you. Guess I'm done. I mean, firstly, that Furia game, the 16-13 win they had, which was so clutch. That's when we saw vintage MongolZ, the closer, coming in and smacking, yelling at Fall and saying, "Why are you running away, brother? Why are you running away from me?" And then, of course, they had the very close affair against Cloud9, where the T side completely fell apart. That was the first time. That's when I started seeing, okay, there are a few flaws in this game plan for this team. And then, of course, you know, they lost to a GamerLegion as well very convincingly. But after that, they were able to battle it out. So we've seen some really cool things from this team, but also there's some very clear weaknesses as well.
Yeah, if only Mongols could exploit that vertigo. Which they can't, because they don't play the map.
Yes.
And that's the problem for them.
Sure. Well, let's move on to Mongols. Now, my Padawans, Harry and Hugo, they call them the Bane of Brazil.
They are the Bane of Brazil.
Yeah, and obviously they've had a number of results against Brazilian teams to earn that title. It's not like just Harry and Hugo
making up shit.
Yeah, just made it up, right? There is a reason for it.
And there's also a loss that they have lost to a Brazilian team once, which is MIBR and EPL, but that's that's a league game, group game. But when it comes to the big ones, look at some of the names. You're talking about Double O Nation right there, 2-1. Took down Pain in the Katowice play-in. Took down Furia back-to-back, by the way. Took down Furia again. They've been a bane of Furia and also a couple of other teams as well from Brazil for the past couple of years. And now, is it this entire 5-man lineup? It is not. It's primarily the core of Blitz and Techno. And of course, they had, when they were called IHC, they had players like Annihilation and all these guys. And now it's these new kids on the block. Can they replicate what the predecessors have? I'm talking about Senzu. I'm talking about 910. I'm talking about 17-year-old, the youngest player at the major, Mizinho.
And that's a topic in itself, right? We have to address the situation, the fact that Mongols have arguably less experience than their opponent.
Overall,
that is just it. And it's not just a MongolZ show, it's across the board. You have players who've played between 4 and 2 majors prior to that. And I don't really know if the younglings that you're talking about in Mongols are ready to put the best Counter-Strike forth. Like the old adage, oh yeah, when they play their A game, they're very dangerous. Yeah, that's cool. Like, what is the context for me to believe that's going to happen today? We are in game 5 of a Swiss system. This is the highest amount of pressure you could ever have.
Yep.
And that's one of the issues that I have with MongolZ, because I feel like they have crumbled in the past when it was time to make that step, make that jump, really put forward that effort. It hasn't really worked out.
I think this is where it all changes. I think this is where the Wolf Totem is going to be planted firmly in the soil, is going to stand high, because Blitz has been here so many times. And sure, you're talking about some of the other individuals who kind of like tapered off, have crumbled, so to speak. This guy, one of the hardest fragging IGLs we have right now in international Counter-Strike. He's freaking great. But then I feel like Senzu coming into this major, initially the first day, he was like the star player, this next new find for this team, right? He was very quiet on day one. We're looking at some of the interviews, they were like, we were playing scared. We were crumbling, we were nervous, you know, we were overthinking situations. And then look at the second game against Amcal. They woke up.
What better way to grab some confidence than to play Amcal?
It doesn't matter what the team is. It's about like who you're facing up against. Against Linvision, they didn't waste any time. They absolutely steamrolled them. And I think they're ascending now. And I think they're going to take this one.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but what a better way to be confident than to play Linvision, who you absolutely decimate every single time you play.
And sometimes
it's a comfort zone.
And sometimes you need something like that, an easy freebie to wake the hell up. And I feel like they woke up here. The map veto-wise, this one...
So
can they go with Ancient? Because Legacy love Ancient. That's a problem.
I think Nuke would make the most
sense
if you want to push Legacy into a place that they don't really like too much. They go for the Ancient. We'll see if that's a mistake. I think it's a mistake.
I think it's
on
a mistake.
On a personal level, I think Nuke should have been picked. You have an overpass that could be for Legacy here. We're going to have to see. The camera is actually blocking me. Is that a little bit of a Anubis?
Yeah, it is Anubis.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I'm not going to pretend like I saw this one coming.
That's a curveball. That's an absolute curveball. The Ancient Nuke thing was a discussion to be had, but it's Anubis is a bit of a curveball. Infernus, a decider.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think they've maybe like just put this together overnight as like a way to kind of, you know, throw MongolZ off?
Yeah, I 100% believe so. They saw MongolZ play Anubis against Linvision yesterday. I'm sure they were making a few notes. And if I'm MongolZ, I'm 100% expecting that overpass pick coming in.
Yeah, what I'm liking for Legacy about this veto is that having coldzera as the AWP has an obvious issue, which is the lack of opening kills on the T side, which is where the expert snipers can do, and the how you call it, hobby snipers maybe struggle a little bit. That's how we name
hobby
it.
Snipers.
That's great.
This veto is great for them. You can play 5 rifles on all of the T sides if you want to, and that is going to be a-okay. So in that sense, that's a great find for Legacy.
I think this has been a bit of a blunder.
So
you're feeling that way?
Is your faith wavering for MongolZ?
My faith is swaying a little bit, but it shall stand strong. I feel like, you know, they know what they're doing here. They've gone for Ancient for a very simple reason. They're like, we're comfortable here, we're very good on this, and we're better than coldzera and his men on this map. It's a confidence pick, you can look at it. Now, if I'm going to look at the numbers and trying to be a little Machiavellian and smart about it, Nuke makes sense. It's a punish pick coming in. But they have also looked shaky on Nuke at this tournament, losing in some very convincing manner, so to speak, against a couple of teams. So maybe those losses they had against Ecstatic, against Eternal Fire has shooken their faith in that map a little bit, perhaps. Let's find out.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's interesting. It's a very strange veto, all things considered. But sometimes things have to get weird.
They do.
You know, they just have to get weird if you're going to get across the line and make it to the top 16. So guys, look, thanks so much for all of your thoughts. We're going to get into the action now. The game is ready to go. So I'm going to throw us over to the casters. It's Henry G and Anders. Are you guys excited about this one?
Are you excited, Anders?
I'm very excited. I think there's a lot riding on this, you know, especially in the context of Asian Counter-Strike, you know, a chance for another slot in the future to be added up. I think this is going to be a really, really interesting game. I look forward to it. The map picks, obviously, you could see the desk were a little bit thrown off there.
And you've got the weight of a region on your shoulders as well. They could earn themselves either a new slot in the major for Asia or the Americas here. That's a compelling storyline, but one we won't focus on because right now we're going to get stuck into Ancient. It's MongolZ taking on Legacy here for all the marbles in the opening stage. We've got 3 more games to bring you today. All kicks off here, and it will be a nice little B lean here. The MongolZ with all 5 players on this side of the map. Quick flash in towards the cave. And it's going to be Barton actually making his way up towards the ledge. Nice opening frag.
It's a bit of a shocking start, really. He actually caught him mid-air, but Sensu's back in, and he's doing a lot of damage there. Instantly takes down Nekis, a lot of damage onto Lado as well, so they're a little bit beat up to start with here, and they're trying to push down the Glock, and actually will be successful. That's a massive risk. They flash their way into it. coldzera able to pick up the kill, and suddenly it's just barely a 2-on-4 now. Lado, what a sniper shot with the USP at range. It's 9, 10, and Blitz to try and hold on to this round. There isn't a kit, but man, this is still going to be a very, very hard round for MongolZ to try and win. 1 versus 3, all of a sudden. They were on the bomb already, tapping it, and now he has to try and see if he can find these kills. About 5 seconds left, and they're going to get the headshot. What a great retake coming through for Legacy.
Oh, the fireworks going off already, Anders. Legacy are fired up, and it was a very successful retake. The bomb does get planted, though, so not all hope is lost. It does enable you to bring out the Galils into the next round here, and that's still a very potent round here. It can actually be even more powerful, winning the pistol potentially, and you can see this fantastic retake coming in, the USP. Pixel perfect each and every time. That's a wonderful shot there towards the back lines. Barton closing things out there as Blitz unable to clutch out in the 1 versus 3. Certainly possible. We got 1 kill there. Stops the defuse. There's no kid in play. Maybe could have done something with it. But as I mentioned, Anders, the Mongols still have a good fighting chance in round number 2. The Galils are out. Desert Eagle from Zenio just makes sure he has a bit of utility. So this suggests some sort of execution. I would assume towards the B side of the map with the bomb right there at this stage. So waiting for the initial utility to be dispersed, allowing the CTs to have B lane control. That's absolutely fine. You can retake this area, and they're trying to deplete that utility to start with. So got to play a very slow and patient game here. So this is great for the CTs of Legacy, but when they don't get any frags from it and it gets retaken, MongolZ might actually be able to execute fully into this B site and have no utility used against them.
They're bringing more people here. That's very interesting. They might actually be expecting for the push to come through. That's pretty sick. So they're saying, all right, there's no more utility really going to be going down here. Do you want to take a peek? It's essentially a 3-way crossfire.
There are so many sick flashes now you can do over these double doors. They flush these positions out. I don't know how they hold on to it, but let's see if they've got that in mind or that it's going to go for a clean peek around the corner.
It might even be that the Molotov could be used. It's obviously also could be used for the site itself, but you can clear out one of these close corners.
Ahead, so they're not going to flash it, that it's going to go through?
No way.
This seems wild to me.
Look at the clock as well. This is a tremendous risk. If you fail this now, you can't go back. You can't really run back to the A-bomb side. They're all in. The FAMAS up first. Good headshot for Barton. Techno going to negotiate the next one pretty well. They trade forward, but they're not expecting the third man in. Casino, the last one. Neckis with a double kill.
Didn't like that, Anders, to be honest with you. There's so many good flashes you can do from that T-ramp. You can like pop flash over the door, then go through.
I can't even hear the pin right. It's like so far away.
And walking through 1 by 1 like that, that is pretty woeful. Like I was kind of building it up. This is a cool idea. You're depleting all that utility. There's a chance you can push them back, then execute. But they just waited and had no information elsewhere on the map. They could have been flanked and didn't even use a flash to get rid of the double doors. That's a very underwhelming second round there from the Mongols. The favorites, I would say, going into this matchup. It's Legacy with a flying start now as they're up against just the Deagles. No Kevlar to speak of. And, well, lovely headshot from Blitz. The Grandmaster himself opens things up.
We saw the stats coming into the game. I mean, he's been playing lights out. Techno might have a free kill here with the Tech-9. You can see Lado is not aware. He's re-smoking it. He's assuming no one's walked through it. Senzu finds a shot. Cold Sear is dead. I can't believe it.
Here we go then. All it took was some pistols, no Kevlar, and 3 kills granted. I'm not sure that's Legacy giving too much away or Techno just getting off the leash. That is wild. What a round this is. Barton remains. They've barely done any damage in this particular round. Now, it does beg the question, did Legacy just overstep the mark there? Are they stepping into the crosshairs too much or just amazing shots being delivered left, right, and center? Either way, the round goes in favor of MongolZ, and they've recovered the early stages of this map of Ancient.
I really think this is the Asian Counter-Strike experience. This is what you get sometimes. It's not all the time, which is the big issue, but sometimes in terms of just the mechanics alone, it's so insane what they could do. Barton's going to be living through the round because nobody really bothered to check that red room, but yeah, the mechanics, they have it down. That's horrifying to be up against.
I want to see some of the replays here because I'm sure there was some cracking shots there. The first one, though, you think the Deagle from Blitz, you think fair enough, they happen, but then it just kind of unraveled at the seams.
Well, listen, last time we were casting Techno, we talked about how aggressive he is, how much he's pushing all the time.
Okay, so he's okay, it's kind of wild, actually.
And look at this push here. That's what gives him the advantage. It's also a huge liability for Techno to be that aggressive, but sometimes it just pays off.
Well, that certainly throws a cat among the pigeons. We're going to get aggressive once again. This time, Lasso tries his luck with a 5-7. Damage inflicted. Frags back and forth, but it will be MongolZ coming out on top here. Absolute pandemonium towards the mid area. It is going to be a 3 versus 2, still in favor of the Mongols. As Barton decides just to peel off here. Upgrade to an M4A1S. He's got a smoke and a diffuse kit. coldzera will join him with the FAMAS. He's tucks away towards the back of the B bomb site, Anders. So that's going to reset the round. Very chaotic start, but you can see Mongols still have an AWP. The AK-47, tons of utility remaining, and more importantly, a lot of time to work with here. Legacy has spread very thin indeed. They've got Barton half HP. Can't really justify holding a bomb site by himself here. Just going to team up.
Yeah.
With coldzera, presumably, as he looks towards middle.
Speaking of which, he's denied that look towards middle. That's actually really annoying. He really wanted to see if you could catch anyone in there. In the meantime, they're sneaking on to the A bomb site slowly but surely. There's the third player here, and he's going to go down to coldzera, who was waiting the entire round over at the B bomb site. He's rewarded for it. Techno found in that moment, and we're back into a 2 versus 2, and there is a diffuse kit on Barton, so this round can be won by Legacy. It's not completely done yet. They're quite far away. It's very, very risky to get back onto the site, and you can tell they've already been found out a little bit here. 2 versus 2, though. Barton moving a bit closer now, but he's going to get found 9-10. I think that pretty much cancels out the round. coldzera, you can stick around if you wanted to make it more expensive. I don't think you can win the round.
I don't think he can either. But it looks like he's going to try and find some exits. At the very least, he can catch him on the cross, but doesn't really have the weapon for the job here. Just got to save the FAMAS. It's going to be Mongols stealing a couple of rounds away there. First one with the Deagles and the Tech 9s, and this one's a bit scrappier, but they made all the right plays. It was pretty safe towards the end of it, as Legacy now presumably down to an eco. They did have $4,000 on one player, but the rest of them hovering around 2K, so maybe a few pistols will be dished out with the FAMAS, but I don't think we'll see enough force buy.
It's a really great call, though, from Legacy. The push into middle distracts the entire T-Force, and they're not expecting the double push coming out of the A hallways, and that's how they get caught. They're just all looking towards that center position.
Anders, which region would you like to see get another slot?
Oh, that's really rough. For me, it's not just about the regions, though. I guess to answer that question, I think it would be cool to see more Asian Counter-Strike. Like, I kind of wish we could.
Right? They've only ever had 2 historically, so I think that's fair.
Also, we know where the next major is going to be, so
true as well. All right, well, good answer.
So I think I'm going that. For me personally,
you've done well there.
I really want to see coldzera do more. There's something personal about Dan. A bit of a dud.
Yeah, the Zeus isn't as exciting when it doesn't connect.
It's just not.
You're just like, well, I'm done for. Yeah, I think that's a very good point.
Because his fall from grace, obviously with Taco as his sidekick, like what they were able to do together as a duo was just so sickening. But obviously that's a long, long time ago, and it's been a bit frustrating. It's been one of those players that you've had to talk to new Counter-Strike viewers about and say, you don't understand how good he was back in the day, like all that stuff. I want people to see it.
All right, let's see what he can do getting into this round. 40 seconds remaining. coldzera behind the old big box here. He's got a big task ahead of him, I'm afraid. The Molotov lands at his feet and still delivers the kill. Keeps him competitive in the round because they are actually running out of time here, Anders. 30 seconds.
This is very awkward, although there's nobody at the B-bomb site.
Okay, so suggesting that they're falling back, that's actually very smart from Techno. I like that play, but 20 seconds, the B-bomb site is open. It really is down to coldzera once again. If he gets that kill, maybe there's something to be said. But unfortunately, for Barton, he is pretty far removed from the situation. Has got the AK-47, 100 HP, sure. But no Kevlar to speak of. Might be better off just saving it.
I would have said
10 to deal with, but he's got the ult.
I would have said definitely, no matter what. If you look at the money on that CT side,
there was no reason to go for that. I don't know what you're hoping is going to happen, but save the AK.
Yeah, that would have been my guess too. But maybe I had a feeling that he could have snuck in and made a little bit of chaos happen. Yeah. coldzera, I agree. If he got that third kill on the actual B bomb side, maybe there's a conversation to be had there. But either way, Mongols 3-2 in their favor. It's a pretty good start.
Considering how it kicked off 2-0 against them, and yeah, we'll see. Mongols now boosting 9-10, the AWP. Up in the boxes outside the B-bomb site itself.
Jumaus,
we've got a ledge push coming in as well from the CTs.
Yeah, they're going for it right away, but look at the crossfire setup here between Barton and coldzera. They're going to be able to shut it down to begin with. And that's all you need, really. Ooh, Techno, I can't believe he wins that fight. That's so ridiculous. Had his back turned. What's his sensitivity like? But again, you just have to know Techno's going to be pushing at all times. He's back at it again here towards the donut. He doesn't really stand still. He's an Asian version of art at this point in time. He just won't stop.
Well, Blitz will be the last remaining player of MongolZ. The in-game leader will have to step up and maybe just cause a bit of damage here. A couple of kills be very welcome addition to their round 6 efforts, but it doesn't look likely. That's one, but yeah, good setup. ColdZera will shut down that particular round. It was a very quick play in towards the B bomb side, trying to pounce through the initial utility with a boosted sniper behind them. Didn't really work out. Legacy more than equipped to deal with it, and it's a pretty clean round there. ColdZera denies the plan to make sure that they actually tie things up at 3-3 now in this first half of Ancient. Money should be fine going forward for the Mongols, though. Bear in mind, this is their pick. Oh, I'd say fine. We got Mzenio down to the Tech 9. 9-10 opting for the AWP, so a few concessions to be made, but overall it's looking pretty good. Bomb outside B once again, and it's more of a default setup. I'm going to be challenging with that AWP towards the cave, and once again, Dumao aggressive towards this ledge position.
Yeah, last time he...
Oh, not quite. Smokes down.
He's still able to see something, or he just guessed, I don't know, but either way, it's a lot of damage. He's been doing that a couple of rounds now, Dumao, and I think one round, the last one, they had him smoked off. If they don't smoke him off and he keeps being aggressive like that, that's going to be an issue for them. Oh my god, he actually got the dink off, but it doesn't matter. AK a little bit more powerful in that sense. Techno will finally go down again. Another round where he's aggressive and pushing through the smoke. It's just worth pointing out because you're going to see it. He's not going to stop doing it.
Oh, we've got a 4 versus 3. Legacy with the man advantage for now. 1 minute on the clock. Senzu with the AWP recovered from 9-10, considering he's down to 26 points of health. Speaking of which, 9-10 will explore his options towards the Jaguar/cave position. Zlato defending with Bart on this side of the map. We've got the bomb, though. That's all the way back at elbow. So maybe a little fake in towards B here. Yeah, exactly. So faking towards short, just trying to keep these players this side of the map. Molotov to remove vision, and they're going to slowly but surely make their way in towards A. If 9-10 gets a kill here, Anders, this would be massive. If you can find Zlato, that's the kill. That's the moment. That's the linchpin of this round.
That would have really, really thrown a bit of a spanner in the works for Legacy, but I think now they've got it on lockdown here. Ooh, maybe not. Messino, he's pushing forward. He gets a double. I can't believe it. They were in the middle of setting up a flashbang, and they got interrupted, and now instead, we're back into a 2 versus 2 here. And another shot from Messino. He keeps it going. He wants every single one, Henry.
Unbelievable. I don't know how that round falls apart. It looked like it was going so well. Legacy had all the information, all the kills going in their favor, but fumbling. The holding towards the A side, caught with their pants down. The flashes came through. This is the moment. Very effective flashes, but yeah, caught in the corner. Mzenio starts mowing them down. It's a colossal round to pick up here as they take the lead once again. It's 4-3. It's a compromise buy there for MongolZ. They had a player on the Tech 9, limited utility, but it sends Legacy packing. USPs pretty much across the board here. We have Dumao, P250, at Nekis 5-7. But that one falls apart. That is a frustrating round to give up there. They had all the intel. They read the fake. They knew exactly what they were up against, but lost out in the 1v1 duels.
A 2 versus, that's a map-changing round. They should not have been losing that one. We'll see if they have some trickery themselves to try and bring it back. They need a bit of a miracle right now. This is actually a disaster for them. Sneaking into the middle, might have flown right under the radar here, but again, even if they get the boost up, they're still going to be up against AKs on the other side, so it's not going to be easy with the USPs, but, you know, find the right timing, maybe.
Oh, hello. Getting a look at her. It's fine. About to say, some damage inflicted, a kill found, but that's about it. Nekis, in-game lead up, taken down with the flank towards the A side of the map as well. Mongols, pretty decent recovery here after being down 2-0. Lost the pistol, and actually bringing this one nicely back together. Is their map pick. And Legacy, I still feel like the money's going to be a little bit on the ropes there, but we'll see. Maybe a tactical timeout is required. ColdZera now known as a hybrid all-player at this point, was the in-game leader of this squad. Handed it back over to Nekis and waiting for him to really get going. But he's top-ranking right now, 7-4. He's had his moments, but let's see if the M4 setup is going to be enough to win the round. Looks aggressive towards K-Back. There's two players gunning for control towards the B lanes here. Nekis leading that charge. A very aggressive setup in the CTs.
Yeah, it's a good way to have control out here. Just push them back in the middle, blitz, taking a fight. It takes way too long, and he gets shot in the side instead. Dumao sneaking in from the red room to take him down. 4 versus 5. Right on the lip of the A-bomb side, but they don't have the bomb with them, but they can still clear it out. They can still find the opening and decide what to do afterwards. They're kind of committed to it at this point in time. You can tell 2 players out here fighting. See if Messino's mechanics can change the round like it did earlier. He's going to find that headshot. 9-10 does go down, but this young player is absolutely crisp right now. It's ridiculous. 11 and 5 on him.
Here we go. The bomb goes down, Anders, and the retake begins. Back and forth we go. Mzino had a chance to do something with it, but stifled before he even gets going. MongolZ manages to pick up that final frag. It will be Legacy. A nice little set piece there from the CTs. I think they had to change the pace. They didn't have the AWP. They didn't have all the utility. Just get aggressive. 2 players fast out of the cave. 1 towards ledge, 1 pushing ramp, which is Nekis. Lock them out with the utility. Find the opening frag and follow them in towards A. You can see it was absolute chaos there towards middle. And MongolZ weren't ready for that sort of aggression. We've seen B-lane pushes from Legacy so far, but not all in like that. There was a lot going on, double incendiary, a ton of flashes, and overwhelms the offense there. Well done, Legacy. Very good round.
Yeah, so they needed it, especially after giving up that 2 versus 4. I think that's the kind of round where you're back to basics, some of the defense actually working. More importantly, you're getting some money out of it. They didn't lose too many in that previous round, so we'll absolutely take it. Yes, Dumao winning that fight against Blitz in the middle was really important.
Good retake as well.
Yeah. Very real.
So here he comes, the MongolZ AWP. He's done a few things with some majors over the years, Anders.
He certainly has.
Quite a long time ago, but still. The point remains. 5 players towards B for MongolZ. It's either a rush or a set piece. We've got that lurk smoke being deployed as well, so Suggestion is going to try and contact play off the lurk smoke, and in we go. Flashes in, deep breath. Mzino to lead the charge, double kill potential, can't quite convert it. Techno will find the trade, and once again, kill after kill. This time, Legacy coming out on top, and it's 9-10, thrusted into the clutch, but AWP behind enemy lines right now, I don't think he stands a chance.
No, Lado's already walked out. He's in the smoke behind him, so I don't think there's much he could do.
Alive.
Maybe if it goes to the A-bomb side, if they really somehow don't spot him, but they will. Lado, expertly defended. I've got to say that the time to kill the first shot that Lado had was so short. It was an instant double bullet to the face, and that gives him a lot more space, you can tell. If that's an extended fight that he has to spend like 7 bullets to spray somebody down, it's a little bit different, but he just made quick work of it and was ready for the next player to come. Well done. Although those B rushes are really lethal. I mean, we've seen it time and again, even with Tech9s.
Especially like if you know your opposition are doing things like the cave push, the ledge jump up, like you can actually get up towards the ramp itself, lock them out from the cave, but different setup from Legacy. They were more than ready for it. Instant smoke towards the double doors once again. It's going to be an eco though from MongolZ, so we'll see if Techno can do anything with it. He gets the hero AK. He's actually kind of shoved all in here. Going to have to try and beat that smoke, and I think he's going to be bested here. Yeah, indeed. Barton more than ready for that sort of trick. Mzino trying to recover the AK-47 if possible, but yeah, that's round over, I'm afraid. And number 11 slips by the wayside. Legacy back to life, and they've guaranteed at least half of the rounds here in this first half.
Absolutely huge. I was really nervous for them losing that 2-on-4. It looked like that was going to be the beginning of a huge spiral. But they've managed to control the descent a little bit now. 6 rounds, pretty good. Might even be in a position to do a little bit more here. Got a couple of people that are really warmed up. Something I love about this speed defense right now is they haven't got caught off by any of those ramp plays. That's a... I feel like there's so many top teams that do that still to this day, where suddenly nobody's looking ramp and someone's just sneaking up.
Yeah, he was more than ready for it. He saw the smoke go down, and it's a cube with the T's to try to sneak through. But here we are, Anders. It is going to be the final round of the first half here. Legacy looking alive and well in the last few rounds there. Calculated aggression, great individual form has gifted them at least 6 rounds here. Can they take it up to 7 though? Barton once again playing around that smoke. Atta will pop open the smoke towards the cave, gets a bit intel, not too much damage, but He knows his players on the other side of these smokes here. Senzu trying to crack things open if possible, but you see that struggling to find any real grasp on the map right here.
Again, they're in this position. It's so sick for the T side to be here because one kill will pretty much open up the bomb site. But you do need that kill. They've fallen a little bit further back. It's Lato. He actually gets away with that shot. He was kind of low already. 4 versus 5 now. The bomb getting a bit planted. They've got Messino in the middle. He could be a late lurk, a late flank. They're going to know that no one's coming in from this side. So that's good information for MongolZ. They could win this round, even being a man down.
I think they can. I think they might even have the advantage here. Good smokes deployed. They still have one left in reserve as well. A couple of flashes. It's going to be a very difficult retake coming through. Molotov's being deployed and Blitz getting one through the smoke. We're back to a 4-on-4.
Yeah, they put down another smoke just now. Oh, this is so dreadful for Legacy. I think they miscalculated how many smokes were still left.
Yep.
Dumao and coldzera trying to get back in. He actually does get the shot. Dumao with the pistol out. Messino, he gets the spray, and I don't think there's enough time. He tries to tap the bomb, but it's just so late in the round. They're all going to go up with the bomb at the end. 6-6 as we tie up the game.
Great half, I have to say, to kick off the day. Counter-Strike.
Hell yes.
I had everything.
Messino's absolutely out of control. His mechanics in this first half have just been so impressive. That's carried them a long way forward. Again, he got that quad kill in the 2-on-4 round.
Well, MZ knows well. He's 16 years old,
Yeah.
Anders. The youngest player at the major. And to impressing us like that, that's quite amazing, to be honest with you. Showing that sort of form, that sort of confidence, time and time again. It looked like a bit of a desperate round there for the Mongols to close things out, but as I said, they has had smoke after smoke. Quite interesting they're using the Molotovs on the execution just to make sure they have the residual smokes for the post plant, which makes it that much more potent as well. So you lock out the rotations, the deep Molotov, then you're smoking on top once the bomb is down, and you can see the CTs didn't have any time to work with, trying to push through those smokes. Didn't work out for them, and I love it. We split right down the middle here. Wouldn't have it any other way. In a game with this much weight attached to it. First round for Legacy on their T side here. We've got one smoke, a couple of flashbangs, make it 3 in total. P250 for Lato as well. As they focus 4 players towards that elbow position, smoke down a red, suggests they'll be going towards Donut, but a lot of teams like to push through this red smoke, Anders, and flash through, and that's kind of cause chaos here, and the CTs are ready for it.
Yeah, they actually have the setup for it. A huge crossfire. You might be walking right into the blender, and indeed, 9-10 with a double kill. Blitz also getting a little bit of a bite of the cake here, and it's coldzera. Well, not coldzera, yeah, the knife out. Just coldzera.
Yeah, that's a very popular strat right now. As it looks like you're going to go towards Donut, but you flash through the red room smoke, and then you try and just split towards either B-Ray, of course. But MongolZ, that was an anti-strat. They had 3 players ready and waiting in towards that red room / backtracks to the B bomb site, and they absolutely dominate the round. Did they even take any damage? Yeah, well, okay, 12 on Blitz, that's about it. But this is a beautiful setup, so they're definitely aware of the tendencies here of Legacy, and unfortunately for Neck is game leader taken down there, trying to get a bit of a flank in, maybe a couple of consolation frags, but no bomb planted like we saw in the first half, so that means a full eco by having the third round. MongolZ have a chance to stretch their legs in round number 14. You don't really want to purchase anything at this point. Legacy, you need every single dollar you can get, and if you can get the bomb planted, Anders, that would be worth its weight in gold.
Yeah.
So just straight up beat rush, get it over with, see what we can do.
Right into the MP9. It's a bit of a dream scenario, really, for Senzu. Although he does get taken down, they've lost a couple of players here. And coldzera, you know, want that bomb plant, but he wanted to see if he could find another kill before he did it. Blitz instead will take him down, and MongolZ, they'll live through the round. They do lose a couple of MP9s, but yeah, they've got a bit of a lead right now. Legacy starting to slowly fall behind here.
Well, it's their first go around, Anders. We'll give them that. We'll see what they can make of it. They won't have the AWP, but that's not a big deal. And you just want to be focusing on the rifles for now. It's a little for Lato. Round 15 underway. 9-10 does have the AWP, just to note that. Instant smoke down towards elbow. Molotov behind it as well. Flash was destined towards the ledge position to allow Techno to push out potentially. He's going to flash himself through it. Oh, this is brave. We talked about his aggression, and it's rewarded with at least 1 kill here. But Lato shuts them down. That Galil doing work out there.
There was no head armor on Senzu. I think he might have won that fight against Lato if he had.
Right.
You could see he disappeared instantly when he got out there. Blitz going to get shut down as well. Head armor or not, it's not going to make a difference against the AK at all. But 9-10 trying to keep this round alive for his team. Takes down coldzera. And the bomb is dropped quite far back there, so Lado will probably have to go back and pick it up. Messino's still alive, and if that's the case, you just have to be worried. Kid is an absolute superstar.
This is the problem now. MZino's got all the sound cues, I was about to say, but it's all in vain because it was a bit of a fake. I was about to say that's a wild maneuver running in, but it's all calculated. It's all part of the plan. And it actually has worked quite nicely. He's pulled 9-10 over to this side of the map. Lato, otherwise, waiting at the B doors with the bomb as he patiently waits for Dumao to rotate over. You've still got 35 seconds. Say still, but yeah, you're going to have to pick up the pace now. Get your skates on as then it is walking towards B. Are they going to let the presence be known? So yeah, they're going to smoke off.
Okay.
And in we go. If they have the AWP up against them, which they do, the HP's not a factor. So we'll see if they get that bomb planted. Incendiary to try and deny the plan.
No way.
It's actually quite a nice idea.
No way.
That's huge.
Yeah, that's a really big issue.
Because now it's a nice open plant, and that's a big shot. 9-10 goes down with nothing.
Molotov will force them back, though, and Messino, he's coming in through the smoke, worried on the other side. Are they going to be ready for this one? He's coming in, gun blazing. Oh my God! There's no way!
That is absolutely huge. Mongol steal the round away. A fantastic push through the smoke. Shatters the dreams of Legacy. It was looking so good. They played it so well. Taking down the sniper, pushing through the smoke. Another chaotic round falls apart for the Brazilians. And it's MZino, the youngest player at the tournament, delivering time and time again.
How has he done that?
Huge. That is such a demoralizing round.
He won that clutch. He won the 2 versus 4. He's got 17 kills. This is absolutely outrageous.
Oh, he's not done yet, Anders.
Oh, he wants more. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's not going to slow this one down.
So in we go towards the A-bomb site. Lato will respond, trying to find some footing in the round now. They need this one, but Senzu denying yet another entry. Double kill found on the A-bomb site. 4-on-2 now. Surely he doesn't get this frag. My God. Continuing to dominate every single position on the map. MZino with 19 kills and 8 deaths right now. Lato still a fighting chance. He's got a single flashbang, which has now been expended towards CT spawn. Bomb on his back. And a good fighting chance of winning this one, but it's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
Shot in the back. Lado hoping to find some space, hoping to find the bomb as well, I think. This has slipped out of Legacy's control. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have known that he was going to show up today at this level? One player to absolutely change the course of this map.
Tactical timeout. And that was their force buy with no plan going down as well at the worst possible time, Anders. They are in a lot of trouble here on Ancient. It's been a back and forth game. They've had their moments as well. Stolen a few rounds away. But the last few have been a disaster. Legacy can feel Ancient slipping out of their grasp. coldzera has gone quiet. MZino is dominating them. Every single duel seems to fall apart. And now that fast-paced, snappy gameplay, it's not even finding a bomb plant. So I think it's full eco.
I think...
Oh, they've got 34k, so they can definitely get more than an eco. They can get like a half by the very least.
Try for one of those B rushes with some Tech-9s, maybe?
That would be nice. If they can steal this sort of round away, or at least get a bomb plant down, make it uncomfortable. Yeah, double timeout.
I think if they had a bit of a read on especially how Techno plays, actually slowing the game down could be nice. Also, you're not running into Messino, who's obviously just at this point in time unstoppable. So if you're just feeding him kills, that's not going to help out. But if you give some space, maybe he doesn't feel as comfortable. And Techno is probably going to be aggressive. So maybe wait and see what Techno does. You know, sometimes you can just structure a play around one player because he does do it a lot.
So there it is. It's actually quite a significant purchase with the utility as well. Tech-9's Kevlar for that maximum loss bonus. And we're sending multiple smokes towards Red Room, Donut, and the Lurk smoke towards B, as previously mentioned. That's very meta right now. Just trying to bait out initial utility, keep the CTs guessing, remove as much vision as you possibly can as they help themselves towards middle here.
Look at, they've basically gone for a full B execute, but in terms of smokes.
Yeah.
But they're not actually going B. They're up middle with the bomb. They're looking to see if they can overwhelm. They're going right at the hardest player on the team. And I mean, it works. They're going to get the trade on him.
Yeah, they've timed that really nicely. It's all set up to keep the CTs guessing across the map. Then as soon as the smoke fades, you've got 3 Tech-9s waiting towards Donut. I'm sure they lose a player, but they've got a 4-on-4 now and a rifle.
Yeah, if you want to understand that round, you have to think about what are the comms like for MongolZ when it's happening. No one has a clear read saying, oh, there are grenades in middle, there are grenades in B. Nobody has seen anyone, what's happening. Like, no one can make a clear read. Oh my God.
Okay, they needed this sort of success, and I think they might have to kill on 9-10 as well, but no. He sneaks away, but there's a lot of pressure being applied towards the A side now. You can see Temple's being overwhelmed. He misses another shot. He needs his rifles to step up here. Techno, what have you got for us? First kill found. Bombarding bullets towards that Temple, but he can't hold on. It's down to Blitz, in-game leader, to try and save the day here. 35 seconds, but the bomb goes down.
Don't underestimate Blitz either. He is the kind of player that could do it, but unfortunately he's getting flanked. I think coldzera's walking up right behind him, No chance that he could have done it. That's a really long flank for coldzera to make, and it comes up perfectly.
So, and it's a double timeout into a pretty impressive and technical round coming through there. It smokes in pretty much every choke point. We're talking Red Room, Donut, B bomb site, shorts, and in towards A as well, waiting for the smoke to dissipate towards Donut at a perfect timing. Trade out a kill, get an AK-47, split through the Red Room, in towards the A side, hit every single shot down the B lanes, bring it down to a 2 versus 1, and steal the round away. That's why you need a double timeout for those sort of scenarios. There was a lot of moving parts there.
Yeah, what a recipe to try and come up with. They had all the ingredients and results you can't really complain with. It's going to be 3 in the middle. It looks like there's not a flashbang in sight, so they're just going to be counting the seconds here and trying to go for it. I mean, if they win around like this one, MongolZ, it's too much, I think, for Legacy to handle, so they shouldn't be winning it anyway. It's just USPs, and I think a single deagle in play. Blitz getting a kill here or there, but not more than that. God, the spray from Lado. How did he control it? He did like a full, like almost more than 90-degree spray and got all the headshots.
It was very clean. Give him that. So that was the eco, though. Money still won't be amazing, I would imagine, because they had about $2,000 going into this one. So you can tell, God, yeah, it's pretty it's ugly, Anders. The utility is non-existent. They've got an auto shotgun for Senzu, for Mass from Xenio, and initial utility is being exchanged now, taking quite a lot of damage en route as well. 9-10 will miss the initial orb shot, but makes up for it on the second. Oh, double kill from Blitz through the smoke. Can they find the 4th kill? It looks like the round might be done here. Wallbang attempted and converted. Techno seals the deal. Another chaotic, crazy round of Counter-Strike. The double kill through the smoke, a thing of beauty, as coldzera is left with nothing to do here. A round where they entered with no util, a shotgun, a FAMAS, and it actually looks to be a clean sweep.
But if it keeps going, I mean, they can go in and find those AKs. They can upgrade the shotgun, the FAMAS, like they can keep stacking on these weapons. There's a huge problem for Legacy. They didn't even have a chance to say anything in that round. You see coldzera has a minute left on the clock to wait around. They don't have another double timeout, but do they have another strategy like the one that they pulled earlier? Is there something still left that they can surprise MongolZ with? Because this is starting to become a really big issue. Lado has massively stepped it up. He's got 19 kills, but unfortunately, Messino's just a step ahead of everybody in the server, it feels like.
Oh, yes, indeed. 30 seconds remaining. coldzera, $6,600 residual cash. So, yeah, obviously going to try and save this AWP. Not in the best position to do so. If they come probing for him, he's going to be surrounded. You can see how many angles he's trying to hold on to right now. But they're not actually forcing the issue. I think they want to hold their money as well. MongolZ like don't have a ton of cash here, so just keeping the rifles in their hands. It's going to be 11-8. Very, very nice round there. I don't know how Blitz got away with the double kill towards Elbow there, but it was a thing of beauty, I have to say.
3 AKs given over to the CT side. That's a big problem.
So the money's fine, but and they do save the orb, but yeah, you're right. The firepower now has been increased exponentially on the CT side.
Yeah, because we've already seen it a couple of times in this game where you get the dink from the M4A1, but the T-side player will still win because the strength of the AK, but that's eliminated now.
That upgrade to the AK, so you don't have to reload to get the ball bang afterwards, that is wild.
Techno's a really fun player to watch. I have serious questions about whether or not his style is going to be working throughout the rest of the major, but I mean, it is really entertaining. 11-8 the scoreline, round number 20. Legacy 2 rounds away from losing this map. Now, it was picked by the Mongols, but still, you don't want to be starting down a map. The loss here. So Molotov, 9-10 getting really pressured, forcing their way back. That's a layering of flashbangs to get rid of him.
Yeah, well, good job by Blitz, though. At least brings it back to a 4-4. This retake is possible. If they just got that clean kill on the plan, you probably won't even go for it. But now you're considering your options. You've slowed them down, dropped the incendiary to deny a deep plant as well. Popping the smoke at MongolZ, there it is. There's AWP finally ringing out here, but he's completely flashed towards the platform, and they're planting and losing so many players en route. MongolZ continues to find every single kill, 23 in total, as he finds map point for Mongols. Unreal.
I have no idea how he's doing it.
Like, before you can even work out what his next maneuver is, how he's going to find the next frag, he's just killing everyone through boxes, through walls, through all sorts of utility. It's absolutely unbelievable. It all started with the Barton kill on 9-10. You think that's going to be enough. MongolZ securing the bomb site, but then here we go. MongolZ just gallivanting in towards the bomb site. Triple kill. Wins the round, secures the map potentially as well. What an absolute sicko.
He's completely been unleashed. Oh, trying to make the jump over mid-air. The flashbangs are good. They finally get rid of Messino. This is their chance here. Nekkis in the middle. They want overtime, Legacy. They do not want to give up this map just yet. 3 versus 5. This is the start that they needed. It's good to see Legacy wake up a little bit here because they were being robbed blind in front of our very eyes. Good flashbangs. 9-10 getting pushed back once again. All right. They've got him locked in here. He's being pushed from CT spawn as well. He's so uncomfortable. There's no way he can make it out of this round. He's dead already. He just doesn't really know it yet. Oh, they're missing shots against him. All right, there we go.
That was a world. If he gets that kill at main, he would have been ready for the third as well. But no dice this time. It looks like they'll have to yield and give this one up as Legacy are going to plant the bombs at 4 versus 2. Techno and MongolZ waiting at the extremities of the bomb site, seeing if they can get some exits potentially, but another fast and aggressive round towards middle. Yields a double kill for Legacy to kick things off, and they likely to convert it here. MongolZ watching for the potential flank. And bear in mind, there is a player there as well, and the bomb blast on Ancient is unreasonable, to say the very least. So, got to be very careful. MongolZ is looking to cause as much damage as possible, and they are going to be retreating in his direction. Oh, he's going to be a real nuisance here, Anders. Well, maybe not.
It was. I mean, he could have had a chance there. They were all exiting that way. If he gets a little bit more, there's definitely a way, because again, you're right, the blast zone is so huge. You have to run really, really far away from it. But it's a 9-12 scoreline. We're not done yet. Nekkis opening up, I think, that round with a double kill. Huge.
Timeout. Second used by MongolZ here. Feeling the pressure. Couple of rounds slipping by. Very fast-paced rounds being presented by Legacy. Pushing through initial utility, no problem. Converting huge spray downs. Hunting down their opponents, primarily towards middle, splitting these bomb sites and keeping decent amount of players alive as well. Managing to keep 4 alive there. MongolZ had a chance to really sabotage the finances and seal the deal, but unfortunately taken down, and everyone escapes with their life. The Mongols do have a decent buy here. Is this where they can close things out? Round number 22.
They just need one more step in this direction. So much on the line. The Asian region to pick up another slot for the majors in the future. The entire region will be thankful if they're able to defeat Legacy here today. It's only the first map, but still, they're not just fighting for themselves out here. 9-10's got the AWP. He's in a decent position for it here. It's a good one-and-done type scenario. You're probably going to get smoked or Molotov out after you get the shot here, but still, it's a bit of a start. Nicely done. Techno gotten rid of. Nekkis able to find him. And there come the grenades, making life very, very difficult for 9-10. He's already being pushed a little bit further back. You can see he doesn't want to step on into it. Blitz. Nice little snipe away as he does get Barton, and he's ready for more. A headshot. Dumao is going to be dropped next before the bomb is even down. It's advantage for the Mongols. Messino gets the kill, taking down Neckers. He's not done yet. 3 versus 2, and no bomb plant.
MongolZ, they exchange blows. Both AWPs connect, Anders. No frag found, though. No bomb planted yet. 55 seconds remaining, 3 versus 2. Mongols, bear in mind, on map point here, this is the best opportunity they've got. The money is broken. They lose this round, I would say it likely goes to overtime here.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. I love this move from Blitz, though. Actually, he's making sure they can't escape. He's not sure if they're going to try and walk away from the bomb site. But either way, now he's closing the gap. It's really a delicate maneuver here. If he's too quick, they're going to check it, and he's going to die, and it'll be all for nothing. And too late, it's going to be an issue. You can see Lado's just waiting, but Blitz, he cruises into it. Messino gets the kill on coldzera. And that's the map done. Mongols take it away on Ancient, defeating Legacy on the opening map.
What a map it was, Anders. It really sets the tone for this best of 3. It was their map pick. Legacy suddenly showed up, and they showed character and determination for the skill of Mzinho especially. My God, clutch after clutch. So many aggressive rounds, so many back and forths, but a really entertaining way to kick things off here. It will be Legacy that are left licking their wounds, but still a very entertaining first map, and really shows us what's in store to come.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I agree, Henry. Very entertaining. You and Anders making that one entertaining as well. Lots to talk about. Great way to start today. So, guys, Mongols advantage. I'm just going straight to Blair. I mean, why not, right?
I think it's fair.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, not a shadow of a doubt on that map, I'll tell you. Jokes aside, what a time for Messino to come alive. What was that from him? Like, I want to remind everyone what happened in Katowice in the play-in when they didn't make it through to the next stage. Some very close games. They lost a spirit. Some pretty strong teams overall. And he had, like, I think a 0.74 rating or something. It was the lowest rated player in the team. There were a lot of questions, a lot of criticism about him not really belonging to the team, where there's such a deep pool of talent in that country, you can just pick someone up. And what a turnaround he's had. Not just here, by the way. This is not just like a fluke map. This is a logical following to what we've seen from the RMR, from the events post-Katowice. He really seems to have come into his own, and what a time to come alive. Incredible impact.
Oh, definitely. What a hero map from Messino. The round number 7, 4 kill. We're obviously going to talk about it, but I think that's really unlocked the entire situation.
Yep.
You have to realize, as a young player, what better way to kick off this ever so important match by having this 4K where you've basically changed the course of the game. You've completely reset your opponent. You've turned around the 2v4, and they've absolutely styled on them. I also think that little bit of a Deagle welcome to Asian Counter-Strike round was very important for them to have the pressure lift off just a little bit. And then let's just address the elephant in the room. Mongols played the clutch way better than Legacy.
Yes.
I was here raving about experience and how, the guys from Brazil, they've been here more. In fact, on Ancient, I would argue Mongols looked like they knew what they were supposed to do in the late round. Wasn't the case for Legacy.
And there we go. Like, we had our questions, and rightfully so. Picking Ancient, which is a map that Legacy are very comfortable on. Why do you go for that punish pick? We can clearly see why here. And let's be real, there were some very lights-out performances coming out from Messino. From Blitz as well, second half. He was taking those fights, admit.
If you want to be real, we also have to say, I mean, there were a number of just coin flip rounds that the Mongols were able to triumph in, facing adversity. What I loved about watching Mongols play there on the CT side, they went out and they made plays, in particular this guy, sure, but it was a real team effort. There was some big clutches, high impact performance.
Well, however Mongols win or lose, they do it their own way. They're doing it by playing their own Counter-Strike. There is not a single doubt about it. And I think at that game, Legacy made a couple of mistakes in which they allowed Mongols to get down and dirty in the fight. And they allowed these mid-round skirmishes. They allowed a whole lot of individuals being found. I will also just put it bluntly. I think some mistakes were made from the Brazilians in these post-plant situations, where then you have the bravado for someone like Blitz crossing a smoke just on top of a flash, and then he gets a double kill. These are what you call exploiting mistakes, exploiting opportunities that were made, and then I have to praise Mongols for being able to do that.
And I'll tell you something, I go back to, I believe it was the second round, Mongols go for the force buy, right? They're waiting behind the doors, waiting patiently initially, trying to play correct Counter-Strike, textbook Counter-Strike. They got absolutely dumpstered by Legacy. And it's when it comes to these, you know, when Legacy trying to get the bomb down, you're not expecting MongolZ to attempt to disrupt the bomb plant. You're expecting MongolZ to come in for the retake. Instead, like, screw you, we're going to run in, we're going to be disruptive, we're going to make you uncomfortable because we have the better aim. Let's brawl. That's what they did.
Well, I also think they did their homework as well. I mean, there were a number of rounds where that really stood out, right?
Yeah, I want to highlight 3 quick rounds. Round number 3, the one you talked about, Maniac. This is welcome
fun.
Welcome to Asian Counter-Strike, baby. This is the shot you're going to be facing off against. They won this very, it's nothing crazy. They just hit their shot, insta one-shots. And let me tell you, when I play Face It Back Up, this is literally what I experienced in the Mongolian players. And that was a bit of a rude awakening for Legacy. And winning this round in this fashion, I feel for Mongols kind of were like, hey, we can actually go against it all. And then the next round I want to talk about immediately is it Mazinho 2v4 at the A bomb site.
Oh, yeah.
The second youngest player ever at the major, the youngest player here at this event. And he decides, this is where I'm going to get switched on. And from then on, he was just unstoppable. You can see the way this one plays out. It's a 2v4. It's unlosable for Legacy.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, whenever you have such a momentum shifting round, there's always a little bit of a mistake on one side and there's the exploit of it on the other. And here, Legacy feels like they had everything they absolutely needed. coldzera is going to get caught in limbo here in transition. He could have pulled back a lot more. He didn't. And then that pop flash, the peak from Mazinho is perfect. You see coldzera here trying to put his pants back on. He was a little bit in the corner in the bushes. And then he gets fine. Now, again, there's 2 sides of it. One side is rightfully celebrating Mazinho for what is an incredible performance, heroic here. But the other is, like, what the hell are you doing, Legacy? How the hell is this 4v2 being played? And I wish this was the only one. It was not. There were two different 4v2s in gun rounds, which are completely given away. This is absolutely fumbled on the side of the Brazilians. And then you have the skill from Mongols definitely ready to strike.
And if we have time, I just want to talk about one final round, the pistol round.
Oh, yeah. We knew it was going to be the Mongol show here.
Yeah, and the reason I want to talk about is this also goes to prep work.
Yeah,
look at what Legacy's doing here.
Yeah.
Look at what the homework being done here. Legacy, to go for that kind of currently meta mid-smoke pop through red. You know what Mongols do? They rotate everyone. 1 player from A, 2 players from B, and they have a setup towards mid ready. And the moment Legacy comes charging in, they get just met with a hail of bullets, silenced USPs in their faces. That is a perfect read for Mongols.
Oh no, the read is absolutely excellent, and it is also the signature of the Mongols. Like, they're one of the most mobile CT side you will ever find currently in the game. Sometimes it bites them in the ass. Not here though. They're always on the move.
Yep.
They have no problem shifting around in a 5v3 and a 4v2, and here that's a pretty good example. As soon as they realize, locate the B side is empty, hold on a minute, this massive train comes together towards that window position, and then lo and behold, you have Legacy trying to be here, getting absolutely wrecked.
Well, look, let's talk about Legacy just a little bit.
Yep.
I mean, you got to talk about them. They're in the game. Not that you would know it if you just listen to Blair, but
It's okay, it's okay. We'll drop it.
Let me have this one, Richard. It happens once in a lifetime.
No, you go nuts. But I mean, realistically, like you said, a lot of mistakes and kind of some nerve. I don't know if it was nervy, uncharacteristic.
I don't really think nerve is the right term, because I think some individual they stepped up and they were able to have the multi kills that usually can falter when you're stressed. A guy like Lado, for example, was pretty strong on the B side. coldzera had a couple of finishes and closing rounds. So these elements were put together, but I think the late rounds were mismanaged. Like, when you're 4 versus 2 and you're playing against Mongols and you know what your opponent is made of, don't split up. Don't try and take more map control alone. You know their DNA is to come to you and try to fight. Group up, turtle up, make sure that you play the number advantage. I think this was misplayed twice or thrice in gun rounds from Legacy, and this is where the map changes as far as I'm concerned. You have momentum then, you have money advantage for Mongols, and you run away with it. So misplayed from Legacy.
I agree, and it's sort of both the CT side and the T side. I love the fact you brought up Lato. He was a rock on the beat once towards Cave. It's in these scenarios when I feel like they weren't expecting Mongols in his 4v2s to be showing as much of chutzpah, or however you pronounce it, bravado. Chutzpah, there we go. Because Mongols realize what Mongols do is, when it's in a bit of an uncomfortable position, they're going to take the fight to you. And multiple times, Legacy
they do that all the time.
All the time, right? And Legacy, you should be ready for this. When you're going for a retake, don't be just ready with a smoke out or a nade out. Have your guns out. You're going to have Blitz running into the smoke. Mazinho just going for these fights. Techno just rampaging at you like a horseman from the steppes, right? So just be ready.
Well, look, we are going to go to break quickly, but just some words about Anubis. Do we feel now within the context of the bad
it is a surprise pick from Legacy. You've got to remember that.
Quickly, I think that Legacy have what's needed to go to map 3. I do think that they're going to be a bit more certain in late round situations, ready to punish the craziness coming out of Mongols, and I'm hoping for the Counter-Strike we get map number 3.
All right, okay, guys, great talking to you as always. We'll be back with the Mongols podcast a little bit later on, but when we come back from the break, it'll be straight into Henry G and Anders for the second map. Make sure you're there.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up. The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is Asone's commercial. But Asone spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to Asone.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
What is going on, everybody? It's time to guess the team by the emojis. And in the studio right now, we have Damao of Legacy. Great to see you, bro. How are you?
You too. Yeah, all good. All
good. All right, first team, we have a lantern.
A lantern? Yeah, lantern. A bear.
Yeah.
And glasses.
Yes, exactly. Your glasses help you with what? Your eyesight?
Yeah.
How you can see? And there's like another word that's kind of around there.
Let's try him.
The bear is to do with a different type of bear, not a panda. East Asia, China.
Vision.
Way!
Nice.
All right,
nice.
yeah, exactly.
Person.
My glasses help me with my vision, is what I was trying to get out
of.
Yeah. All right, next team. These are two strong references to the culture and country that this organization and team are from.
I don't know, say circle? I don't know what to say.
So in English we say like a tent. Nothing comes to mind.
No. I will jump this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one is the MongolZ. Damao, which team is this?
A B? This is a B?
Yes. Your crew are laughing.
This yeah.
And a baguette? Bro, if you don't get this one, there's no hope.
Yeah.
There's none.
This one.
Yo. What does that thing in the middle look like?
Like Paris?
So we're talking France at this major. Which team is closest to that country?
Vitality.
Let's find out.
This comes to my mind. Yeah.
Damao.
But why B? B is the like their
it's
mascot?
meant to be a B, their logo. Next team. This is a cool one, but it's going to be tough for you to get it because so far you've been struggling a bit. But yeah, this would be very cool if you did get it, or if any of your team got it. We've got a mask. again, a mask of sorts, but a different type of mask. And in the middle, we have a, let's call that a historical text.
Okay.
And then we've got a DNA helix. Or twisting shapes. It's like twisting shapes. Masks like that, yeah? That specific.
Yeah.
Where have you seen those before? That type of costume?
In parties, but
Yeah. And so, any specific parties, like, or celebrations?
no, I
You
don't
definitely
know.
have, trust me. Where have you seen them in Brazil?
Legacy.
Let's find out.
That's great. That's great.
My God.
Nice.
Yeah, it's meant to be like a mask from Brazilian Carnival, and then the historical text is meant to just represent like legacy. And I think the DNA helix is meant to be kind of like representing the logo a bit.
Yeah.
You got it. And the most important one, your own team. Demau, I know it was tough, but did you at least have some fun?
Yes.
Good.
Now I learned the logos at least.
Yeah.
That's good.
Look, mate, pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
And best of luck to you and the team here. It's a huge opportunity, and I hope it goes as well as it possibly can.
Yes, thank you.
Nice one, brother.
Final day of the opening stage, Anders. Have you enjoyed yourself so far?
This game was so much better than I was expecting. I'm actually blown away by what happened on Ancient. I was excited.
We have got the second map here between Legacy and MongolZ. The level of skill, the passion, the desire on the server right now, it's something that's just remarkable. I'm really enjoying that first map. That was Ancient, who went 13-9 in favor of MongolZ, who've been called the Brazilian Destroyers right now. They seem to just get through every South American team, no problem. But it's Anubis now. This is the pick of the Brazilians, Anders. A chance for them to bounce back. What do you reckon?
I hope they will. I really want to see the Madness continue here. Again, there's so much on the line, and the desk were a little bit flabbergasted by the fact that we even got to see Anubis. So let's find out what all the Madness is about. It'll be Legacy starting on the CT side, and already Lado is pushing out. He does get a bullet straight to the face, and he kind of, he reads the sign. He's like, they don't like me here. I'm going to walk away. But, 3 people down the river of death. Oh, no. They've been sent to the other side here. Messino and 9-10 left alive, and even Messino can't save this round.
Oh,
like
dear.
lemmings over the cliff, Henry. They just kept jumping down to get slaughtered.
Yeah, you'd have thought that someone would trade it out eventually, but no, it's 9-10 left in a horrible scenario, and it's Legacy with a very compelling start here on the CT side of Anubis. And bear in mind, it's considered the most T-sided map we have in the entire map pool. So that's a very welcomed addition to their CT defense here. No bomb planted as well, suggests we've got a 2-0 situation going forth. So the first player jumps down, the Julies are there as well, and straight into the blender, I'm afraid. Barton pretty much closing things out there. Dumau elevated above the jail, and will be finding a very, very convincing pistol. So, as mentioned, should be an eco here, just confirming that. Yeah, just a deagle or two purchased as they try and make things here expensive. But bear in mind, MongolZ did manage to win with just deagles, no armor, in round number 3 of Ancient. So
that cannot be happening again. That shouldn't ever be allowed.
Peak at your peril.
Yeah.
Against MongolZ with the deagles.
It's so ridiculous. Sensu. You actually see that Legacy are set up in positions that are not immediately discoverable. A little bit further back, you have to kind of commit to take a fight here against them. Looks like they kind of want to give up on that B-bomb side, leaning towards A instead. Just a single player in Dumau. This is interesting. In theory, if Dumau dies to a straight headshot here, there is a bomb plant to follow. He's the only one here. We'll see them early on, but yeah, a bit risky. He's going to end up going down. Traded away. Neck is showing up, but they can actually get the bomb plant, whether they know it or not. Oh, Sansu's walked up behind. No way. No, it's not.
He's got another one. Bruin Anders. He's got them controlled in towards middle as well. Fortunately goes down. Should still be fine here for Legacy, but I'm saying that with the most bated breath of all time. Blitz waits in the smoke here. 2 CTs on the other side. They still have a huge advantage here, but there is an M4 and an MP9 available now.
Blitz is hiding inside of the smoke while they're bouncing into him. Barton goes down. They don't have a kit picked up either. It's a disaster. Just cold Zero left.
No kit.
No, he has to try and find this 10-second defuse. Gonna get the good headshot on Techno. He's got no idea where 910 is. He's dancing around the cake on the other side. And MongolZ have done it one more time.
How do they keep stealing these ridiculous rounds away? The Desert Eagle, no armor, no utility setup. Legacy have absolutely fumbled the round here. These are not the ones we talk about that slip away. And now it's happening back-to-back maps where tournament life is on the line. 1-1. And you've got bottom of the barrel loss bonus now. You get $1,400 for your troubles after losing in that fashion. So you're 5-7s, you're Kevlar, and you're on the CT side of Anubis. This is about as rough as it gets. You've offered up rifles and a direct injection of cash as well to the Mongols. They are right back on top as round number 3 is underway. They've even got an AWP, Anders.
Why not?
How is that a thing?
They're so rich. I think they got a couple of kills with the MP9 even, so they're making so much money behind that round. Third one is coming up here.
Unreal. I was kind of like, I just wanted to preface it. I was like, wow, remember they did win that round of Deagles before. There's always a chance. I always just say that kind of stuff. It's just something to say, you know. I don't think it was actually going to happen. But there it is.
Especially on that fashion. But
like on Anubis as well.
You could almost see how it was going to happen before it even did, with Dumao being that isolated. But then obviously the Sensu sneaking into the middle, that was hard to read. Nobody from Legacy saw it coming either. And they're paying the price right here.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got the right idea. Do it again one more time. Right in the smoke. Oh, a little bit scary reloading, but he's going to get the rifle back just in time.
Yeah, didn't pull out the pistol, didn't panic. Gets that reload in, takes him down, didn't feel any immediate threat. That's one from the pillar, though. That's going to be Lasso. I think Zeno, but 4 versus 2, this 4 spy. It's all gone wrong, Anders. Oh, okay, well, lovely shot there. The Desert Eagle, not all is lost, but the bomb should be planted momentarily. Courtesy of 910. It's open plan as well for main. They've got smokes and flashes. I don't think this round goes any further. Would love to be proven wrong, though. We're all here for the drama.
I think Legacy are dreaming of winning a round like this one.
Yeah.
Just to...
with the bomb down now, unfortunately, even though they got all the kills, the amount of time it's going to take, they wouldn't even have time to defuse. So just trying to keep it expensive. That's not bad. Like I said, like now you've got to try and get closer and closer and still find another kill. And then the third. Not going to happen. So trying to recover the AWP if possible. I can confirm that he did. He's got up. And 2-1, but that was the 4 spy. It's going to be 3-1. Certainly, you can't really justify any sort of investment here. Even a P250 might be a step too far. Need every dollar you can get.
So, some really great shots from Barton in that round. We've got to give him credit for that.
Definitely. Can he justify a deagle for himself to reward him? Good
One
shift.
Smoke instead.
A smoke, and I guess you can maybe smoke towards the back of the T steps here outside B and just hope for the best, but...
Pushing forward, bit of a failed grenade. Okay.
It's going to get a bit crazy here, and it's the way we like it. Spray down for Techno. Gets himself a quad kill. Blitz will deny the ace. Quick round's a good round, though. Get out of the way.
Yeah, they really blazed through that one.
Thing is, though, like the money's still like battered and bruised. Your loss bonus is getting there, though, but you don't have the AWP at all. Not that it's a requirement, like we said, ColdZera is the opener of this team. He's like the hybrid sort of sniper. But they've got M4s across the board. They have got a distinct lack of utility on 2 players. 3 without incendiaries. In terms of kits, I don't think we have one in play. So it's going to be another rough round for Legacy here. As you can see, Sensu bring out the MAC-10. They've actually read this very well. 4 players without helmets, Anders. So they're just playing with it. They've got more than enough money for rifles here. They know times are tight. Times of austerity for Legacy here. So the MAC-10 is the perfect weapon for the job. The AWP might be more suitable for that sort of range, though, as they're going to crack things open towards B, help themselves towards A main. Dumao will find that kill. Sensu, though, in a very interesting position, and they're getting pulled apart across the map. Nekis, though, with the backstab, presumably gets one here, but no, 910 ready for it. Doesn't hit the shot, but gets the intel.
Yeah, he knows. Dumao quite far away. ColdZera walking through CT spawn at the moment. If they get rid of Nekis, I think it's all done. I think Nekkis goes a little bit too quick then. He probably needed one of his teammates to also make a bit of noise.
The way Blitz just min-max this round is like knowing that their money's tight. We can just do a really annoying little fast-paced strat, push the smokes to the Mac 10, start pulling them apart.
Yeah.
It's really quite beautiful the way he's reading the economy. Like, what a nightmare for Legacy. You win the pistol, like, a crazy way to win it as well. It's like everyone's celebrating, adrenaline's pumping, the cheers are out, and then everything just goes wrong to a full eco loss against 3 Eagles.
Got to say, for context as well, they're winning the pistol on one of the hardest maps to play on the CT side, right? And then you don't even capitalize on it. You can't do anything behind it.
It's like even if they just get the pistol and convert the 3 rounds after it, it's a half. Did everyone go down?
Every single one.
Oh, goodness gracious me. Well, this one might be a bit rough now, ladies and gents. I know it's early days, but the T side is very powerful on Anubis, and with this sort of flying start, demoralizing second round for Legacy as well. I'm not sure they recover this one. Look at the money again, Anders. I know I talk about the cash a lot in Counter-Strike, but
we have to.
It's really quite an important factor. And once more, they are looking to scrape the barrel. A partial buy, if you even want to call it that. Maybe knocking on the door of an eco. Zinio opens things up. Nice opening frag. MongolZ, same story. Lovely Desert Eagle headshot takes down Senzu. Levels the playing field down to a 4-on-4.
Nekkis actually playing on top of the... Oh, that's insane. He actually gets the shot as well. He will get found. I don't know if 9-10 could see him. It was just shot through the smoke, but either way, they don't let him escape. That's something. Again, Legacy probably feel like they deserve a round like this one. They deserve to win a round finally. That's as ridiculous as some of the ones that Mongols have been able to find throughout the first couple of maps here. Martin in a nice position, but it's very hard to know when you're in this if you should keep pushing or not. I don't really blame him for being slow with it. But we can tell on the minimap, if you're too slow, it's not going to work. Oh my god, Dumao.
Here we go.
Nice shot, takes down Techno Blitz now. Can he open it up? He's stomping on this bomb site. They know that he's coming. Going to be trying to double peek him. If he dies, it might be the round over and done with. 9-10 started to get their Molotov on top, and it forces out Jumaya. It's very well played. ColdZera. It's going to be the Tech 9. 9-10 trying to see if he can solve the round right here and now, but he's going to get sideswiped. Nice round from Legacy.
Needed that. Things were starting to spiral. Things were looking very uncomfortable out there. The partial buy, finally getting them a bit of success. The first round they've posted since the pistol. Bit of a fumble there from the likes of Mongols. Managing getting to lovely shot from ColdZera. That was from Dark, actually. And then this nice little boost from Nekkis. ColdZera, twinkle toes there around the bricks. Managing to deny the plant. Make things very uncomfortable indeed. So we've got the AWP for ColdZera now. As we get into round number 7, ladies and gents. This one's starting to heat up now. Legacy arrive with a nice partial buy victory. Senzu, not wasting any time, closes the gap down towards Dark. We are going to see a mid-take being presented as well. Nekkis will drop the incendiary, just try and buy him some bit of time and space here. Got a peek off it, the looks of things. Needs to be careful. Orb's waiting for him.
Yeah, Senzu catching Barton in the shins a little bit, but it's not completely dead yet. This mid-fight's going to get really interesting. A boost coming over now from the T side. Mongols hoping to see something here. Nekkis takes a guess, but comes up short and gets hunted down. Nicely done again. Techno never stops the aggression. Even now, they have such a lead in this round, but he just wants to keep going, and he's almost taken down Dumao.
Yeah, with a straight-up pre-fire as well, and 9-10 will convert it. 5 versus 2 now. Techno's had enough, looking to reset the economy once again. There's the 4th kill. Just ColdZera cowering in the back of the bomb site. Desert Eagle brought out. Not going to be enough as Mongols return to winning form, 5-2, and the money is absolutely shattered once again for Legacy. This is tactical timeout territory. You could buy into this one. You got 3 players around $4,000, but it's Nekkis and Lato at $2,000. I think you have to take a timeout just to decide how you're juggling the funds. They're going to go for the eco. The Zeus has been purchased. They're just taking a straight-up eco.
They didn't just lose that round. It got slapped out of their hands. They just couldn't hold on to it.
This is weird. Like, they're kind of partially buying on some players. Like Dumao, just like as he was leaving Spawn, went for an MP9 Kevlar. I guess he had more money than the others, but he's got... They bought a kit as well, but they sold it. So yeah, they definitely should have taken the timeout there, is my point. They were still buying bits and pieces towards the end. And now it's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out with some of these players.
He got Molotov forward into an AWP that was just holding it. 9-10.
9-10's everywhere.
He's doing all the work right now. This is sickening. Oh, Blitz with a headshot there. They know that Legacy want to keep taking these risks because they don't have anything else to do right now. They don't have anything else to work with. They have to try and press a little bit forward. It's another flawless round here. The Mongols, oh yes. Get it in there. They know what's on the line. They know how much this matters. Another slot for Asian Counter-Strike. How crazy would that be if Mongols managed to secure this in this map?
So far, so good. Only lost a pistol so far. The pistol round itself, and then the 5-7s after that. 6-2. Running out of rounds here, Legacy. If you're going to make a dent here on your own map pick, it has to be now. It's a difficult state of affairs on the CT side of Anubis. There's no denying that, but after winning the pistol and winning a partial buy as well, you'd expect them to have more than 2. Let's see if they can convert this very, very important gun round here as we get to the closing stages of this first half. Full B execution, Anders, in we go.
Yeah, Techno up first, but flashes are coming out. The counter flashes are very hard to deal with right now. Barton doing excellent work at the back of the line. Masino's managed to sneak his way through, but how much can he get done here? No one's checking him. They don't even know, but he wants the multi-kill. Lato, he's just waiting for it. This is the 500 IQ play that you need to get back into a round like this one. He has to pull the trigger. He tries to double it up, but yeah, he maximized that as much as he possibly could. A 2 versus 3 now. If the Messino gets the first one, Senzu sneaks in. That's an ugly spray. You don't want to see that. He misses the chance. Tries to claim it back, but it might be too late.
Might be. coldzera presumably hits the shot. Price is averted there. There was a few opportunities that could have slipped away from them, but they convert a very important gun round there. Wasn't pretty. From a few different instances in that round. Senzu, if he gets that clean kill towards Temple,
that might work.
They might be able to win the round, but there we have it. Uncomfortable round win. Nekis and coldzera closing things out. See, it's a stressful series for them. Round number 10, money still absolutely fine on the Mongol side. So they'll be trying their luck. Maybe towards the A side this time. Back in towards that darkroom position, however. Senzu wastes no time closing the gap.
Legacy need to really build the money. There's not that much left to be played here. Oh, inside of the fire and flames. 9-10 to go down. It was too hot to handle. And Senzu here in a forward position, but they have an idea, and they definitely know now. Lado with a little bit of a cheeky jump over to just to spot what's happening on the other side there. Can Mongols secure this round now that they've lost a player early on?
Yeah, 5-on-4. Ambitious push through the flames there for 9-10. He finds the kill. Would have been the hero, but
I think if Legacy win this round, this map is back on again.
Yeah, sure.
It's open right up.
Got to convert this one though. Senzu. Oh, another misplaced spray. Doesn't work out for him. That should be the round. Blitz will recover the AWP. And at this point, just go for what you can. See if anyone can find a neutralizing frag. AWP to swing through. And I feel like even if he gets one, they should be able to trade him out. And it's going to be a lovely round here from Legacy. Very clean.
Barton, I think, has been the one that's been saving them all throughout this one. He's 12-7, but he's locking down that B-bomb site so hard at the moment. It's a triple kill for him in this one. He's been doing amazing work. Lado, who was lights out on Ancient, has been a little bit more quiet at the start of this one. That's a problem. But I gotta say, 4 rounds here. We're getting into a territory now where, in spite of some upsetting losses for Legacy, they're still in this game.
Oh, absolutely. As you mentioned, that's a very important round in the grand scheme of things here. I believe there's one more buy, but it won't be a very compelling one for Mongols here. There's going to be a mixture of AK-47s, Galils, and a MAC-10. Suggests there'll be something very quick. A pocket strat, if you will. Something you're calling out of spawn. You're not going to be running a default here and trying to get map control towards dark. You're going to be fully executing in towards either A or B or going for a mid-split. And we'll see what they've got in mind.
Sometimes when you've got like really high skill players like Messino, sometimes you'll send them to the A-bomb site just to take the challenge towards the plateau. You see sometimes Bit when he's playing the map, you'll see him just sort of out there swinging for fights. It'd be cool to see the Mongols try to see if they can negotiate one of those fights towards the A-bomb side early in a round, because they've been very heavy on B and on middle. Haven't really seen too many fights try to break out over on that side. Techno straight locked down. coldzera with the kill, and he's going to keep it going. Pulls out the USP just to stop them even coming through. It's an absolute lockdown here. 5-6 Legacy. Keeping the dream alive.
Yeah, so that was the aforementioned pocket strat. Didn't really work out for them. 4 players in towards B main with a very basic execution. coldzera, though, mowing them down. AWP didn't really miss a beat here at all. Got the USP out as well to take down Zinio. And clean hold. They've got themselves 5 rounds on the CT side. That's actually a pretty decent result. I dare say they should be able to tie things up as well. Mongols have no cash for round number 12 here. What was looking like an amazing half for them is starting to slip by the wayside. So Galil's, Deagles, Tech-9s, it's quite ugly out there right now, actually. coldzera will reposition towards middle, looking for the boost. I don't think they'll bother doing that without the firepower.
Oh, are they going to triple nade the middle? Double nade? All right. It's the double, but it's a little bit too late. Oh, Nekis caught with a grenade, jumping for information. coldzera, you got to be really careful if you die here. There's only 1 player on the bomb side, but he's not going to die. He's an absolute rock, spinning it around. He just missed the shot, and it's Macedo back with another headshot. This time on the Galil, taking down coldzera, leaving Barton alone. In a 1 versus 3. The Mongols with scraps coming into this round, but they find a way to break through anyway. They finally take down coldzera, and a grenade on top of Barton. It's not going to make it any easier for him either. Sneaking onto the site now, but they're all trained right at him. They know that he's coming. Placino steps up, and it's a shot from Senzu to get 7 rounds from Mongols in the first half.
What a way to close out the half, Anders. Another really entertaining half of Counter-Strike in general. It was a high-flying, high-adrenaline affair, and we are going to see a 7-5 scoreline for Mongols. They steal one away. Disappointing finish, I suppose. coldzera, especially some lovely AWP shots here towards the end. Overwhelmed by the Tech-9s and the Galils towards the end, but Mzinho, again, just another beautiful sequence there from the fountain position. Finds the double kill, opens up the H side, and I will say, though, Legacy, posting 5 rounds on the CT side, that is nothing to be sneezed at.
No.
That is more than enough to take us to a 3rd map. It's going to be Inferno. Don't see much of that these days. That was a little bit questionable from Nekis to go down like that, like he's caught with a nade out.
Yeah, that was rough.
But still, as mentioned, 5 rounds will do. Considering after they lost that 2nd round to another eco situation. We'll have a look at the buy for Legacy, what they got up their sleeve. 1 smoke, a flash. PT50 in the mix as well. That's in the hands of Lato. And, well, coldzera has been taken out of the equation very early on. Now, Blitz isn't happy with that lead. He still wants to keep fighting here. Needs to be very careful. I think he goes down now. Maybe Elstead is welcome. And indeed, Barton will punish him. Dink receives Mzinho as well. Pretty much nullifies his round. What was that, miss smoke? Or I guess it's fine. It works.
Probably works anyway. 2 people here. This is not going to be easy at all. Messino, he's very, very low already, and he's going to go down straight away. 9-10. Probably needed a double kill to make this round viable for them. Techno and Senzu, can they steal the round back somehow?
I don't think so.
A little bit of a swing, and he actually goes down. That might have been a bit of a mistake. The bomb is only just planted. They're hunting down Techno. Dumao, you have to get this. Oh, it's a huge failure. Now Barton on his own, locked in, sandwiched onto the cake inside of the A-bomb site. And he just wants to live, but they're hunting him down. They're everywhere. Senzu takes him down, and the Mongols, they reclaim the round.
It's one of the ugliest rounds you're going to see. From a Legacy point of view, Dumao is going to be kicking himself, Anders.
Yes.
It was fine to push him down there. Like, you got him reloading, you've got him low HP, you just had to hit a few shots. But if they end up losing this map and crashing out of the major, it might be because of that round. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Like I said, like, this is the moment here.
Yes.
How does he not just give in? The fight just pull back. You've given it up at that stage. And it's going to be a ridiculous pistol victory for the Mongols. On the CT side here, but the bomb did get planted. Not all hope is lost yet. They've got the Galils.
That's true.
The Tech-9's out. Bit of utility. They arguably have the advantage in this sort of round. For sure, you've got the firepower on the CT side. You've opted for M4s pretty much across the board. But look at this, Anders. No grenades, really. A few smokes. So they can find a few important frags and some positional control. It's going to be the B split. I think they might have a fighting chance here.
They definitely do. Couple of good shots there. Rifle showing. Senzu, he misses the shot again. We've seen a couple of slip-ups from him. A lot of damage on the Neckers and Barton, but they do have the man advantage, and they're going to get the bomb planted right away. Messino at 9-10, look at him. He's just running right in, jumping around the corner. He gets that kill, and Dumao out. He's going to be going down. 9-10 to claim it. MongolZ, a swift retake coming into it. They're up to 9. They can almost smell it now.
They absolutely can. There was a moment there. Legacy looked like they had enough to work with. After losing the first 2 kills, they trade them back, but it took too much damage en route. The bomb's planted, though. It came down to 2 versus 1. You might be tempted to bring the same buy out once again, do the Galils.
Yeah.
You have the same sort of purchase. I think you might have to.
What a hard choice to have to make at this stage in the tournament. With absolutely everything on the line.
So you'll take the timeout, and it does beg the question. You can do the same thing again, but it does mean that MongolZ have also got stronger in the process. They've now saved 2 weapons. They'll have potentially an AWP going forward. So do you want to be fighting for your tournament life with Galils and Kevlar? Time will tell. To the double timeout again. Oh, we can see. Oh, they're going for it, Anders. Okay.
Yeah.
Galils, AK-47s. Like this is pretty much decides their fate.
It does. What a hard...
This decides the fate of their major. Will they be making it out at the opening stage of the tournament? It's in round number 15 here for Legacy, if you ask me.
It really feels that way. What a hard choice to make. Barton's been playing so well. Colsira's up there. He's got 13 kills as well. It's not on them right now.
They're going for a full A attack. 5 players here. It's one of those pocket strats I mentioned before.
And they're going up against Messino.
Okay.
I mean, is that going to be a mistake?
He's the only player there, though. Perfectly placed incendiary.
Oh, Dumao's just pushing forward. This could be sick, actually. They've got a grenade down on top of him. He might be dead already here. They're pushing everywhere around him. He's inside of the smoke. They're looking for him, and they will find him. Barton, once again, the rock of this team on Anubis. And they're going to win the round here. 3 versus 5. They should not be going for this MongolZ.
All right. The Major's still alive, Anders. Nice execution. 1 player. What a player it was. Mzinho at the back of the bomb site. Completely overwhelmed by the utility. MongolZ at his feet for a good 3-4 seconds before he could extinguish. The flashbangs, very potent indeed. No backup. Was able to make their way over, and they get 2 huge kills. And it's better for the MongolZ to hold on to their weapons in hand right now, especially the AWP, because their money's hardly in a good position right now either. So that's going to be 5 players surviving for Legacy as well. That's a huge round then to pick out. The tactical timeout was certainly worth it. No one goes down with a blast, and Legacy will pull one back. We go 9-6 here in the second map.
It was a critical victory. The Molotov that Messino throws, it's just deep enough that lands on top of one of the players, and he just keeps pushing forward. And that in that moment is absolutely the right move. It's a really, really good decision to make. You have, a tenth of a second to make up your mind there. And then the deep grenade on top of the only player in the A-bomb site. That's rough. 9-6. See if they can win another fight out here. Dumao, very aggressive, and he's not going to be able to win this fight. Flash around the corner.
I was going to say, that's an ambitious maneuver on 10 HP. But Senzu, he's got ambitions of his own. Continues to push towards the canals. Oh no! Blitz through the smoke. Takes Neckers down to 4 HP. Barton will be dropped in the process. We've got a 4-on-2 now. MongolZ gunning for double digits with an aggressive maneuver.
They're pushing everywhere.
Yeah, I thought that's a time to pull back. You got the opening frag. We're done here, boys. Get the hell out. Pull the cord. But no, they keep forcing the issue and continue to do so. 9-10 finds a penultimate kill. As Lato left looking at 6s and 7s now. Nothing to do. Bomb down in no man's land. Minute to work with, but what an absolutely fantastic maneuver from the MongolZ.
They pushed double A, 1 in middle, 1 through dark into the river. There's too much. I don't think Legacy can even call that round reasonably. They have no idea what's going on.
People say you can't be aggressive on Anubis. Well, I think the MongolZ would like to have a word with you, my friends. Hold on. Lasso, a chance to cause a bit of damage there. Only good for 1. Crazy round there. Really enjoyable once again. This series has had it all. It's going to be the second timeout used by Legacy. They are thrust into another difficult scenario. They do have enough money to buy, bear in mind, averaging, I would say, $4,500.
I mean, the truth is, the Major is slipping out of their hands right now, round for round. They cannot hold on.
And you've got the weight of a region on your shoulders as well. Whoever wins this game enables them another slot for either the Americas or for Asia. That's kind of a crazy sort of scenario for
so
one
wild.
best of 3.
Yeah. Remember that fateful buy-up they had to do a round ago? I mean, they got into the A bomb side, it worked, but again, their money is really questionable on that T side.
Right,
Galil in play. See what MongolZ can bring into the round. Is it just going to be the Deagle?
MongolZ Deagle.
Okay. Well, if anyone could.
Yeah.
I'm not going to doubt
Smokes
with this one.
being delivered. One towards the B main, one at A main. Denying CT vision here. Trying to apply pressure, bait out some utility, or some rotations. Bombs outside the B side for now.
Much more passive scenario here for the Mongols. They were very aggressive in the previous round. Obviously, this time deciding to go a little bit more relaxed. Huge defense at the B bomb site. Middle is obviously the weak point, but there's no way for Legacy to know that at the moment. They don't have anyone even near that area to investigate, so if they end up going for the B bomb site, it looks like they will, they could run into a pretty big stack. Good counter grenade coming out. Oh, they're running into the flames. What is going on here? Might have been a big mistake. Sensu with the double and Techno on the other side. He takes down MongolZ.
The thing is, once your teammate's committed like that, you kind of have to follow him into the fray, right? And he knew it was a bad decision. He knew he wasn't going to get the kill, but he couldn't just bait his teammate and fall back. And now we're left in a 5 versus 2. Lato, Dumao. I think they know which way this one's going. In terms of loss bonus, Anders, they're going to get themselves, I think, $2,400 in the next round. So they desperately need a plant here. Dumao gets them one step closer with a double kill in towards the temple side. It might be enough here. It's actually a winnable clutch now. He can win this.
It's a rough map that he's had so far. He's
10
got
seconds,
6 kills. Yeah, 10 seconds. That might be the really big issue. He's trying to plant the bomb, but they're right on top of him. They take their time even. They don't even need to rush it.
Like, their money was absolutely wrecked. They've got another buy at the very least, that plan.
Yeah. And from a 2-on-5, I mean, fair enough.
Absolutely. You're going to buy again. Like, that's a bit of a hollow victory for MongolZ there. That you had that massive advantage. You lose a double kill towards a temple. That's kind of significant, if you ask me.
What did Blair say? Was it 2018 was the last time we had an Asian team in the
face
playoffs?
a major. Yep, in the top 16.
Some good bit of info.
They're in touching distance now, but they've made it more complicated for themselves. Allowing that bomb to go down enables at least a half buy.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They are holding on to whatever they can get right now on the Legacy side. 2 more rounds for Mongols.
Need a miracle, though. The Brazilians will be operating with Tech 9s and a scout. You don't see.
Easily call it a historic victory for Mongols if they take this one down. In terms of what it means for the region, in terms of what it means for Asian Counter-Strike, there's no question about that.
And they're an inexperienced team as well, right? They've got the youngest team here. They've got 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, average age of 19 in the squad.
Yeah. Continuously developing Mongolian talent, and some are coming up with sick players left and right. I don't know how it's done. Sensu, what a time for him to come alive. He's missed a couple of sprays, but double kills, back-to-back rounds, leaving it at a 5-on-3.
Super clean with it as well. They're always very calm in those sort of chaotic situations where multiple players are facing you. They make sure they make it as efficient as possible, but we'll see if we can get a third.
Probably not necessary to play that game.
Where's the fun in that? Let's keep peeking. Keep going.
Thinking about the gravity of this game. Oh, man.
An entire continent watching.
Yeah, saying, please stop fighting. Please just don't do it. Like 5-on-3, hold on to the bomb sites. Nice shot from 9-10. Nekus destroyed. It's Messino. He does go down right away, but it's not going to make any difference whatsoever here. A scout on the other side to try and hold on to it. It's 12 rounds for Mongols. They've almost done it. One more step. And they qualify for the next stage. They secure another spot for the Asian region. And they send Legacy packing.
One more would do it. Doesn't look good, but they did take the half buy there, meaning they do have something to work with here. AK-47s across the board, 6 rounds in a row required. If ever there was a map this was possible, it would be Anubis. What have they got in store for us here? Can they start their long journey to glory right here, right now? Bear in mind, they still have to play out another map as well.
Yeah.
So many variables working against them at this stage, but the chips are down. They need to deliver.
Six rounds in a row with absolutely not a single mistake being made. You're right. That is what is on the menu. Default start here for Legacy. They watch the B bomb site for any aggressive pushes as they try and get a little bit of mid control and try and push towards that forward position outside of the A bomb site.
Lato waiting for these B pushes, and he spots a couple, were flashed off the angle. CT's now in control of B main.
He might actually know this through heal there, because somebody threw the flash and 2 people peek. Might be able to have a bit of a sense of it. Look at how deep they are in the middle as well. This could be huge, but Messino's getting a kill on the other side. Flashed in for it. They nearly lined up for it. That could have been a sick double spray down. Blitz now feels very lonesome back here. The first one is easy. The next one he has to work for. Swings to the third, and he nearly got Neckers as well. Sensu, a bullet here will do it. You might be at the next level. You might secure that spot. You might do it for Asia here. It's just Leto left. 1 versus 3 to hold on to everything. Brazil, they can't make it happen. Trampled by the Mongolian hordes instead.
What a performance. The favorites close out Anubis 2-0. They're going to the elimination stage, Anders. They've done it for the first time since 2018. An Asian team have made it to the top 16 of the tournament. A great series. And although the scoreline doesn't do it justice, I really feel like Legacy made a name for themselves here at this major. The fact they even got to this point was impressive. Second map, sure, a little bit of a letdown for them, but still a very exciting game of Counter-Strike. And it's the Mongolians making their way forward for the first time in a while.
Yeah, it certainly is. The youngest team at the major. I mean, there's so much to really talk about in terms of what it means from a history standpoint and also a global game standpoint. Blair, again, I'll just hand it over to you. I'm sure you'll put it succinctly and perfectly.
I don't know about being perfectly or succinct, but
you certainly weren't in the green room. Buddy.
Absolutely not. I was losing my shit. I'll be real about this, but they actually get it done, and you got to like contextualize how they came to this tournament. A lot of people were like, they're definitely favorites to definitely make it through to the next stage, and they floundered. And they failed at the beginning. They're 0-2, and they run it back. 3 best threes back to back to back. Were they against some of the best teams out there? Not necessarily, but they get the job done, and they finally replicate what Tyloo did 6 years ago. You know, making it to the top 16. They've gotten 3 spots for Asian CS altogether. The first time, by the way. It's always been only 2 spots to get an extra opportunity. And considering it's going to be the Shanghai Major coming up next, I think it's very, very fitting. And also, shout out to Mara, the coach of the Mongols, who was the coach behind Machine Gun and Zilkenberg back in 2016 when they took down Chad's Vox Seminar Renegades. I think it was Vox at that time. Yes, and they qualified for the very first major where we had the Asian minor system, and it does it again in CS2.
Yeah, man. Are you impressed? I mean, young players really stepping up to the plate. I know, look, it was Anubis. We'll talk about how that was a Hail Mary. The quality wasn't necessarily amazing. I'm sure you're going to get into that. But, I mean, ultimately, we wondered about the character and the inner strength and the resilience of young players. And they did it in the end. They powered through.
If anything, I'm impressed that this play style from MongolZ worked in this context, on Game 5, with everything is on the line, playing this heads-up Counter-Strike, super skirmish, duel-oriented, crossing smokes again. We'll have plenty of examples to talk about. So this is where I think respect has to be given. You played the game that you know and love. You played the way you want to play it, and you didn't buckle, you didn't stress out, and for that they have my respect.
They did it their way.
Right, well, we're going to be talking to Techno from MongolZ right now.
Richard, thank you. Techno and MongolZ, congratulations. You are top 16 at the major and you progress to the elimination stage. Techno, how does that sound? How does that feel?
I'm feeling very good now. Yeah, I'm so happy. I'm proud of my team. Yeah.
Did you expect to take Legacy out 2-0? It was quite a comfortable best of 3 for you and the MongolZ.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
All right, looking ahead, you're going to the next stage. You knocked out Lin Vision. You are the last representation of Asian Counter-Strike. here at the Major. How important is it for you to fly the flag and to keep performing well?
It's honor to be fighting for Asia, of course. It's the next slot for the Asia, as I said before. Yeah.
Techno, congratulations. Let's keep it short and sweet. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the Counter-Strike fans at home, the Asian fans and the Mongolian fans as well? Feel free to speak English or Mongolian, whatever you'd like.
I will do both.
Yeah, please do, please do.
Whoever's supporting us and just keep still support and cheer for us. And we will fight for Asia again. And that энэ хүртэл дэмжижсэн бас хүмүүстэй энэ хүртэл нэ. Йоо, дэмжижсэн бүх хүмүүстэй баярлалаа. Тэгээд бид нар ингээд ер нь анх удаа ингээд дараагийн Legend Stage одоо хуучнараа Legend Stage руу шалгарч байна. Тэгээд бид нар чадах хүнээ ингээд улам илүү цаашаа явахыг бодноо. Биднийг өргөж дэмжээрэй. Баярлалаа.
Techno, Mongols, congratulations, you're through to the elimination stage. Richard and the desk, back to you guys.
I like that. I think that's actually a chat interview, right? Like you just man a few words, you know, secondary language.
He doesn't even look happy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, yeah, I mean, it's really good to see because he's kind of like, the gravity, I think, of the situation is obviously going through your mind as well. Like, I mean, there you are. You're in the final 16. Awesome. And they definitely deserved it in this matchup.
No, absolutely. They 100% deserve it. I don't think there's even a slight debate right there. And I think it's apt that we talk to Techno when you think about he and Blitz and the different lineups they've had and how they try and broke their teeth at international events. And we always had this, oh, but what if? Oh, but what if?
So close.
There's obviously skill, like their ability to swing into duels and multi-kill has already been here with the past lineups. But something was missing. Sometimes it was experience. Sometimes it was nerves. And it all came together here. And I didn't think it would. This is where I really tipped my hat. I didn't think it would. I thought game 5, pressure, there's no way you can actually play that CS. You're not going to cross that smoke. And if you do, you're going to be a little bit stressed. None of that. Like, this is incredible how these young guys, the youngest team at the Major, can just play completely unwavered, just no stress at all with this very active Counter-Strike.
And even like, you know, just speaking about some of the individuals, right? We saw Senzu struggle a little bit. The nerves will come into play. They are human after all. We saw 19 missing quite a lot of shots. But as the game progressed, as they could feel it, you know, swinging their way, you could see the starting to really wake up. And one thing I want to point out from that interview from Techno, which I really liked, is like, we're going to continue fighting.
Yeah.
It's not over.
Job isn't
this
done.
job isn't done yet.
No.
I don't
do an Apex.
I don't want an Apex story. I don't want to just be happy, oh, we made it up. No. You got it now. You got a day to reset, right? Reset. Actually, not even a day. You got less than a day to reset. You got finding out who your match is tomorrow.
I wish we had
in about 24 hours. So, you know, just have a nice dinner. You know, have a drink or whatever. I didn't think it might be a little too young for the drinks there.
But that's
Straight
excellent
back
for them.
into it.
That's excellent for them. The fact that we are playing immediately into the elimination stage, that's perfect. Like, what else? What better scenario? No 3 break days, anything. No, just straight into Counter-Strike.
And now it's a refresh as well. It's F5. Yes, the opposition is going to be much harder than the first stage, but you've done it. You've run the gauntlet. You know, the 0-2 to a 3-2. The pressure's a little bit off right now. Take a breather, reset, now go for the next stage. There's no limit to it.
Someone else who knows about the winning mentality, unfortunately, on the losing side today, but we have got MongolZ now.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, absolutely. I'm stood by MongolZ of Legacy. First things first, Marcelo, commiserations. You are out of the Major. I'm sure that is a tough pill to swallow. What's going through your mind right now?
I think that's kind of a little bit fine. I think we are just growing as a team, and it was a good campaign as well from us. I think we kind of screw a little bit the game against Cloud9. I think that get it a little bit into our heads. So it was like a little bit of frustration. So we played against GamerLegion with a little bit frustrated. But after we had a huge comeback against Apex, so good mentality. But against Mongols was kind of a little bit hard. They played in a very good game. We had a chance to close Ancient. We lost so many rounds that we're not supposed to lose, like 2 force buys and 2 4v2s. But that's how life it is, and just get better for the next one.
It sounds like you're still taking positives away from this Major experience. 2 to 3 in the Swiss format. It definitely could have been a lot worse. Do you want to speak more on that and what Legacy could look like going forwards?
Yeah, I think it was a good experience for the kids as well, right? So next, I changed for PGL. I changed for an Alper. So I think it was the first important tournament that we played. So I think we should get a little bit used to it, and I think we did a good job. Of course, we want to win the 3-2, but that's how life it is. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but it's only thing matters is how you're gonna digest the match, the experience. So I think we did a good job, but maybe next time.
Marcelo, it's been crazy to watch the trajectory of your career. Many of us met you for the first time in 2015. Shortly after that, you reached the highest heights of Counter-Strike. After that period, you've been, hopping around different rosters, and you've got this very promising project now. Have you had a chance to reflect on everything so far? And of course, look forward to what could potentially be coming next.
Of course, like I played some, like I had like good periods, like highs and downs. But like I think with the boys, it's nice to play with them. They are like super talented as well. I think they just need a little bit more experience, be a little bit more calm, not like so pressured. And I think it's gonna be good. I think I'm having a lot of fun with them as well. I'm enjoying playing Counter-Strike again, so that's a good thing.
Marcelo, it's so nice to do an exit interview where the person I'm speaking to is still positive and feeling good. Commiserations, you're out of the major. That being said, if there's anything that you'd like to say to the fans at home, now is the time to do so.
Of course. I want to say thanks for everybody who watching us, who cheer for us. Sorry we didn't qualify, but we're going to do our best for the next one.
Much love. Thank you for your time, Marcelo. Best of luck going forward. Richard and the desk, back to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Paula. Great to see the future Hall of Famer, coldzera, in a philosophical mood. Yeah, you don't often see a lot of exit interviews like that. Now, that said, let's talk about the Hail Mary that they went for by sort of drafting Anubis. I think maybe it's fair to say architects of their own downfall a little bit, Legacy.
Yeah, in a little bit. And I just want to say as well, he's remarkably calm and level-headed for what has been enragingly...
That's maturity, isn't it, with time?
Of course that is. But I mean, this game, to lose, is enraging if you're Legacy. You're going to go back and watch the tape and look at the pistol, aka force bot you lost against not even a Kevlar, but just a bunch of deagles. You're going to look at the retakes that you've lost to people crossing smokes in power play situation, 3 versus 2, 4 versus 3. This is a disheartening way to lose. But I think coldzera, with his wealth of experience, is probably apt to realize most of these situations were lost due to inexperience, due to a little bit of nerves, a lack of calmness when we needed to have a clear communication to know, okay, what's the next risk? Who is having that smoke? Who's covering? Should I plan? Should I not? All of these little details that amount to something in Counter-Strike, with the experience you learn to sort of clean it out. You make it, you filter it out, and here that was their downfall, and there were plenty of rounds where I just closed my eyes. I had a migraine just watching the game. So
I could tell.
As a Legacy fan, I'm sure you sweat a whole lot during that game.
Yeah, and look, obviously, what they've tried to do here is respect their opponents in MongolZ. I mean, by the way, what a great advertisement for how good MongolZ are, that, Legacy went outside of their comfort zone to try and get some leverage in a series. It just looks like the Anubis pick in retrospect. Yeah. They just kind of weren't ready. They didn't have the necessary handle on the map.
I think they also underestimated MongolZ a bit on this map, because while MongolZ didn't really pick it, they played at a reasonably decent level back home in Asia against LinVision, for example. They always seem to have the number. LinVision are actually a very solid Anubis team overall, despite the fact that the practice is kind of not at the highest caliber over in Asia. But you know what? Can we bring up one round? I think it was round number on the CT side, the aggro. I'm just trying to remember the round. Production, if you can help me out with that.
I would help you if I knew where you're going. I would
throw
you the raft.
I want to talk about that particular round. There we go. We're going to be playing it right here. What I like from MongolZ here is look at the aggression. It's 9-6, right? And when the pressure is on like this, when you feel like a couple of rounds are not going your way, you expect the new teams to struggle a little bit, to kind of capitulate, to be mentally weak. Look at the aggression, and it's going to continue to push ahead. 9-10 is like, I'm going to get that trade. I'm going to hold the angle. And Legacy, they got absolutely nothing done. This was such an important round for them as well, where they had the guns, they had the buy, and MongolZ like, no, we're not going to let you do anything.
I have such an ambivalent feeling when it comes to that, because on one hand, this is, the low of the dash, we're going to play our own game. And they did, and it works. So it's not just a blanket statement.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Exactly. So on one hand, I do respect that. But on the other, you put any decent elite level team against that, and they're going to get absolutely swept. And that's the issue that I have. And I don't know how you cope with that as a fan as well. This worked here, but this aggression has to be watered down just a little bit.
Do you think what's flowing my veins is water? It's pure copium. It's pure copium, baby. But guess what? They get it done. They get a job done. Sure, I agree with you. But we got to also talk about what we have in front of us, right? It worked. It worked out. And I won't lie, like the fashion in which they do it, it does give me palpitations in my heart sometimes. But as long as it works out, I'm okay with it, at least for now.
Man of my size, no stranger to palpitations. Can we talk a little bit about you know, what we think realistically the Mongols can go on to do here, because I want to know how dangerous they are when we get to the slightly higher caliber of opponents based on what we've seen.
They can be very dangerous. Like, let us throw your mind back to Cologne last year. Let's talk about how they almost done heroic, knocked them out, and were about to qualify to the next stage, and how they choked that one round. They're a team who have, yeah, sure, they've been beating the Brazilians, they've been beating some of the lower caliber teams, but if you look at the match history against some of the top tier teams, look at Spirit and Katowice. They were tested by the Mongols. No one else. Everyone got absolutely swept by Spirit. It was an overtime win which Spirit had to kind of squeeze from the Mongols. They are pushing some of the best teams out there to the limit. They just need that extra step, that one tiny thing. Is this going to be the event that's going to happen? I don't know, but that's where they are right now.
I think they probably lack a little bit of finesse to deal with an elite team that's warmed up, but that is the most important part of that sentence, a team that is warmed up. Tomorrow we have to realize the elimination stage is going to start. Some teams have just barely arrived in Copenhagen. I saw them checking in the hotel this very morning. And then you have these guys over there who are very comfortable with the setup, the chairs, the PCs, the monitor, everything is set up and they're ready to fight you. And this is that one moment in that point in time in the XY sort of continuum that you can hit. You can strike. If a team is a little bit wobbly, let's say you play the Vitality of Katowice, who were still trying to figure out WASD to go left, right, front, and center, you can beat them. I do believe they can beat them. Day one can be an absolute surprise for Mongols, but if you go to a best of 3 in the lineup that's in warm-up, I think there are limitations still.
I agree. Like the day one jitters they had when it coming to the opening stage, if it happens here, it's over. But if they continue this trend, this hot streak, this FUCS they're playing right now, there is a chance.
All right, well, we will see. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, Imperial versus GamerLegion. Both of them looking for a miracle. We'll see who gets it in a few moments.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Welcome back to the CS2 major here in Copenhagen. I told a little bit of a lie before the break, actually, guys. I said both of these teams would be looking for a miracle, but I think arguably GamerLegion already has had theirs. They're really looking for a second, right? And are they going to get it today, do you think?
Ooh, okay, you're putting me on the spot immediately. From the get-go, from 0 to 100.
Here's some bubble tea.
Yes, you have me a bubble tea?
Yeah.
I do have a slight favor for Imperial on that one, because I think in terms of wanting it and being ready to put everything online, I think they might be in a different sort of mood than GamerLegion. We've been in flux on how to describe GamerLegion, right? We're going from, oh, they have nothing to lose, to, oh, they were on the brink of changing rosters, where they are exactly.
I don't think even they know where they are
No,
right
exactly.
now.
So if they don't know, we don't either, and this is the angle I decided to attack with.
Okay, I agree with you. If you look at the results here, look, there's been some pretty impressive performances coming out, right? Albeit with some limited, with a limited map pool. Amcal allowing overpass through. They took care of business there. Saw there was actually a pretty close game until Saul finally woke up at the end of that map. Legacy, quick work off them, and they actually pushed Eternal Fire. They absolutely destroyed Eternal Fire, their opening map. Second map, Inferno, sure, they disappeared. And Vertigo, it was very, very close. They're pushing Wicadia and his, Major and his men to the very brink. So I'm like, this is looking like a GamerLegion who would just come to play, so to speak, right? Maybe when it came in on day one, there were no expectations. Like, we're just happy to be here, sipping a bubble tea, having a good old time. And now they're like, we actually might make it.
Yeah, it's very different when it's tantalizingly dangling in front of you. So, I mean, look, who realistically has kind of been the letdowns here on GamerLegion? Because I think Volts had like a good tournament. I think we saw flashes of the old snacks. I didn't even know as an IGL if we would ever see that again. So why haven't they been able to already get in there with the other teams that are qualified?
Well, I Blaze on the money when he says that Vertigo was ever so tight and close. Right? A couple of clutches here and there, a couple of moments, and that would have completely changed our narrative.
This could be Eternal Fire playing right now.
Eternal Fire, and we would have just clapped and praised them at all. I do think Acor as a sniper hasn't exactly delivered what we were hoping for. Some players, Kios had an incredibly strong start, and then they kind of, the demons crept back in a little bit, and we reverted towards the average a little bit more. But Acor, I think, is a good starting point if you're asking for people to deliver a bit more.
Which is kind of sad, because when I go back to this GamerLegion lineup in the past few months, it's been Snacks and Acor who have been a consistent rock, the pillar, the foundation of these two teams. The fragging output from the two of them have been great, while Kios has struggled, Isaac has struggled, Volt has been okay. And strangely enough, if I'm looking at this event right now, it is the Isaacs, it is the Volts, it is the Kioses who are stepping up to the plate, the top two highest rated players for GamerLegion thus far in this tournament. So it's been kind of a bit of a turnaround. But if Acor, it was able to just get back, just replicate what it's been doing for the past few months over there, suddenly this GamerLegion looks good. Are they going to look good for the duration for like the next few months? I don't know. I don't think so. But all they need to do, they don't need to be, just need to be good today.
Yeah, well, they're going up against Imperial, who I think for them to sort of be here, a lot of people weren't really expecting a lot from them. To be in contention here, to go through to the top 16, I mean, they're already in a great spot. I mean, theoretically, they're the team that's under no pressure, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think they have anything to lose concretely in this matchup. And listen, they've caught our interest for a couple of reasons. Why? There's obviously the new duo, Noe and Decenti, who've had in alternate some incredible games in Counter-Strike here. We saw remnants of the Phelps that we used to celebrate in Immortal and SK as well. He's had a few moments, notably on Overpass as well. We'll go back to this to see if he comes back in a Vito.
Brutal best of ones as well, it's got to be said. You look at the disparity compared to some of the other teams in terms of who they played, you know, Ents, Heroic, like, thanks a lot, guys.
And look at how close the score was.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't easy at all. But I think there's one narrative, one angle I want to attack it on. It's Vinnie at the helm as a leader and what he's made of and his ability to, on the fly, come up with solutions. Because I definitely think we saw the ramification and the weaknesses of that in their last best of 3 against Ecstatic. Just in terms of numbers, the first map, no round won on the T side. The third map, 1 round won out of 12. So that's a moment where, sure, it's a little bit unfair for me to just put Vinnie on display here. I imagine it's not just down to him. Some other individuals could have stepped up.
Comes with a leadership job.
Partly, exactly. It comes with the territory, right? You are the leader, and you cannot just have an absolute brick wall against you on the CT side. You need to be able to have a little bit of finesse in your calling, which I didn't see. They looked a little lost. Sure, bounce back, cosmetic at the end of Vertigo, but the Snacks v Vinnie in itself is a tantalizing prospect.
It is, especially if you look at the overall narrative of these two players having to reinvent themselves as IGLs. We're not looking at Vinnie or Snacks a few years ago as IGL material, or even IGLs if they wanted to be, but look at what it's doing here. But just to counter, while I totally agree with you, some of the struggles that Imperial have had when it comes to calling, the new kids on the block, man, Noe and Decenty have been absolutely phenomenal. You can take a look at a head-to-head over here, obviously Snacks.
This is what we're talking about. I mean, Snacks is actually giving output as an IGL. That's the key difference, right?
Massive.
He'll call his own numbers a couple times, and I think there's a bigger correlation between Snacks' performance and his team's performance, whereas for Vinnie is a bit more a la Maestro, you know, putting the pieces on the chessboard and making sure that the right plays are being made, whereas Snacks is saying, listen, here is the plan. I'm going to prepare these omelette and I'm going to cook myself. I'm gonna hatch the chicken myself. I'm gonna get these chickens. I'm gonna make the omelette. Then I'm gonna salt it for you, and then I'm gonna eat it myself. That's what he does.
Snacks is also the second highest rated T-side player at this event.
Oh, that's interesting.
Which is kind of nuts, by the way, looking at some of the score lines.
He's a playmaker.
Yeah.
He is, and he gets it done.
Of movement.
He was always a playmaker, and that's what's crazy. Now he's been able to transition from a very micro vision of Counter-Strike, which is what's in front of me on my monitor, and I know what I do about it, to then extend it to have a grand vision where he integrates himself in some of these plays.
He's doing both simultaneously, which is
that's what's crazy. Not everybody's capable of doing that. We always say clever player think they can be IGL, they can't. Well, here he's got a couple of games who already made a reference.
Here's the thing with this map, Vito. No matter which way this goes, I think it heavily favors the side of Imperial, because Overpass has to be the pick for GamerLegion. That's the one map they've looked so very good on. They're gonna go for it once again. They look great on it, don't get me wrong, but Imperial are very, very happy playing that map as well. Now, Imperial had a couple of options to go for what they wanted to go for a pick. I thought maybe the Inferno Punish pick would come in, because GamerLegion have looked terrible on that map. Instead, they decided to go with the map they're just more comfortable on, they have more reps on, which is going to be Mirage and Nuke as a decider, a map where, again, Imperial have the numbers in their way.
Surely there has to be a moment where teams are actually efficiently preparing against the goddamn Overpass of GamerLegion. Like, we've been repeating it time and time again. They will pick Overpass. Oh, would you look at that? They did pick Overpass. They're going to have a strong T side. They're going to attack B. Oh, would you look at that? They're going B. Wow, who would have thought? It's happening time and time again. And I was already upset enough about Eternal Fire and how they prepared that game and how they reacted.
Let's not talk about that game, please. But
I'm hoping
let's be real.
Imperial learned from that mistake, right? If you're Imperial right now, I think there's a very clear game plan. You're using your aggressive rifle on the A side. You can put Phelps if you want to have him here in a couple of times in the setups, but you eat the space away from GamerLegion, and then you very easily deduct what is going to happen, which is 89% of the time, don't quote me on the number, that's BS, and it's going to go to the B side. That's just how I feel. That's absolutely how I feel, right? You can very quickly know if the B side is going to be the hit, and that's the case. Just over-rotate. They have an asymmetrical attack on the map of Overpass. It's just a fact. That's how it is.
How are you feeling, Blood?
No, I agree with you, but also I feel like from what we saw, now the caveat is it was against Apex, so you know there is that massive caveat right there. But Imperial did look really good on that CT side. One thing I really liked on the CT side of Overpass was how proactive and how annoying they were being towards that pipe position, towards the B shot position. We saw Henny taking duels while his teammates are getting boosted, Khan's aggression coming in. Apex couldn't breathe. They were so suffocated, and it's completely crumbled right there. Now, it's going to be very exciting to see this play out because, as you pointed out, the B hit's going to be coming in. But the protocols from GamerLegion on the T side are almost perfect.
Oh, they're very good.
Very, very good. And now going up against the Brazilian Samba with Henny just running it with the AWP, it's going to be fireworks. It's going to be a fun map.
Yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to watching how this one plays out. Guys, thanks a lot for your thoughts. We're bringing in some new commentators for this one. I believe it is Spun J and Machine A. Are you there, guys?
Official pronunciation, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. Machine A TV.
Give me some thoughts about this one then, guys. Come on, this is rolling back the years. What do you think, chap?
Map number 1, I think this is a GamerLegion sitter. I think Overpass is their home territory. And I like what we saw from Imperial the other day, but I don't think they're going to be able to match what Snacks and Co. have on offer.
All right. Well, look, have a great cast. I can hear the footsteps. The pistols began. Take it away.
Thank you very much. We are getting ourselves situated. Overpass to start, Chad, expecting this one to go the way of those that picked it. A boost for Phelps, the highest rated player, equipped with the best gun in the pistol. 2, pushing out. Take that short water controllers. It's a bit of a monster pop. The util sails through. The tail end of that could be plucked from the pack, and it's Acor, first man in. GamerLegion. Got to clear this corner, and it's Phelps to fall. Nice work from Kios. Everyone winning their duel. Decent down and a clean round. Nothing here for No Way.
Yeah, if Kios wasn't able to stand and deal with the flank for at least one, they could have had some real issues, but that's not to be the case. And a simple pistol converted for GamerLegion with No Way the highest rated player for Imperial, the last man standing, but a 1v5 would be one way to kick things off. Nice crispy one onto Snacks, but now his position noted. All eyes can turn towards the sandbag position.
Yeah, really simple call. executed well. Oh, he gets 2 on the way out.
Let's go. Let's fucking go!
Yeah, that's Kios trying to get the juices flow, and you got a big best of 3 ahead of you. The stakes could not be higher. One of these teams securing a spot, the others eliminated right at the finish line.
Yeah, the Des touched on it, but I was about to say, yeah, for GamerLegion, if you told them all they had to do was beat Imperial to be in the top 16, actually, if you told GamerLegion they were going to be at the major, they probably thought you would laugh and taking the piss out of them, really.
Yeah.
The fact they're here is a thing in itself.
I'm definitely of the opinion shared by some of the members of the desk that the path for Imperial has been much more difficult. You know, your heroic Ents and even that ecstatic game, trying to claw their way back from an 11-1.5 in the third. It's an eco stack, and Henny drawing blood. They're aware of what's up, and Peking committing to the spray with the Deagle. Kios, we heard him shouting, and now doing so in the server as well. Not shying away from the engagement. He'll take that convincingly. Can be easy to get overwhelmed by those pesky USPs when they're landing the first dink or two.
Well, guns are going to come out, and when we were playing, well, we weren't casting, weren't playing. When we were casting that Apex game the other day, Phelps had a bit of a barn burner over first half, didn't he?
Yes, that's
now,
right.
if he can't get going, if he can't get activated, there are other individuals that you can turn to on the Imperial side of the server. We also liked what Henny was bringing on the AWP. His second major last was 7 years ago, and he made it all the way to the grand final with Immortals. No AWP, though, his signature weapon for the first gun round. 7
years ago. Mad. Look at this from No Way. This is a very aggressive engagement. He brings the fight to them, and the CT's holding the wall from the door. Down goes Acor. Already a real problem for GamerLegion. Up against the guns for the first time. No Way. Ooh, lucky to get away. Not for much longer. Kios combines with Volt.
Have a lot of information. They know that there's at least 2 more players over towards A because of that combined kill. Snacks up close and personal in the toilets. This divider smoke. Phelps currently playing behind. Having a conversation about how they might want to finish this round are GamerLegion. Take stock, the inventory. Smoke, a couple of flashes.
It's a lot of pressure on Phelps, is it not? Are they just playing retake?
Well, right now Henny's actually playing for info out towards B, so they can start rotating, sorry, Decent and Vinnie back over to support, but it's all going to be on the timing, and they might be too late to this.
Oh, he knows what's up. Kios' shadow spotted. Phelps can isolate this duel. Kios has been very controlled. Oh, and now he gets the info. One will be going down, brings the fight to him. Still manages to isolate the duel, and it's Volt down too. Phelps, that's impact. You asked for him to come online, and he's done so. To the first gun to convert. Really impossible for Snacks here. Flash implies he might be going around the world. It is planted for him. I'm looking for kits. Not finding any. And he going for the full defuse. Oh! Covered. There it is from Phelps. Important. They do convert.
Well, that's No Way and Henny winning those initial exchanges, right? That really changes the tune of the round. There's 2 players dead in the dirt immediately for GamerLegion. The fact that they get the bomb down, I'll be taking that as a bit of a victory, all things considered. So, good for the Brazilians to get on the board early. But for GamerLegion, consolation prize with the digits being punched and extra cash coming in.
I really was impressed by the way in which Phelps managed to kind of keep his cool there after he kind of squandered the first engagement baited by the back. He didn't kind of get flustered, still just brought the fight to him, stable aim, and ended up leaving with the double kill. Volt obviously feeling pressure from multiple sides. Couldn't acknowledge Phelps and that call. First time out from GamerLegion early.
Yeah, and understandably so. Ash, knowing that the rounds are few and far between on the T side, and this is going to be another opportunity with guns in the hand, so let's make it count. If we can keep the CTs in the financial woes, break them here with a round, you're going to be able to start piling them up. So this is very important. I do like the timing of this call from Ash. But what will be the change? Will they opt for something similar? It was 4 players straight through the aggressive utility of Imperial in the previous. This is looking a bit more standard. It's not going to be a 3-1-1. They've actually opted for Volt just to babysit, make it look like they're doing a default over towards Party and Playground. Isaac and Acor in through Connector. Kios already with space over towards Sewers.
Did Phelps just nade himself? Looked a bit suspicious there as he was maybe trying to nade off the door. And the angle from Henny has been spotted out. Kios, he had a bit of a free shot there at Henny. But through Connector, try and test and clear out middle. It's not currently fortified whatsoever.
This is the problem with Overpass, right? That you need to make sure that you are clearing out all of the aggressive possibilities. And you can't just do it in a linear press. You need to be quite smart. And they've gone for a different version of that control. As I mentioned, the 3-1-1 is something that you traditionally see to try and get this space. But they've gone heavy through connector to make sure there's no push. Now they've been able to spread their wings and deal with long. Bomb being highlighted here by Mr. J-Raz. We've got JQ on the 1s, 2s, and 3s. And they have been able to clear out upper bathroom, long control. Still a lot to worry about. Continuing to apply pressure towards A. 40 seconds remain on the clock and rotations back and forth from Imperial. When they played against Apex, oh, another missed nade there. You see that?
Yes. Pressure of the situation already visible. Snax has avoided those spams through the smoke. He's actually walking on through this.
I think he clears this.
Yeah, it should be a dead Snax. Back exposed to the angle of no way. Goes wide. That's a mistake. He's been punished. There is a lot more on the defense from Henny. A dink into Kios puts him low. Decent double, maybe even the triple. Isaac does find one.
Time.
No time. 8 seconds. Can he get the bomb down? He has got just enough time in the 1v1. Vinnie full HP. One bullet will do it. Straight up brings the fight. That's that Brazilian flair we continue to expect in the server. Vinnie will close. But yeah, I mean, the rotations, that's the reason they leave with the round.
They just had so many bodies there to deal with that, right? The long smoke comes through, the lurk from Snax. Des discussed Maniac, I think, labeling him as a playmaker. Well, he couldn't get away with the move just there, could he, the in-game leader? But still another close round, and maybe another round where a buy is justified. No way. Spots him coming out of the grey screen. No dramas. The double from Decent, the two young guns with impact, and Henny getting fired up because they get to hold on for another rifle round.
Yeah, you'll be happy with the plan. I mean, it does facilitate this, but yeah, in the 1v1, you feel like you could have perhaps had a chance. Vinny not allowing him to slow that one down.
An AWP for Henny has been made possible still with only one player staying alive. So you felt like the buy was going to be a little bit more touch and go. They've been able to get out something very decent, and the same to be said for GamerLegion with 2 lost consecutive rounds. Now, Akor's actually the lowest rated player for GamerLegion so far in the major campaign. And we've covered off quite a few matches, quite a few matches where AWPers have had a lot of impact. Like Henny, when we were covering him earlier in the tournament, was doing well. I know Woxic has had some hit and miss games, but he had some where he was looking like vintage Woxic.
9-10 just recently in that last affair.
So it would be great to see Akor show up. One of the Danes present here in Copenhagen.
Just start with 4 towards B.
And you can understand, Akor's still in spawn. We might be having a technical. He's swiping his mouse around. That's usually
not a good sign.
No, quite telling that something's a little bit.
The damage has been done. What happened to Henny? Did he get knifed by a teammate? Does that count? No, that would be interesting. Get your GitHub, whatever it was, back up. If it's team damage that has been done.
I really like to stay away from anything to do with the rule book, Alex.
Well, apart from telling us all the URL.
Well, yes. Let's say in-game ramifications. This one might sizzle out quite weirdly.
Yeah, Vinny's having a conversation now. Okay, this is interesting.
And the thing is as well, it's GamerLegion who are the ones who I'm assuming are calling for the technical. So they have no idea. They haven't even leave spawn. How could we have done any damage? We didn't leave spawn.
Yeah, and Henny's going, look at my HP, man. Yeah, no, I've got that. Oh, no.
Yeah, he probably dropped from heaven and lost it himself. Yeah, that's actually the conversation they're having right now. I don't read lips, but
this is unique. I've never been here before.
Well, but then if the T's don't do anything, and then
Vinny's like smoked monster. He's like holding the angle.
I think they might have to. All right, 30 seconds left.
Yeah, okay, admins are going to have... This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Let's let them do it. We're getting back into the game.
Casters to product... Oh, okay. There we go. There we go.
I was getting a bit nervy there. That could have been a problem. That could have been a problem.
Yes, because you can understand with what you just mentioned about the damage being done, right? They were going, oh, wait, but we can't, but it was self-inflicted. Here it is. Oh, he blocked him.
He blocked him on the jump out, and then you see Henny's there going down to 70.
Okay. Look at that. We've got the sleuths. Good job, Obs team. Round of applause.
At least 10 points.
Round of applause.
Very nice. Oh, woof, that was stressful. Yeah, then it was smirk. Come on, lad.
Oh, dear.
Oh, it's early days in this one, and it is do or die. If you just joined us, you're right on time. You missed a couple of rounds, that's about it. But we are ready to get this one started again rather shortly. It looks like we are live. GamerLegion coming into this one as a last-minute replacement. They were, you know, sipping their bubble tea in Dubai.
Literally.
When they got the call up.
That's such a funny little
I love
headline of the article from Kios.
Yeah.
Well, match to be paused again, so likely still dealing with some of these woes. It was A-Core we thought had problems.
Okay, so it was previously a GamerLegion technical, now it's an Imperial technical.
Okay.
There's a little difference. But this gives us a moment, Chad, for me to hear your thoughts on this, because I watched an interview with Snacks. He gave one with, I believe it was Dust2 SE?
There's too many of them, isn't there? There's too many of them.
But he was giving an interview just talking about how he's happy to be here, obviously, but it's also kind of a bit of sadness, like maybe a melancholy in terms of you're here, but you didn't qualify. He made it very clear he'd rather be here through the qualification.
Sure.
Losing that final game against Nine Pandas being unable to field their full roster here in Copenhagen. And so this last-minute addition. So it is this kind of like conflicted space they find themselves in, and the desk implies, or at least suggests, that they think Imperial maybe are fighting for it a bit more.
Oh, okay.
They've got a bit more hunger in their belly, given that GamerLegion are in this conflicted state. It's not like they're not going to try their hardest, absolutely not, but...
Well, I think with the Nine Pandas versus GamerLegion discussion, regardless of how that match went head-to-head, I think GamerLegion play a better overall game of Counter-Strike. So just from a viewer and commentary perspective, I'll tell you which one I'd probably prefer to watch.
Oh, this is a quick one. This is a quick one. They just jump-spotted. I think he may have caught a whiff because the smoke has been deployed. They are testing them. Look at Volt. Look at Volt go. He doesn't even clear his corners, expecting a trade. Kios provides it. Now it's up to No Way. Nice work from Snacks on the Tech 9. Ooh, and Kios, he's found the important frag because Decent not going to clear this. And with that said, the bomb can go down. The round is won.
Henny going to have to try and hold on to this AWP. Took it over towards B to start the rounds, and now left in this 1-on-3. There's absolutely no way back in. He is searching towards Connector. Finances are going to be in a whole lot of trouble. Other that lost bonus back towards its min. So only 1,400 available. The AWP worth its weight in gold. And just pressure from GamerLegion throughout. In all three of these consecutive rounds that, well, two of them went in favor of Imperial, GamerLegion have had real chances on the buys. They do eventually break through. And Kios has been a name that there's been a lot of discussion around, especially from the community, about him maybe not pulling his weight, not performing. I don't think anybody should be looking at this GamerLegion team and going, wow, there's some certified stars. It's a bunch of players who play a good brand of Counter-Strike under Ash's tutelage. Right? They have Snacks, who's been brought in to take over the mantle of the in-game leader. And I think that's what they do. They have a good understanding of how they need to approach the game. You know, the fundamentals, making sure they're trading well, good ideas. That's the basis for this team. Isaac being the highest rated, and back when Emma and Shui were on the team, he was a bit more of a supportive element. And he still plays some of those supportive positions, just with a pack and a bit more punch.
Does he have more of a star output from support roles? I mean, there's a very short list of players that do that.
He did a lot to facilitate Emma in the past.
Yeah, we've seen the same kind of thing maybe from a JKS. Flash is going to dissuade Henny from an early look. He's on a timer. Playground obviously would have been a problem.
He needs to make moves within this round, right? Because it's the saved AWP, it's the biggest weapon they have to boast. Just showing his hand, right, he can scare them and help corral GamerLegion maybe into a stack with some of these upgrades. So Henny, you'd want to stay active with the AWP. Obviously, you can't just keep running around and hoping. Eventually, you'll run into your demise. Using the AWP in one of its strongest positions over towards long for now.
It does seem
They're searching long, Alex.
To go long, yeah, you're going long into an AWP. I understand they were trying to find it. They've done so, but it has cost them Volt.
Well, this is the thing. They might not have even known that the AWP was in play. They didn't see Henny in the previous round because they went straight in towards A. They might not have thought that it was possible. So now the pennies drop. Snacks is aware. 55 seconds, a man down.
I like this awareness from Snacks, knowing that the AWP showing himself on long, it indicates and implies he's probably going to rotate around. So Snacks will continue to apply that pressure, keeps boots planted towards the A side.
Decent just jumped. I'm not sure if he saw anything, but they definitely heard him.
What is that proactive swing from Vinnie?
That's going to be the round.
He's just won it with a double FP9 headshot. Goes wide just as they're starting to maneuver forwards. Really good awareness from Vinnie.
GamerLegion have to save.
Acore and Snacks backing away safely. Snacks hiding in plain sight. He's going to be cleared here. I think Snacks might be dead here. There's no way. He's not going. Oh! If he just waits, he's going for the spray. That's ballsy. Maybe.
Time.
He's lost it all with 400 bucks in his bank account. If he'd have maybe just left it, not pulled the trigger whatsoever, he might have gone uncleared.
I think he was actually trying to help out Acor in that moment as well, because if they'd all started hunting in Acor's direction, I guess he could have continued to hightail it. And as you're saying, Snacks could have just stayed alive in that position. Regardless, one's going to sting, and that's a bad round for things to fall apart. I just think the fact that they didn't identify that Henny had the AWP in the previous round really came back to bite them.
It was
going long
pistols,
dry. Yeah, they waltzed out. Henny got the opener, then the round stalled.
Oops.
These mistakes will cost you. It's a B-rush.
Yeah, they're discharging of the monster pipe. Ready. Only the one. Isaac in. Lots of utility. They know one towards Graffiti. Decent in a prime position, playing around this smoke. It gives him options. With no way catching Acor. Again, this pace change from GamerLegion, it's landed a bit of a dud. Jesus, Phelps onto Snacks as well. This one closed quickly with only the one casualty.
Using the smoke as a wall right there with Snacks. Nade clears it, and so does he. Great work from Imperial. And there was a real opportunity for GamerLegion to get in control completely of the finances and have 4, potentially 5 rounds on the board. Now, they're going to have to concede exactly that. A full eco, 5-3. I want to say a guarantee for Imperial. We do say never go the Jason Moses O'Toole 100%. I will.
Oh, that looks a little bit late. Still does some minor damage to Volt.
Follow the leader, scampering up long with pace. Volt's already up and over, but they should just get mowed down. Look at all the bodies for Imperial to deal with this. Phelps flash, step out, sees an awful lot. Even decent. I'll have a field day. Everybody hitting the deck. Just one more to find. And there you have it, all 5 staying alive. And a residual buy is going to be available now for the Brazilians. This is a fantastic turnaround within this half. In the early stages, could have really gone wrong. And GamerLegion to call their second tactical timeout.
Wow. Yeah, 8 rounds in. Calling your second of 3.
Yeah, and they're going to need to win 2 consecutive if they want to try and break Imperial. If I'm Ash, you know, burning 2, maybe even all 3 within the first half, if you're looking likely to break through and get a decent bag of rounds, you know that the boys can get it on the CT side. You don't need to hold their hands as much, but potentially assisting as far as these T rounds are concerned. Oh, now it's a technical that's being called. So, a few little woes that need to get ironed out of the system. A very important series in case you're just joining us. Elimination on the line, progression available for the winner. And then we'll join... We've almost got all the names, don't we?
Yeah.
14 out of the 16 already waiting in that elimination stage. Seeing the teams around the hotel today, the Complexity lads, FaZe.
Saw G2 in the hotel.
I got stuck in a lift with Eddie. My card wouldn't work. Me and Boomage, no, it wasn't. Boomage was on the way down. It was me and someone else. Our room, we couldn't go. Eddie's went all the way to the top floor. Then I had to go all the way to the ground floor and get a different lift.
Yeah, no, that one lift just doesn't like us.
Nah.
No, I have the same issue. But yeah, that list of teams, obviously Heroic Cloud9 in the 3-0, ecstatic. They were ecstatic. I saw them today. Big smiles on their faces after qualification yesterday. Eternal Fire, Pain, MongolZ just now. And then, of course, we are waiting to lock in those final few seats at the table.
Big U bloody Zero.
Yeah, he just had enough, hadn't he?
Monstro.
Let's see what round 9 has in store for us. This time a 3-2 division of Labour, sending Henny with a partner in crime to start an early aggressive CT maneuvers towards the A side. Actually playing double con, which is where Snacks and Volt find themselves as well. So after this molly, things could get interesting. Smoke around. Phelps unable to provide as much support as they might have liked. Here comes the fight, big from Volt. Trade, spray, not quite. Volt jumping, panicking. Henny's nailed one onto Snacks, but still Volt the one. Very low HP. Kios in this chaos has started to walk through. Anti-Flash has vision. No one swinging off the back of that, and he starts to progress.
And he's rotating. There's a massive gap available.
It's an opportunity here, and it's on these short players. Oh my God, Kios 4x3. Didn't see a second as well.
Hold
Isaac
up,
goes
Isaac.
down. Yeah, no, not aware at all.
But he should have been because Phelps got the kill.
Put 2 and 2 together instead, 2v3. It does really hinge on Acor, and he's had a very quiet start. This would be his second frag, and it would be a perfect time for him to arrive. Don't forget his teammate Volt is operating under just 14 points of health. A single bullet could do it. That smoke limits Akor's possibilities. They now know where Phelps is hiding out. They'll isolate him perfectly.
Akor has a smoke of his own, and is actually just going to evaporate. So using that against them, full rotation on. Henny might get caught in transition. You can see him starting to pivot, leering down connector with the AWP. Scope may have been heard.
Good awareness there, Henny. Just into Vault. Takes that to the face. Wide swing. Henny tested, baits the shot, misses his chance. Akor trying to find Henny tooth and nail. Henny not feeling the pressure. Stays stable. A triple kill with the AWP to put 6th on the board. Now you said it already. T-side overpass, probably one of the reasons we're seeing so many GamerLegion timeouts, right? In pursuit of just finding maybe that elusive 4th.
4 or 5 would be brilliant. Three's already very workable.
Yeah.
This is what confused me. It felt like Isaac just tuned out to the possibility of another player short, even though they must have known it was Phelps. So the information not flowing freely at the moment for GamerLegion.
And I said 4x3 because I'm pretty sure you could see them on the corner of Kioz's POV.
Maybe just laser focused.
Yeah, that too.
My concern right now is, will we even see an Akor AWP on the T side of overpass? Right, he hasn't been able to bring one out just yet, and he hasn't been having a great tournament. So you'd love to be able to get the Dane his weapon of choice.
This is a good time for this. Perfect weapon for the job. You can hold this angle confidently.
Well, the flash is on Snacks. He could actually deliver one in front of Monster. The nades won't do anything. There's the flash.
Yeah, he's off the line. Oh, dink from the Tech 9. They can't finish their meal. Isaac will. And now that all comes through, sweeps the rest under the rug. No issues here. Snacks down as well to Decent. And look at how happy he is. He is making a lot of noise. If only we could hear it.
Yeah, it's true Brazilian style though, isn't it? They love getting loud. You know, some people it can definitely work against. You go to the highest of highs, the lowest of lows. But right now, working wonders for Imperial. And that has to come down to the bailout flash of Phelps. One over the top from Snacks, it was great. We saw it hit the target, but Phelps just came through and bailed them out. So let's go. GamerLegion. They have been able to bring out the Akor AWP. Aggressive through the smoke, flashed off again. These white screens, very pesky for GamerLegion thus far.
Takes the Org for the long fire. That's inspired. Ooh, Akor's looking like he spotted him on that cross. So you're kind of trapped now.
At least you were.
You were, yeah. Akor thinks twice. Maybe he's just going to try and take
wider angle.
Does mean Phelps might have an opportunity, but no way to dead man. Or not. Tagged up. Vault, the one to zip up the body bag, and Vault is not expecting this angle. Oh, and no one's expecting this angle. Phelps with some aggression rewarded. It's a combination of aggression and patience. He actually leaves with the double, so 3-on-3.
GamerLegion not looking extremely polished in their awareness in a few of these outcomes. And he should be set for at least one if it's dry.
Would you really expect No Way to go for something like that alone?
On his own, right? You just have to watch the game the other day against Apex to see when they do go for these aggressive aim maneuvers, it's definitely not individual.
This is such a powerful angle. Yeah, that shadow bait, nice from Snacks. Good awareness of the possibility. Bomb's on its way here.
One good flash and this falls apart.
Shadow. Since got his angles so well controlled. This crossfire. The sweaty face it Stacks need to take notes of that one. That is perfect. Puts Vault into an uncomfortable. Not impossible. 10 seconds though. He knows Decent's around here. The rotation's coming through. Is he really going to fake it out? Decent needs to check it. Ooh, Vault. Could have had something there, but Decent doesn't seem to think so. 12 frags already, looking very good. A promising talent. And 8 in the bank. If they can keep it clean, if they can continue this consecutive run of rounds, it's going to spiral a little far out of control. You said 3's workable, I agree, but 7 consecutive CTs. We know where the momentum's going to lie coming into the second half.
I think the gas is starting to get emptied out of the tanky GamerLegion because they've had their opportunities. They were in multiple positions. That's another round where they found the opening pick and then were still unable to convert. And in the last spree, in the last streak of 6, the bomb hasn't gone down at all. So there are huge issues for GamerLegion who early on in the piece had chances.
They've got so many options, Chad. It's like they've just got a full strat book. Just every round they throw a different move into the mix. And they think twice, actually, of sticking around. You kind of showed your hand. You know it's going to be costly for GamerLegion to re-clear that. Tough one for GamerLegion.
Might be a triple boost here at short. Yeah, it will be.
Mm-hmm.
You've already got Henny quite aggressive in towards the backyard, so...
This is so dynamic. I'm very impressed, too. They got all the info they need. If he sticks around, down goes Isaac.
Might as well stay here.
Why not? You've got Henny holding him pipe. Stax is going to jump straight into their jaws, and that is an unbelievably convincing round.
Henny's grabbed another. This one's over.
I am in... Oh, Imperial. They are looking motivated. They are looking refined. They are looking beautiful. Counter-Strike in the server tonight. 9 in the bank on CT.
And those celebrations have an even bigger smile on the face of Vinnie, even having a chuckle looking back at the coach, Zach.
Dude, every round is something new. I'd be so annoyed trying to play against this.
I just want to return to the earlier point, because GamerLegion did have a chance to get a bag of rounds in the first stretch. They kept pressure on within the first 5 rounds. Right? They won the first, they followed up with the second. The next 2, the bombs were going down. They were keeping back and forth with the trades. It was a one-on-one. Remember, Vinnie had to clutch that one out on the A site on the 4th round. And then they even broke them in the 5th. Henny saves an AWP. Unknown. It's a couple of 5-7s, a couple of MP9s, and Henny's AWP, and since then, nothing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I suppose that's also, this is where MR12 gets all the more punishing. One round like that, and everything else just falls beautifully into place for Imperial. So extreme.
Acor has to wake up on the CT side. He has a hugely important task of being the A AWPer. You need to find impact and influence. Henny managed 11 kills in his first half. Acor starting the second with 2. We can forget about that. We can just start him at 0, but we'll have to contribute. Rotations back and forth as the CT setup rejigged, but it will be an A play.
Acor is missing his shots. He's had a couple of opportunities now. Bolt will find no way. Nice one back from Decent. That's what the P250 does best. Long-range Glock, snacks over the top. Good shot. Henny removes Acor, empty-handed again. Round 13.
Everyone's here.
Oh, he's done it again around the smoke. Snacks up and over double. They have the advantage. Henny has the bomb, though. They can reset. You can see it's starting to fall away. Vinnie hanging around on headshot. With the hopes that he goes overlooked, and Snacks really got a third in him. On dice. Isaac gooshed. This is a threatening round still. One more peek from Isaac.
Keels.
Yeah, careful indeed. They're pushing in. They could all go down. They're so low. Henny could have a clutch here. 1 versus 3. Now he has the bomb and he has 30 seconds. How do GamerLegion approach this? You can see
they're rotating already.
Yeah, they're all going to kind of play at least with a position to trade. Door open, audible. Isaac drops in. Don't know if Henny's going to be anticipating this so quick of a rotation. Isaac, this is perfect. Well played by him. Look at the pre-fire just as he pulled out the bomb. Somebody put him down. There's no time. There is absolutely no time. And just like that, the clock, his greatest adversary. He'll take the frags, but they will not leave with the round.
Okay, well, it's a little bit frustrating for Henny because staying alive right there, sure, gets all the kills, 4 to his name. Only has 1350 to splash in this next round of play, so he has the least amount of money on his team.
Yeah, it softens the blow with the 3 kills, but still not as promising as going down or winning the round.
Yeah, the plant would have been
that's true too, yeah.
Amazing, but just no chance. It was wild from Isaac with that pre-fire. You see the traces felt like they were going to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, he knew what his mission was. Don't let him plant.
Be disruptive as all hell. The campaign begins for GamerLegion. Definitely don't want to walk away from this map getting both pistols and still losing. It's your map choice. You do have Mirage up next and Nuke as the third in deciding if we need to get there. And later today, we have one more best of 3, Saw taking on Furia for the final spot from the opening to the elimination stage.
Furia starting this tournament so poorly, losing to Legacy and Lin Vision. Have since gone on quite the run. They've won 4 maps consecutively. And now just Saw standing in their way.
I think that should be a pretty nice match.
I'm intrigued. I am very interested to see what form we get out of Saw.
L5 staying alive, couldn't go any better. Plant denied. And now it is just a 4-round gap to head into the first gun round. And Imperial will be calling their first tactical timeout. So you can see most of these being expended by both teams on the T side. Where the bigger conversations need to be had. And you do have a bit of a relationship, obviously, with Zach, Henny. The fact that this team, well, has remnants of once upon a time the Immortals, PGL Krakow, 2017 grand final. Didn't go too well after the major for them, but it was a good major.
Yeah.
Then we all remember what became of them quickly after that.
But this is your pick. Sure, T-side didn't go swimmingly. We've already discussed at length the reasons for that. Not only was it Imperial with an inspired variation to their defensive setups, but it was also that fumble against the saved AWP.
This is aggressive. Too aggro long.
Hyper aggressive. Let's see how this one goes out for them. No Way was ready. Vault good, an important trade, but there's Henny right back. So CT's empty-handed. This is where Snacks, though, does some of his best work.
Oh, this
You're
cheeky.
not ready for that. Look at this, back behind. And he turns around for a second. He thought it was a bit too quiet.
Snacks was half health.
Yeah, Vinnie. Oh, he could be his next victim.
5 bullets.
Go on, Snacks, 5 bullets is all he needs. He only needs to put 2 to the body. Good catch, Acor. Catch is decent, aggressing. Now Snacks brings the fight as well, confirms the presence of 2. He knows where they both are. I can't believe he's still going. He's behind enemy lines.
His teammates are so far away.
It's a one-man mission. If he gets away, no, he's surely dead.
He is. He's going to make it.
Phelps? Oh, no. Snacks, the secret agent, disappears.
That is wild. Vinny took half of his health in that exchange. Well, they're quickly going to fill that void. Phelps and Vinny in combination. Up through Fountain, slinking towards this A site. Acor's aggressed out towards Sewer. He's got their rotation covered off. If they do try and head back towards Monster, and if they come down connector out the door. Snacks now up long, and if Isaac just jump spots from sight, he'll have that information. So this setup can work nicely for GamerLegion.
There's no way Snacks gets another in this angle. He does do damage. Confirms it, gets the information. Good at util to delay them. To walk through this off a flash. Isaac. Holding the edge of the smoke to perfection. Gets the double kill. Upgrades his FAMAS and a round converted for GamerLegion. It looked like it was going either way at the start with No Way. And I believe Henny finding that aggressive defense.
But that's a bit of a bonus regardless for GamerLegion, right? You saw how many FAMASes they brought into this round.
I want to know why Henny turned around.
Well, you could tell he was aware of the Snacks push because he's underarmed the flash over the wall. So they're aware of the type of maneuver that they're seeing, but you're not expecting someone to be literally T-stairs. So Snacks' maneuver and Isaac's as well. Really have to give credit to Isaac using his brain in that scenario to make sure he opens up the angle, forcing the T's to head out wide before they can spot him. Here's the Acor AWP. Still would love to see more impact from him as, say, Hero Galil, not a Hero AK in the hands of Phelps. Some other upgrades. Henny just with the Glock and some util wanting to get his AWP out into the next.
Yeah, but these are the landmine rounds. You just can't step on them. You got to play this safely. They've already fumbled one. GamerLegion cannot afford to fumble another.
And they've already started the round in somewhat of an anti-eco setup. You want to make sure that you leer forward within the early stages to probe, but you don't want to stay forward. You don't want to stay overextended. Show your hand, force the Ts to be a little bit more diligent in how they go for the map control, but then create this nucleus, right? This little group play, this group think, and they have 3 players currently dotted atop of the A site to deal with this. Will be an A exec.
Got a nade for the lineup. Bang, straight on Henny. That sends the message that I know what's coming. Acor onto No Way. Good to see his AWP fill the feed, albeit just for his 5th. Spray, comfortable for Vault. There's the Galil. It's still found another.
Good damage from Phelps.
He's done a lot there. I mean, a plant does seem out of the realms of possibility. He's still concerned about truck, but they are lining up util to stop and disrupt. Oh, information Phelps, he's so aware. Now that smoke, where's the bomb?
Trying to get his hands on it.
Running light on time here, 10 seconds. You've got to get a move on now. Picks up the bomb.
They're just running
They're
down
going to
now.
run at him. He's just going to try and get some more damage. Damage done. No time for this. One more kill will do it. Oh, not far off, but still 3 kills from Phelps. Nearly a 4th. It's admirable work.
Yeah, good damage. If they really wanted to punish him there, let time subside and kill him after and make sure he gets no loss bonus. But great output from Phelps considering the type of purchase. Started very well for GamerLegion, like the setup. Didn't end in the way they would have hoped. One man and a Galil keeps their finances somewhat limited going forward. So very good work from the Brazilians. Keeping the international squad right where they want them. Orb starting B. Acor not going to have too many opportunities to find a pick. It is just decent. Unless he surges towards connector where Vinnie and Henny reside. Phelps is already forward at Fountain. No, wait, the second part of this. And the boost from Snacks. I'm going to play around these smokes. Does he get a chance? Pulls out the nade at the worst possible time.
Nice find. That's a huge contribution from Decent, who's having one hell of a game. He joins Henny and Phelps at 16 frags each.
Almost feels like Acor has to continue the search now. They need to draw something back level. A minute 20 still remains on the clock. Oh, this setup. GamerLegion, if you stay now, you're in trouble.
Burning! Wow. Vinnie had no way out there.
Oh, just around the corner from the AWP. Volt will be screaming that this is possible. They could slink through the the lower bathrooms in towards the site.
Surely that's hell. You can see Kioz is going to be tending to that. Investigating is decent. Good awareness from Isaac. Takes his head off.
Phelps can still change the round. Hearing the jump spot. So that information to Henny. If Henny can make his way out, take a pick from Divider and Kioz gets too much hang time, it's over. Oh, Volt on the flank.
Yeah, he seems to have caught pretty good timing here. Kioz draws their attention with the util. Keeps them slowed. Looking for it though. No way. Good work. And we combined with Phelps, they might have the site here. It's up to Acor. Can he make a difference? Good util usage. Can't really go through that smoke. It would be a death sentence. Phelps, aware of the potential, acknowledges bank the most likely outcome here.
Isaac has a flash.
Imperial, they have an orb. No way picks it up with the low HP. Phelps playing for the round. No way, the contingency. Oh, how is he only been brought lower? He only had a low HP. Now Acor in the clutch. He's running light on time. Tickles the bomb. No way, just calling the bluff.
Calling the bluff.
Calling the bluff. That's so cheeky. He knows he's won the round now. Acor, what can you do? Run away and save. No way comes up clutch.
Oh, I think Ash's reaction they just saw hand on the head. Should have been their round. I love the way that Kioz and Volt played that in combination. Kioz was just delaying front sight, making sure they couldn't get towards the default box, puffing up his chest, looking big, looking like the only threat. Volt comes in and gets one behind, but one is not enough. And then the round falls apart. Imperial breakthrough. And this is how it started. Decent, just catching Snacks off guard. No way as well, these two younger names. With great showing. Look, not a huge amount of impact for No Way. Sorry, a huge amount of kills, but impact. He has 7 frags so far, but that round means an awful lot. You consider the damage that was just done in the previous by Phelps' Galil. That compounds. That's some big issues for GamerLegion, who are taking their 3rd tactical timeout, trying to make this buy work. It's going to be very light on in the util department because they are opting for primarily rifles. There will just be one incendiary. Everybody with a smoke, 1 HE and a handful of flashes. So they don't have a lot of util to be able to slow and stall out Imperial. This time Acor's AWP starting over towards A. Bit more of a standard hold. Bow and Acor in combination. 3 over towards the B side of the map for the CTs. And flash hits its mark. Acor takes his shot. Dips back immediately towards the site to rejig the setup. Acor's over towards B quite quickly.
Decent, just goes on a bit of a one-man mission there, and it's going to force out some additional util. Those Smokes, few and far between now. I see 3 left for the CTs with full 72nd round ahead of us.
Something that we noted the other day when Imperial played Apex was Imperial had no issues playing very, very late executes. Last 15 or so seconds, keeping their cool, staying calm. It looks like we might be on track for a round like that. Three players towards A for GamerLegion. They've stacked the wrong side.
Just banking on their additional smokes.
There's no real info available. They need to either push or rotate.
Heaven smoke lands. Molly barrels. Kios readies himself for the potential push. But Decent's having none of it. They start short. He flashes for himself. Nice work from Decent. He ran past Kios though. And with Akor's help, if he could just get another, Henny will catch him. Awkward now. 3-on-3 and they're heading into the site. What a shot, Akor. Picks one hell of a time to find his form. Just in the nick of time, bomb goes down. Power position in the post plant here. Advantage nonetheless. Not anymore. The AWP on Henny. He has got 3. It could very well be 4. Akor on his AWP. Can he come up clutch? There's time. They're not going to give him anything. Just crouching, looking to catch the opportunity. No way to be cleared out. And yeah, Akor backs away. Second time we've seen Akor in a clutch. And hasn't been able to have a single speck of impact.
Yeah, so worried about getting hunted down now as well. When that hunt is coming, needs to hold on to this. Committed to the save and will be afforded that opportunity by the kill. But Henny, what a half for him so far. 19 kills in total. Phelps just behind on 18 and then Decent with 17. Those 3 with massive output put the Brazilians up to 11 rounds, just 2 more away from picking up map number 1, GamerLegion's choice. And then we head over to Mirage. And this is it. Henny, the late piece with the bomb. Kios tries to get tricky with it. He's able to pick up one shot, but then the monster smoke clears. Henny's got the easiest kill of his life and then just pipes in towards the site. Snax stepping out when his teammates couldn't contribute. Snax really needed to be waiting for the smoke to fade. He played way too quick into that round and gave away the number advantage.
Outlook bleak for GamerLegion on their pick.
And they're going all in as well. You can see the force buy. Next round's only 2,400 loss bonus, so their options are so limited. And the thing is, if you don't force buy behind the AWP, then Akor's not going to have one in future rounds, right? The half will probably be over. So it looks like they're just going to shove right now. MP9s, FAMAS, 5-7, light smattering of util again. But they need to hope that they can find themselves in an exchange early to try and win the rounds in some chaos. Because if it just peters out and then becomes one of these scenarios where the map control is taken for Imperial, they should be able to close with the util and superior weapons. Nothing different, standard start.
Oh, that's a shot. That's Henny gone. Akor got flashed off of the line, but still nails it. Good awareness of the flight path Henny would be taking. Staying dynamic, immediately posts up long.
Some of the best shots we've seen Akor hit this tournament, Alex as well, has been blind.
That's
Remember
true.
that one on Vertigo?
Yeah. Just turn his monitor off, he'd be fragging up a storm.
Well, this is one way to get them back into it, but if you're GamerLegion, a round win, sure, it's compulsory, but it's the way that you do it. How many players can you keep alive? What type of weapons can you scavenge? I might be getting ahead of myself because still 4 players survive. 2 of them heavy hitters, Phelps and Decent.
Look at the buy. This saved AWP is really what it hinges on. Victory contingent on Akor and that AWP. Smoke long, Phelps sticking around. Maybe gonna start showing a lot of his presence there, puffing up his chest as they maneuver towards this less guarded site.
Well timed on the smoke there from Kios, so Monster closed for business for the next 20 seconds. It's free of the rotation again. Snax is cheated over. Looks like Akor and Volt are also getting the message, and you have to gamble, don't you? Phelps to be late down connector. 3 players through Monster as another smoke hits the deck. Real problems.
They have to go. A flash, a nade on the smoke. Good counter flash, a good spray as well from the MP9 combined with Isaac. It's only Phelps that gives them something to celebrate, but he just wants to get out of there. He's got $2,000 in his bank account as well. Not so fortunate is Vinnie. $50 is all he'll bring into the next.
Need to try and pick up these guns in Monster for sure. get your hands on some upgrades, lads, as yeah, they'll be able to get a Galil and an AK for their trouble. Snacks, unfortunately, just going to carry through with the 5-7, but they do get the round, and that comes through an A-core opening. GamerLegion are going to need plenty more of that.
Deixa eu... Mano, vamos fazer o 5 aqui. Compra essa bomba quem puder comprar.
Something about taking short. All right, well, let's see what the CT defense shapes up to be. An AK, an AWP. Some pistols brought into the mix. This should be a 9.
A-core could be in trouble. He could get caught off here yet. They're actually jumping up. Okay. A-core knocks Phelps for 6. A huge opening.
Well, 2 rounds in a row, the AWP has opened up the account for GamerLegion. That's what you need. Good info play. Kio's calling it clear because he doesn't know exactly what lies, but didn't see anything on the spot. Still have this Henny AWP, so it can get dangerous. The AK picked up from Phelps, now in the hands of No Way.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they re-aggress here. The comms is B's quiet. You can see that Volt's reaction is a divider, smoke, and a walk. He'll set himself up with Snacks. Kios to cover the long gap.
This is perfect because the AWP's now on B, so it's not like a missed shot and then the site gets overrun. 3 rifles available.
Yeah, that's an idea. It's on a timer. And he's going to have to be silent on the dismount. Patience. Name of the game. He's double scoped. Volt would have a sitting duck here. Vinnie peeking around the smoke. This could be awkward. Volt swivels around. He's got to stay aware. He's now perfectly poised to collect onto Vinnie. Volt will double up, and GamerLegion are making this a game after all.
They saved, right? They had all of the guns. They saved all.
There you go, nice little look into how those rounds end and just discussing the type of purchases. What players did you kill? Did they have head armor? So always good to remind everybody. Now you know you are likely to go up against a purchase, but no Henny AWP available. AKs to be brought out.
A-Core's arrived just in time, hasn't he, Chad?
Yeah, well, it was only 2 kills in the first half. So he's had 9 so far in the second. And if he can find another AWP opener, that'll be 3 from 3 in consecutive fashion.
Interesting call from Vinnie. Almost a bit of an all-in towards the fountain position. No one really safeguarding any of those pushes for Info B. Con to be investigated as well, or I say investigated, maybe just one.
Now, even if they don't win this round, Alex, I think one of the keys for Imperial is to get the bomb down. Something they haven't been able to do in the last couple. Always difficult to do on a map like Overpass, but with the loss bonus maxed out, 3,400 going into the next, if the bomb goes down, they can stay threatening with buys. So it can be a waypoint. It doesn't necessarily have to be the round conversion, but it keeps them threatening. Get a couple of kills, get the bomb down, continue to keep GamerLegion well under pressure.
Well, they've gone through the procedures. They've gotten long.
Looks like they're going to heavily execute through long, doesn't it?
Didn't work out for them last time. Divider smoke lands at 40 seconds. A-Core holding this gap. This is a strong setup with Snacks housekeeping long. 28. 3 here to defend. GamerLegion to put themselves within 1 round. Their adversary, here comes No Way. A nice impactful frag, an important trade. A-Core left empty-handed after the 1, and now down goes Snacks. Vinnie's Deeg, good for it, finds the upgrade, finds the plant.
This should be 12.
It should be. Kios and Isaac in a unenviable position here, and Isaac, this is a hard clear. Phelps should have him every single day of the week. Kios, dead man, decent, secures it, and now Imperial can taste it. They can feel it to take your opponent's pick in a do-or-die matchup at the major.
Yeah, you could see the way that execute just made GamerLegion think it was going to be so many more bodies through long. They all turned their attention to the long leak, and you can see how they've been able to segregate the site. Smokes front of Dice, and then they're taking the fight front bathroom. So even if you wanted to play a forward setup, you now are in 180 degrees worth of joules. Nice little call to pull out from Vinnie and the boys, as they have put GamerLegion in the worst of positions. They bought back in with what they can afford. 1 kit, AWP out again. MP9 for Isaac. Just one more round for Imperial to take the map choice of GamerLegion.
Yeah, Vinnie's throwing a spawn con smoke. To stop that investigation, it facilitates 3 of them leaning towards Monster early, and it's no way. Volt goes looking for answers. All it gets is an AK bullet between the eyes. Extra pressure on Acor, and that was a lot of info from Kios. Spotted 2 boots.
Took a lot of damage for the trouble though, didn't he? Down to 49. Has to think better of searching aggressively. I feel like Acor has to stay forward again. We discussed this previously earlier on within the half when they lost a player and the AWP needing to stay proactive, but he will just drop back and give up a lot of space. It looks like there's a huge gamble coming in from GamerLegion, rotating all of their pieces over towards B. And maybe push through. If the kills come in against the likes of Isaac and Kios, then maybe they just filter in towards the B side, but they definitely can't just sit here.
This is inspired. Kios is going to have a boost angle for Vinnie's jiggle. Oh, it needed to be a kill.
AWP's pushing short.
Acor nails it. Takes down
Hightail it
Phelps.
towards A, boys. Take some space. I'd be screaming if I was Vinnie.
But that's exactly what GamerLegion are expecting. 3 of them with their knives out. It's a race. 30 seconds, and they will have to set up in time. They're in the right place, Chad. GamerLegion calling upon Acor. He nails another. A double kill from the AWP. 2 frags in the first half. 12 here in the second. Decent can still disrupt. Kios on the close angle, covered by the smoke, safe from the spam. Vinnie low HP, could be awkward, especially if Acor misses another shot. Now up to Kios. With Isaac's help, they've done enough. Henny not got anything here, and no scope. Last hope. Isaac will finish, and 2 more required for OT.
Oh, just holding on, aren't they? But that's a massive call to make and a number disadvantage. Hey, let's rotate all of our pieces towards B. Let's get a boost going. They're able to catch them off guard and then corral them, right? Get them to exactly where they want them, out-rotate them towards the site. It's just massive work from Acor.
It almost worked out better by the fact that the boost didn't get the kill because it gives them the information. There's 3B. The AWP short, there's no way he was boosting. There's 3B, get your ass to A, but that's exactly what GamerLegion wanted. Really cool. Mind games, Counter-Strike, it's being played at a high level here in Copenhagen.
This is going to be a B-go. Just smokes and flashes, but Tech9s can overrun. Is anybody playing anti-flash right now for GamerLegion? That's the biggest question. But Snacks will probably be that piece. You can see him just spamming off towards Connector. They're lining up the util. Here they go.
Poppy, Isaac, are you ready for this? This could be awkward if it's not. A nice double. Kios only gets 1. Isaac, he's got Snacks to help him out. Does find Vinnie. Henny slipping the net. Running out of bullets was Isaac. Finds himself an AK-47. This is still threatening. Decent on short. Snacks on the bridge. And he does find the frag onto Decent, but not without the frag onto Volt. Losing him, makes it all onto Henny. He's gone too. Snacks stays strong with a triple. We will see the final round of regulation. GamerLegion, they are hanging on by their fingertips.
And the buy is going to work out nicely. Kios can purchase himself. Snacks and Acor can both drop rifles. So it will be a full buy available for GamerLegion to defend their honor, to take this to overtime. But even the detail in the final kill just there, highlighted well there by the OBS team, the flash over from Acor, which tells you the comms are flowing in a pressure situation. Acor saying, I have a flash, Snacks waiting for it, it comes through, and they close it down.
They want both pistols, and it's this close. Got to give Imperial the props for their performance here, but it could very well be wiped completely clean if GamerLegion can secure OT in this one.
Aggressive.
This would be crazy to throw in when you've got so much at stake.
These two love this push, and they haven't pulled it out yet.
Decent's been waiting for it. Kios dead, expecting a second. Decent! That's more than that. That's outstanding. He's taken them both down. A leg up in the round. Mission accomplished. A man advantage. Can Imperial close this?
Might be a little bit more cautious this time round. Last time the AWP showed its hand, they ran in towards a stack. Phelps next up to the plate. 2 to do it towards long. They've heard him.
Oh, he can still find one. Nice work from Volt. Save Snacks' hide, but here comes Vinnie. Could punish them on the long side. Oh, beautiful turn of the flash. He will have vision ready for the fight on Acor. Quick headshot from the AWP. They are fighting tooth and nail. No way in Henny. What have you got for us?
Acor's already rotated back.
Yeah, good awareness.
Smoke for heaven, though.
It's dropped in. Doesn't mean anything now. Trying to hold this short cross or not. Catch the tail end of it. Perfect headshot into Henny. No way. What have you got? Nothing. No! GamerLegion force OT.
What a comeback. What a way back into this game. And Acor 17 kills by the end of regulation, with only 2 of them being in that first half. Henny not looking happy, knowing they could have got this done in regulation. Hopefully he's not losing it. It looks... It doesn't look good.
No, body language is telling me Vinny's saying, yo, we do this in OT.
He's normally quite a hype, but you know, it can go the other way at times.
Yeah, Acor has really turned it on.
That's what you need from your AWP on the CT side.
You said it, right? I mean, you said that round 1 of their CT campaign. GamerLegion have managed to force it. Let's go. 12-12. First to 16.
If Imperial lose this round and Henny was losing his cool and not just firing up the team, if I'm Zach, I'm taking the timeout just to cool them down.
Yeah. Going for the 2-man boost. This is a jump spot. I don't think Decent's going to be able to... Ooh, he does it again! Oh, Snack's lucky to be alive there. That was 2 body shots instead of the head. Try and walk on this. They know Acor's likely looking. Lands his back. Phelps spots 1. Using this information to take gaps, take space. He knows it's likely there's no one here, so he'll just hoover up this information, hoover up this space. Covered though. Vault. Oh, covered by Acor. Lucky to be alive.
So dynamic on this CT side, aren't they? The jigsaw puzzle just keeps on moving.
What's happening there? Isaac was moving towards the monster pipe. Yeah, thinks better of it. He's alone, unsupported for now.
It's always so scary playing that position, knowing they could do like the nose flash and pop through at any time. Jump spot. Decent. Does take down Isaac. So having success is Decent in the head-to-head in the last few, but last round, he put them in a 5-on-3 number advantage and they couldn't close. Now it's a 4-on-4 as Snacks melts. They're coming in.
This is super uncomfortable now. Snacks and Kios would have to do something rather absurd, like catching Henny with his nade pulled. He lives. Covered by No Way. 1 back from Acor, this frustrating AWP. Keeps finding the frags. Good cover. Acor onto Decent in the meantime. A 2-on-2, and look at their health. With only 1 bullet left in the AWP, but here comes the frag onto Vinnie. Good awareness. Vault makes it work. And Henny still with an opportunity. But margin for error doesn't exist. 4 HP. Can he isolate these 2? If he takes down the head-to-head, if he fires a shot onto Acor, he's calling the bluff on the defuse, goes wide, and down goes Henny.
Kio's making some noise. The Alligator able to snapshot, or unable to snapshot on round 13. Had an opportunity.
That was just the 2 of them. 5 frags between the 2 of them. It's Acor again, finding 3 frags. And yeah, maybe that timeout is necessary. We'll see this cover. That should have been a frag from Phelps, but of course Acor just so quick with it.
Look at his impact. Acor.
Bang.
Yeah, just hitting all of them now. Had a shaky tournament.
Nice from Volt as well. Creeps up close to the angle. Going to be much harder for Henny to react to it. Knew what he was up against. Okay, first round of OT goes GamerLegion's way, so the momentum is firmly in their side of the court.
Staying dynamic with the setup. Acor back over towards B with the AWP. And at this moment, if you're Snacks and Acor's starting to call his own peaks, call his own rounds, you'd love it.
Yeah.
Because he's feeling it. He's on a heater. I want to pick there, I want to pick there, I want to be... It makes it life so easy because the CT setups will just stay dynamic by the virtue of exactly that. Snacks towards the tree. Vault to assist from the upper bathrooms. Henny's AWP trained and searching.
They've got everything covered.
Self-flash.
Snacks. He's tested now, and oh, he's done a lot of damage. Combined with his Vault, they have nearly taken down the whole squad. Look at the damage inflicted. No Way 3. Phelps 45.
Still difficult to end this round. 50 seconds and you don't really have any space. Take a look at the radar. What do Imperial have?
A dream. They have got Decent still alive. The man's been finding frags when no one else could.
Bolt heard that.
Yeah, that's...
Kios is coming back up.
Gonna get him ready. Refires it. Only the 1. But there's Kios activating. Good trade.
Great restraint.
Yeah, really nice. He's not going to overextend it. He can find 1 more, which he has. Okay, Kios is here with a triple. Down goes Imperial and a perfect CT side so far.
Yeah, amazing restraint from Kios there. He knew there were more bodies available.
You can see him consider it.
Yeah, could have just swung immediately and taken the fight, but that would have given opportunities to Imperial. And you know, the fact that Henny's had AWPs in back-to-back rounds, in overtime, it means he won't be able to have it in all three. So he's bought it twice. Now he's just relegated down to a Galil. That does suck.
Well, that stat is crazy. Acor has 100% success in his opening duels. He's got 5-0 in opening duels. Even when he was having a tough half, he wasn't the first to give it up. But every time he's chosen to take one, he's converted.
Well, the momentum's definitely swung, hasn't it?
This GamerLegion's picked for a reason, but Imperial got off to such a flyer. And every single one of these rounds has kind of felt the same off the rip.
Well, that's the thing with this map. Your one option if you want to go fast is B.
Yeah,
you can't do a fast A. No one has ever been successful at doing a fast A in the history of Overpass.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Running a country mile just to get to the bomb site.
By the time you get to long and they've cleared out all of B. It's GG. Oh, another 6-0 from Acor.
You know what I think? They're trying to go back to that long execute they did previously that helped them get round number 12.
Oh my lord, he hit that through the wall. He's got Phelps. Acor racks him up. He's actually at the top of the scoreboard now. You talk about CT side AWPing on Overpass. Acor giving us a masterclass tonight. Good angle. Oh, better shot, decent. He's very quick with it. Acor's going to punish him, but overpeaks into Henny. 3 versus 2. Snacks on that close angle. He's safe from the Molotov, but he's going to clear him, and he's quick with it on the Galil, so now there's room to plant. Isaac on a fast flank. Vinnie exposed and eliminated, so it's all onto Henny in the clutch. Yoz has already got on a cross by virtue of that smoke, so this could be a double peak or just the one. Kiosk. Process of elimination and eliminating Imperial's hopes of finishing this one in 1 OT. For them, they've just got to try and force a second.
And I think that this should likely be done and dusted quite quickly now that a full buy gets to come out immediately from GamerLegion. Within the early stages of that first half, money was an issue as far as full buys went. They were still able to get that Galil's, but Acor's AWP, I think we saw it once, maybe twice at most within the first half of play. Now he can have everything he wants. It means that Snacks can call with the full smorgasbord, right? I've got the utils for my connector control.
Right,
I'm actually able to go for all of my options and openings.
So this is where we get to just sit back and let's watch what GamerLegion do with a full belt.
Ooh.
Everything you desire.
It's not default either, right? They're not just going through standard map control. 4 players outside B immediately. So this is telling that they don't just want to go for that map control. They actually want to have a direct play over towards B.
Safe from the spam.
And he rotating over. 4 players grace the B bomb site for Imperial. Stack nades at the ready. Nobody playing wood. It's gonna be barrels.
Counter boost. So wonderful. Phelps, we saw him. He's gonna get a freebie here. And Snacks doesn't react immediately. Up short. Channeling him into the AWP from Henny. Misses his shot.
This is aim map now.
This is awkward. This is deathmatch. Isaac onto Vinnie. 4 frags away from taking their map pick. Have you got anything left, Imperial? Such a strong start, but it could be a very quiet finish. Acor, another, taking down Phelps. Vinnie and Phelps forced to watch through their fingers as this one slipping away. GamerLegion. Stubborn here on Overpass. The boost combined with Decent's find. Maybe there's something more if he can find Kiosk, which he has. It's all onto him. He's had a hell of a map. 29 frags and counting. And he's just going to get double swung. GamerLegion will take it. Overpass is theirs. And Imperial, it felt like at times it was theirs for the taking, but GamerLegion showing resilience.
Just to build on that, Imperial were up 12-9 at one point in this game. The final round to get it done in regulation, they were in a 5v3 number advantage. But Acor happened. He has found his form at the right time. GamerLegion still in it. Got themselves 1 map up, Mirage up next, and Imperial, they're the ones who have lost the momentum and maybe lost their cool. Saw Henny exchanging some words after the final round of regulation. Zach needs to help them screw their heads back on.
They didn't win a single round after that heated exchange. We're going to see what happens on map 2 after the panel breaks it down.
Yeah, breaking down, that is exactly what happened there. Man, rough to see. We usually wouldn't talk about stuff, you know, that's going on with the players on stage unless it goes out on broadcast, and then it's fair game because you at home saw it. We were obviously waiting to come onto the desk, and I mean, you know, that is a classic example of tilt, textbook.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely, and there was all the reasons to tilt, right? I think we have to address this round 24 in two different angles. There's one side of it which is an incredible explosion of emotion towards the end, and we can see all the frustration. We see the exchange very heated between Henny and Vinnie as well, and you have to realize this is just overtime, so you can make the argument there is no place to be in that mindset when you have the overtime starting. That's one side of the conversation, but I think this would overshadow another problem, which is an incredibly misplayed situation on the T side, which has been symptomatic of Imperial. And I talked about it. I talked about Vinnie. I talked about the leadership in high tense moment. It's a 5 versus 3 where Imperial is reactive instead of being proactive. We hear the communication, we see what they're moving. Even though they have the advantage, they see 2 men on the B side, they run towards the A side. They see 2 on A, they run towards B. And you're a GamerLegion, and even though you have a number disadvantage, you dictate the action. And that is a gross mistake as a leader. It's been misplayed by Imperial, and the reaction is obviously very damaging for them.
I think it even goes even further back in that second half. I'm remembering round number 22 where it was A-Core with a saved AWP. They had a couple of SMGs and whatnot. And I could listen, we're sitting behind Imperial players, we could hear the comms. We might not be able to understand the language, but you know, 3B, yes. That's what he said, 3B. And they immediately pivoted back towards the A bomb side. But A-Core was, not just A-Core, the entire GamerLegion team were 3 steps ahead. The moment he gets a kill towards B, he immediately pivots back towards A, and obviously the CT, you're going to get to reach the way faster than the Ts. The Ts reach over there, there's not much time remaining, A-Core gets a second kill as well. They were so many steps ahead, and I 100% agree with Matthew, the fact that that sort of reactive counter-strike on the T side especially, where you are deciding your plays based on what the CTs are doing, that's not going to pan out. That was a 9-3 lead, by the way.
I don't want to say that we did like a pretty great first death segment for this, but I think we actually did. We aced everything we talked about. Vinnie with the calls, the temperament, being reactive instead of proactive. And then we said as well, A-Core's got to come alive.
He woke up.
And if they do, then GamerLegion are in with a fighting chance, particularly on overpass against anyone.
Let's get the basics out of the way. 2 kills in the first half, a billion gazillion on the second, right? That's the story of A-Core here. But beyond that, I think he did an incredible job at stopping Imperial when they still had momentum and they felt brave on their T side. I think he is the main reason why he forced them to slow down. He had a number of very aggressive opening picks from the fountain position, punishing long anytime Phelps was trying to jump on that flower pot. That happened twice as well.
Yep.
And so these kills are the hardest to get. When your opponent is still hot on the trot, they have full momentum, they don't worry 1 second when they're gonna swing you. He did that, he stopped them. And once that had been established, we saw Imperial slow down the pace and have to dig a little bit deeper in the playbook, which they don't have. So A-Core is the architect of that comeback. He stopped Imperial playing the counter-strike they wanted, forced them to slow down, they didn't have the quality.
I'm going to sprinkle in a bit of number right there, just to emphasize how monstrous he was, because we were being critical of him. 21-4 on the CT side.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, and obviously as well, if you're not running a sophisticated T side and you're just running into that brick wall and losing rounds, it's pretty intense. I believe you guys picked out a round for us to look at to kind of illustrate
the
final round
problem. Yeah, do you
the
want to do
absolute
it?
desolation. You want to take that one? You want to walk us through it?
I mean, like, this is just, well, firstly, the double push coming from GamerLegion.
I thought they lost it right there, by the way.
It was a very brave play. I was like, that's kind of crazy. Now it's a 3v5 show, the trade takes place, and then just they see 2 players towards long. What do? They immediately pivot back, and they're just panicking, running in towards short. The Molotov, by the way, great Molotov coming in from the CTs. But by the time the Ts, Imperial, are heading towards A bombs and the CTs are already ready, then they pivot all the way back towards B. They're telegraphing this. They're literally yelling at them, this is exactly what we're going to do. And no matter which side they go to, GamerLegion are ready and waiting. And it wasn't just this one round, it was multiple rounds in the second half. And this is my problem. I know Henny's a pugnacious person. I know he can be an aggressive person, can be very impassionate. But buddy, you're the veteran here. You're in a scenario like this, you can't allow yourself to let your emotions get the better of you.
Well, I just think as a team, you know, look, okay, it's bad, but overtime's a reset.
I know, but
you're back to zero.
The story that you have to follow, Richard, is right there on your screen as well. It's like it's symptomatic of a T side that isn't finding solutions towards the very end. So everyone is getting a little bit frustrated. Everyone is a bit antsy, right? You get this double open kill, and instead of being level-headed, cool, and this is once again where I'm going to pivot to Vinnie, because I think in his position, that's his task, to calm down the boys, to have that call in the mid-round. We say, listen, stop. Like, we're all falling to panic right now. We're all running, and it's so telling that even though GamerLegion start with basically 3 players after 20 seconds, all of the actions we see are easy, comfortable kills, because they are the one knowing. Acor punishes Monster, he sends 2 of his teammates in a double long stack, they get a free Phelps who's poking his head, then Acor finds another kill. It's too easy because your opponent are panicking. They shouldn't be panicking. 5v3 is not to panic.
And I'll point out as well, we didn't have a lot of time to talk about Decently before we came in. I mean, what a mentality monster this kid is. I mean, like, he's, you know, he's the one calming everybody down.
I feel bad about
in that clip you just saw.
I feel bad about
putting
that.
up the numbers.
It's like, you know, the parents are fighting the kids like, Daddy, like, can we not yell at me? Can you not throw, you know, the bottles at me, Dad? Can we just calm down and make sure that we're happy together? I mean, the guy's dropping 29 kills.
We'll move past that.
He's dropping 29 kills in the server, and he's the one calming down the veterans. Like, decent in no way the 18-year-old kids coming in.
He's got a presence. He's got something.
Shouldn't be happening.
He's got something specific. I think he was also at the beginning of the map one of the most solid pieces they had on the B side. So I'm liking.
That's what he was doing when they were arguing. He was like, please,
kills.
like, stop,
what more do you want from him?
Yeah,
like, is he supposed to be the counselor as well for the team?
I know, it's so crazy. I mean, listen, whatever, Imperial is still in this series, right? And you know, the one thing I would say is Decently performed exactly as you would, you know, beyond anything you could hope for. No Way was a little bit quiet, but I still think those two are the key to victory, and they've got another map. They can still do this.
Yeah, definitely, and I think if we hadn't witnessed this sort of effusion we saw in Round 24 and how it unfolded, we might have a different conversation here. We might just stand saying, oh, you know what, GamerLegion is kind of an expert on overpass. That's their stronghold. They won the map. It's okay, guys. We're moving to the next map. But the question is, like, how Imperial is going to react from this. I think Chad put it very aptly at the desk, or the cast right towards the very end. He said, Zach, he's got his hands full here.
Yeah, yes.
And that's right. This is
where
the
a
key moment.
coach really earns
Oh,
the
absolutely.
salary.
All of that money you're getting all just watching demos, it culminates to this very moment, actually making sure that you guys are going to move on to map 2 with their heads screwed on right, and just forgetting about this terrible last round. That's his job.
And map 2, Mirage, is a map that, you know, Imperial should be winning on. Like, on paper, they look really good. That game against Heroic was them actually kind of running away with it until Nerds just went Super Saiyan. If memory serves, I think it went to overtime, if I'm not mistaken. So they are very solid on the map. And, you know, if everything's clicking, if they're playing the way they usually do, they should still be at map number 3, but 100% agree with you. There's always been a problem with a lot of the Brazilian teams and the players is that mentality, right? That fiery mentality. It is a double-edged sword. We know how it can swing the other way, and hopefully Zach, he calms things down here.
Well, look, do you know what I like to do? When I need to calm down, I like to look at some beautiful artwork. That's what I do. Henny, pay attention when you watch this VOD. You can see here, this is Displate, the sponsor for the major. Look at that. Isn't that a nice little peaceful scene?
It's very colorful.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, got some supernova
obviously,
and everything.
As we say, this is, you know, the great thing about this is it's all on metal, right?
Metal's great.
You put magnets in there, no screws required, and they have all sorts of licensed work. Over 200 different licensed artwork from things like movies and music and all. I got some movie stuff in my house. That's what I'm always talking about here.
Yeah.
But obviously, officially licensed Counter-Strike stuff too. So you can go to displate.com/PGL. If you get 1 or 2 of these,
you get
22% off. If you get 3 or more, it's 33% off.
I'm a cheap guy.
Do
Love
go
it.
and
It's
support
beautiful.
them, guys, and you can have a lovely artwork like this on your walls. We're now going to go to break, guys. So, look, we're going to go upstairs and continue to watch whether Imperial are going to be able to avert a total meltdown, whether GamerLegion are going to make it into the top 16. Make sure you tune in.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Share
world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
It is time to de-quiz the bomb, and I've got Imperial's and Vinnie with me. Are you ready for this challenge? You've already watched Zach do it and he succeeded. Do you feel more pressure now, mate?
A little bit, because I can lose to my coach.
Yeah, you can't lose to your coach. You are the IGL. You need to take control of this. You need to know more than your coach.
Exactly.
All right, get your hand on the mouse.
Okay.
Press the button.
And done.
Get yourself ready. Let's see it go down.
3, 2, 1.
Go.
What is the minimum amount of M4 A4 shots to the board to kill there's a piece around it if he has Cavalier? It's 4. Between two. How many times did Nick appear in the top 10? Holy crap, that's a lot. 4? Okay, yeah. Which player from Canada consistently ranking the top 20 from the Swiss? Yes. Which player from Denmark consistently ranking the top 10 from 17 to 19? Maybe Device. Okay. How much money do you get for a kill with clock? 300. Okay, I'm getting there. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb without a defuse kit? How do you miss that? Which Brazilian player consistent to ranking in the top 10 from 2015 to... I think I'm 0 that day on 1-1, right? Oh, sure. I don't know. Yeah,
boom!
Nice.
Easy. I'm quicker than
How
that.
did I lose the first one, actually? It's a trick question, because the A4 kills with 5 and the A1 kills with 4. So, yeah.
What we're going to do, man, make you think a little bit more, you know,
exactly.
put you under pressure.
Exactly.
But you did it quicker than Zach, so you're happy?
Yes.
Anything you want to say to Zach?
You suck.
GamerLegion 1 map away, but no one expecting to see them in Copenhagen. Now 1 map away from the elimination stage.
Let's see if they can seize the opportunity that they have
Too
been...
soon, man.
Well, you know,
Too soon.
I thought it was all right.
Yeah,
That's a little segue into 9 Pandas not being here and GamerLegion taking their spot.
Yeah, no, I liked it. But on the other side of the coin, Imperial imploding over on Overpass.
I thought you were going to say no one's getting diamonds. Yeah,
No,
but
that's true too.
let's see. Has Henny been able to calm himself down? We know he wears his heart on his sleeve, and we saw the fire erupt as 5v3 squandered.
We all know how it feels when you're on map point, your teammate gets a double entry, you're kind of already visualizing like, oh God, like you're kind of almost feeling relieved before the round's even over, and then to have that turned on its head, it's Acor with some sharp shots, Phelps with an overextension, but that was last map. Let's focus on what we can control, and that is how Mirage goes down. T-start for Imperial, must-win map for Major Hopes.
GamerLegion last played this back at the RMRs against the Guild Eagles, and they won it. Highest rated player is Isaac. Lowest rated player is Acor. Now, Acor found his form. Let's see if he can continue to run with it.
The site about to be exploded upon, and only Kios is within arm's reach of the site.
It's quite a retake setup, isn't it?
Yeah, he's about to be smoked off. Yeah, they're asking too much of him. Lovely movement. You can see they're pathing there, jumping, avoiding the headshots.
Keep your eyes on number 5. That's Henny. He's going to be a late piece of this. He's currently watching the flank, but he might want to come around short late, depending on how this one starts to trickle forward. Plenty of bodies up short. One through the marker will be Acor.
Kit on Isaac.
Flash and go.
Spots them. No way. Nice from Kios. He starts strong with the double. No way back. Henny still in the apps. Fighting for market. Isaac finds him. This gets uncomfortable now, despite that bomb being light on time. They're on the defuse. They're on the defuse, Henny. He can't find him in time. One more bullet into Isaac would have done it.
And we know Kios loves to make some noise. There he is again. The fact he gets 2. You see after that, Alex, he only had 2 bullets left in the chamber and 3 left over. So he had to pick up something else on the way into the site. And that's a pistol round falling in the favor of GamerLegion. Looking to run with this momentum. They're going to make it 3 from 3 in the pistol department so far in the series. You're keeping the hype rolling.
Yeah. I mean, that's composure from GamerLegion.
Peppered by Galils. You're not re-peeking that one, are you, Acor?
No, thank you.
They've already spread quite quickly down towards the face of Connector. Short boost to respond, and Phelps has found Vault. Thank you very much.
Big find. Phelps, he's been found by Isaac. Didn't really have any way out there.
Well, mid's going to be cleared. You can see Snacks flirting with the idea. But responding late to this, with the options a flash and a molly, it is Isaac on the B bomb site, having to deal with 4. And he can flash, they can go. Kios likely up short and Snacks on a flank. It's all going to come down to the timing. Imperial just going contact.
Isaac. He's got an opportunity to find 1. The second is absurd. Vinnie, just as he jumps, takes the engagement, keeps him with a man advantage into the site. Henny will plant.
Have to.
It's necessary, but the victory still to be determined. Oh, he's hit the shot. No way. On the bench with 2. But still this fast flank, they're not considering it. There's a little bit of a timing window here for Snacks. Misses his opportunity out the window, looking to isolate these duels, but they're both playing around this bench side. Double swing. It's inspired. Imperial take the second round through the Galils by virtue of the plant.
Yeah, that right there, right? The fact that Isaac gets 2 and they still fumble the round, you really just have to look to No Way. Some great shots. Disconnected, not retaking together. That wouldn't be the first time we've seen GamerLegion a bit disjointed. This was the Phelps opener. These are the big kills from No Way on the Galil bench, back of the site, just unleashing the fury. Snacks jumping out, lost track of where both of them were. Should have known that they were both side-side, considering one was planting while No Way was shooting. Force smite back from the Legion. 5.7's quite popular. An MP9, P250, and very, very light util. They will have to hope that this stack over towards the A side is the correct one. 4 bodies. It's only Kios who isn't part of the party. Henny, Vinnie, Phelps with the mid control, Noe and Decent on the extremity of A. Connector and window smoke deployed. Henny to rotate back. With how it currently stands, unless there's probing from Vinnie in towards B, it feels like they will end in towards the A stack.
Those celebrations could be cut short.
Operating blind. Vinnie is getting info now up short. So at least he is having a look. This is important. But he can't go down to Kios.
Oh, long range.
They're going A.
Yeah. Spotted out. No further resistance here. Volt doesn't want to be spotted, but Snacks, what's going on there? The gap was not communicated. Volt will find him at least. Isaac forced wide by the flames. They're going to start pushing in. Light on time. 30 seconds.
2 default.
Yeah, one Molotov. One Molotov, and it all comes crumbling down.
Great flash.
Great flash from Acorp. Bails them out from a very awkward spot. It got hot. But with 20 seconds, it's Imperial that are bothered. They need to get that bomb in. Henny's got it on his back. Kios ready for the fight. Hard one for Volt, but with Kios on the 5-7, this is still fumbleable. Henny, 10. Henny, 9. Needs to get that bomb down.
Open side plant. Acor rotated.
Yeah. Chance covered by Decent though, and that is really hanging on by Imperial. So many ways in which that could have gone wrong.
That would have really ruined the elation of the last and reminded them of how Overpass went down if they dropped the ball there.
Whew. Yeah, no, I think for everyone's sake, that's a big sigh of relief, that force bite. Even after spotting out Kios and not having anyone else shoot him back, they ended up finishing A. Maybe it was just felt like too much of a task to get everyone resituated with the time that was available. So just an eco, nice little Zeusy action for Snacks. He's taken his towards the balcony, but this could be an SMG farming. Vinnie, yep, jumps up. Mac 10 and a HE combined with the AK. They do get one, but Vinnie finds himself 3 kills, $600 apiece. He's hearing you decent.
Don't think Snacks is getting away with this.
What about the flying strafe? Zeus.
I love how primed he looks. Like, I'm just looking at the cam.
Yeah.
So ready to get killed.
They can't find him. And he will. And there we go.
Well, that was a wasted investment into the Zeus. Not even an opportunity there for Snacks, but now we will get back into the guns. Taking a look at the finances, Acor, he's managed well and will have enough for the AWP. Seeing Ash call into a timeout, so happy to let them operate as discussed in the game plan. Oh, and Acor hasn't actually bought into an AWP. He had 5,800. And he's left extra cash. Alex, there might be something direct from the CTs. They might go all in and fight. Yeah, a full mid-control. They're going to jump out the window on Biff.
It's only Vinnie here to receive them.
This is interesting because they could have bought more util. They could have bought an AWP. There's a clear indication they want to vie for this mid-control. 4 players dealing with this. Nobody over towards B.
Flash. Steps. Oh no, Vinnie! He finds one through the smoke and transfers into Isaac.
Oh, this round's done.
Yep, as easy as that.
Well, Snacks in window, Kios towards A. Finish wherever you like, essentially.
That's crazy. They send 3 towards mid. Vinnie's responsibility just to spot it. Never mind win the round.
Well, that's something that GamerLegion have prepped. You can just tell, again, by what they did or didn't invest into. And the sheer amount of bodies. So that's something they discussed, something that they wanted to operate with, and it hasn't landed at all. Snacks would have to go gargantuan.
He's across.
He has to get 2 more at least. At least.
Yeah.
And he's dead.
Nice work from Phelps.
Kills with the save. Next round, 2,900 loss. So we'll just be a partial. And then it'll be 4-1. The guns will come back out. Now, there will be some upgrades into the next. I do think they will go with a standard gun round, which should facilitate an Acor AWP. And we just have to ask ourselves questions of what can Kios get up to in the next round with this A1S.
This is a map that's very well suited to Imperial's individuals as well. I can just, in my head canon, you know, Mirage is where a lot of the Brazilians are just running around. I remember when we went to Rio, the boys were playing Face-Its, and those Brazilian players, they're all just holding W, taking the space, pre-aims off the wazoo. No Way, we've already seen what he's up to. Vinnie seems comfortable here as well. This is their domain now, and it's starting to look and feel like it as well. Taking a look, 15 maps played, a whole lot of wins, taken down, yeah, good God, it's a lot of Brazilian opponents.
I think the heroic matchup here at the Major is one where people turned heads, especially to look at somebody like Decent.
Yeah.
He had 30 kills in that game, and I remember watching back, they could have even won that map. So the fact that they did end up losing at 16-14 to Heroic, a team that eventually ended up going 3-0 within this stage, I think that kind of put them on the map and alerted everybody to what we might expect from this team. They run so far a win over ENT, so that was a barn burner, a 22-19 Anubis match, a 16-14 loss to Heroic on Mirage, and then a 13-7 win over Apex. That's the best of ones done. They lost to Ecstatic yesterday in a series that went the distance. So they've only played against European opponents, and Europe is considered the strongest of the regions out of the three. Obviously got sub-regions involved in that. So Imperial, they haven't had an easy run. They haven't played against any easy beats. This has been bigger names who get reps against the better Counter-Strike teams in the world. But here we are, saved M4 of Kios on the top rope. At least he was for a moment.
Snags tagged up, and he's hit a couple of shots here. Kios down, opening found. Oh, and in retrieval, he's lost his life, Acor.
Arm's not long enough. Yeah, having to stay jarring there, Kios. Understandably so, especially if they wanted to do it direct.
After he fired off that shot, though, you know, it's going to be something Imperial are very focused on. They know a save came through. Not anymore. Take that rifle away. Covering it now, Snack's giving it a go, and third time's the charm. He will get away with the M4.
Phelps should hear that, so information that somebody else resides. Close A round flash. Isaac, why did you like?
That's what I'm saying. Everyone's got their own individual moves. That's lovely from No Way. Save simulator for Snacks.
It doesn't matter if he holds onto it with the max loss bonus. Sure, it is going to feel a little bit nicer, but at the end of the day, shouldn't make too many issues regarding the buy.
Yeah, but the 5 alive for Imperial, that's going to start getting the cash out of control. Look at this, Phelps already on 6,800, 73 for Decent. Everyone's flush for cash.
Yeah, and if all 5 stay alive, they don't need the rebuys. They'll have a couple of residuals available. It does free Vinnie up to call a little bit looser in some of these rounds if he'd like. Continue to try and snowball this half out of control, but a 4-round lead accrued, and they do love the BM. I respect it. It's something that I definitely get behind, the spamming of the bodies. I think you and I discussed the spray, the spam, and the teabag, the trifecta of BM.
Yeah. Just hearing that from Snacks' POV, like, what is he shooting at?
You know what would bother me even more if I was an Imperial fan?
Go on.
Is if you end up just blowing them out of the server on Mirage, knowing that you probably should have won Overpass.
Well, don't let that thought into the minds of Imperial.
Well, these intrusive thoughts, Alex, that's what we live with.
There they guess true, and there's no denying that will cross their mind, especially if they keep this form up here on map 2.
Especially if they lose Nuke.
Don't. But for GamerLegion, hey, you know, Nuke, losing close games on Nuke when you're looking for a qualification to the Major initially. Up against 9 Pandas, it was that very map.
Acor's a bit sleepy again, Alex.
Well, CT side Mirage, he's definitely going to have a few more options available to him.
Yeah, look, it's not as, I want to say as easy as Overpass. I don't think Overpass is easy by any stretch. But with how good teams are at this level with the utility constricting different positions of peaks, yeah, it's going to have to set himself up over towards short. No way calling through what util has been expended from the B defense. Acor being required to assist the likes of Kios. Bolt close A ramp, Snacks and Isaac in combination towards middle, both on the jiggle. As Imperial in absolutely no rush. So many nades left over and still have 60 seconds left on the clock, so Vinnie can call whatever he'd like with all these smokes, flashes, mollies. Full belts on some. Late mid-control. Just after that 60-second mark. Window obscured. Connected the same. But that's a defensive one from Snacks. He wants to fight.
Oh, it is Phelps onto Snacks, straight through the smoke. Should favor Snacks there. Phelps just too quick.
Be split.
Yeah, Isaac, he's playing fade here, and he has caught out Phelps with a nade in his hands. That is a gift. Seizes a man advantage. Kios in a powerful angle.
It's one.
Especially if Isaac can stay alive and draw fire. Oh, now they know about Kios. No way can get them both. If it's not for Kios finding it.
9 seconds.
There's no time. Penny, 6. Oh, and just like that, Kios. They line up for him in pursuit of glory. No time on the clock, and a second round for GamerLegion.
Yeah, this time the stress of the seconds really coming back to hurt Imperial. But that's only the second round that they've lost so far. We mentioned all that extra cash, the splash. I wonder if there's a pace change this time round. You can see how late they were to go for mid control. But Isaac, abusing that window position. I've heard from some players in recent times they feel like insta windows are going out of fashion. Well, that was late window, and Isaac still abuses it. Great job from him. Oh, Henny's committed. Ahead of the flames. We'll have to fight for a moment.
Yeah, good awareness from Kios, knowing he's got him trapped. Throws out his HE. Some significant damage. It's actually Akor's AWP. He has found a way to contribute early. Finds the opening. Takes down Phelps. Charging through the underpass. Top mid is occupied heavily by Imperial.
Well, you see the pace change in the mid control this time round. Last time they didn't even bother looking until the 55-second mark. This time, well ahead of it. And Akor 2. And then they rejig the setup again. This is what they were doing so well on overpass. Keep it moving.
Let's see how ready Vol is for this. Seconds. Time's becoming a bit of a factor now. You've fully committed. You've spotted it out the likely finish. You've got 3 CTs ready for you.
Yeah, and look at Snacks' util. Now he blocks apartments and he has another bottle of flame. So they're just stalling out with util. This is great. This might segregate the push.
Oh dear.
27.
Sinking feeling in the stomachs of Imperial. With 5
Safe?
up against
Safe,
you. Yeah,
yeah.
it might be. Just from the util. Just from that beautiful combination. 2 incendiaries and a smoke grenade, and they've won the round.
Would have been completely wasted just to run in that late, not really knowing what lies on the other side. You have information that likely 2 because of the nades that were expended there.
So the only kill is Akor onto Phelps.
And that happened at, what, a minute 25?
Yeah. Counter-Strike, there's so many different ways these rounds can finish, and that's the joy. That's why we tune in every time.
Here it is. It was earlier than that.
There it is, round
minute
over.
33.
Wow. Good util usage from GamerLegion, and it is a product of Volt. Jiggling out nicely, getting that info. Henny tutting his tongue as he realizes that the round has slipped away just from that jiggle peak.
Does slightly hurt them because Vinny's staying alive. He gets no loss bonus and was unable to buy extra util himself. He's had to be dropped some. So they are lighter on in a few elements.
It's a starting 3B, Chad.
Yeah, maybe the boost for Akor. Oh no, he's just going to jump up on the back of the van.
Yeah, it's very vogue right now. No, he's just out. Wow. Stretching his legs, it's decent, and no way. These boys can aim with Phelps in combination as well. Volt has got a whole lot to do. Oh, flashed as well. Spotted, should go down. Empty-handed now. Decent, a second onto Snacks. Not going to be running out of time this time. Straight into the site.
Now it's GamerLegion's turn to save.
What kind of indication did they have to just start walking out dry? I'm intrigued as to what GamerLegion kind of gave them that led to that walkout, or is that just kind of an inspired...
If you use the last round as an indicator, when they went for their mid control, Akor was playing ahead of the smokes, which means that they're committed towards middle. So they've thrown mid control smokes again, but have limped out A. And in the previous 2, they only known about 1 of it, but in the previous 2, Volt's played close A ramp. So he would have been on his own in that type of environment, and he was, but this time in a more passive position. And he's very unfortunate at the triple box to get caught off by that flash. He could have had a couple of kills. Might be a couple more before this round subsides. Phelps very close to be able to rip away Isaac's rifle, and Akor's would follow. So Phelps going to come through. He has extra cash. He could risk it if he'd like, but no, playing the long game. Another round with a whole lot of players surviving for both sides. 6-3 now in favor of the Brazilians. And Zach stretching, yawning. having a chill old time. No timeout called from GamerLegion. Plenty of money for them to pick up rifles for those who perished in the previous. What's the change-up going to be? This time not 3 towards B. A missed shot from Henny on the boost.
Ooh, yeah, he's going to feel like he kind of had to get that one.
You can see his mouth moving a million miles a minute, noting it was the orb. This is very aggressive up mid from Volt and Snax. Full control now to constrict the movements of Imperial, but we've already seen them happy to sit back and wait. Not in too much of a rush.
Yeah, that smoke, a product of the new game. It's wide enough now to cover the whole thing. Now uncertainty on the clears. They are going to take this space back.
Maybe going to set up a run boost. No, just a flash and go. Akor's off the line, simple as that. Keo's looking for info, and a good push. You see Snax spamming. If there is anybody on the side, maybe they're lulled into a false sense of security. So if Keos keeps pushing after this, you'll call B essentially clear. That frees Snax up for the rotation. 50 seconds, still very passive as here comes the Yuta once more. Volt with a bucket load of info. They're out mid now.
Smoke top Con creates a bit of a gap. Phelps was flirting with Con. He's up now. And it's Keos' aggression that finds Decent.
They should just pipe up short.
Yeah, they are looking for it. Akor and Volt both find him on the way in. Vinnie gone too. GamerLegion set for a 4th and doing so cleanly. There's no way with 20 seconds left.
And another save. Maybe not. Now they know where he is.
That's unfortunate. He's in trouble. Wow.
What could Akor have seen? No way, couldn't see anything.
What?
Oh, okay. Well, the perspective obviously playing into that one. The Dane.
What?
We just said he was looking a little bit quiet. Well, he's been able to pick up a couple of kills, up to 4 now. Important push, and here's the clear. This gets multiple kills, one up short, as well as Phelps leaking through the smoke. So Volt and Akor profit, and here it is from Akor's perspective. Yeah, just slight
it's the arch.
View of his knee.
Yeah. Bad. It looked so funny on the X-ray. It looked like it was like miles away.
Well, if you wipe the board, GamerLegion, the final round for Imperial will be not a lot in the buy department. So they can at least leave the half with 6, and that feels mandatory. Fast towards the underpass. Maybe a window boost to follow. Setting it up for the fight, not the space.
Well, this could catch Akor off guard. How diligent is he as to the possibilities for Imperial? He did have a glance. Phelps was tucked in at the time. They'll hang around. They've got time to work with at the moment. Bombs in mid by Delpan. Vinnie up Con. Yeah. Boost number 2, please. Gets him on the lip.
He can always activate late. Doesn't have to be the initiator. Can capitalize on the chaos because they will be coming through connector into Snax.
Snax being isolated. Beautiful play from Vinnie. Sets himself up for success. Akor distracted. He hits the shot. Oh, he's ready for it. Akor activates. With 1 HP to spare, it's a man advantage here. Decent though, coming from behind on the ladder. How is he saved by Volt? That was a set for success. Now Henny's missed his shot. The bomb is spotted, the round is won, and GamerLegion have managed to find a recovered CT Hall. Imperial immediately call a timeout.
And they've cleaned house. It's only going to be 2 AKs available. The rest are going to be in Mac 10s or Tech 9s.
Oh dear.
And they just want to try and salvage a 7th if possible before heading into half time. But they've had to do it the hard way, GamerLegion, going up after rifle round. They've managed 4 out of the last 5. Remember, they won the pistol, then lost the 4, so it's been a difficult half for them. But Akor's activation, definitely a conversation. Ready for that Phelps leak. You see the chaos, it kicks off. Phelps comes through the window. Akor gets the first, pivots back, grabs the second. A huge difference maker, holding on to key real estate for GamerLegion. Here it is again. So Vinnie just isolating Snax. Felt like he had a great idea of where he was. Akor pivots, isolating the angles. And this is Volt saving the day. Decent. Felt like he had a kill dead to rights. They're coming down the ladder. They've managed 2 Galils, an AK, and some pistols. Give yourself something, Imperial. Be a great half, wouldn't it? 7 on the T side.
Yeah, you could really work with 7, considering the way this started. but 4 of the last 5 rounds have gone GamerLegion's way. Just an upswing with a compromised buy. I see 2 smokes is all they have to work with, and a third has just been thrown out. No Way picked it up and immediately going to put that to use.
It will just have to be an A play.
A little cash for Henny to throw these out. Smokes off window.
They're just faking the standard mid control. But Isaac still has a lot of space, aggressive short. They can call the bluff.
Peeks with the incendiary. Decent was ready. Hard shot to hit over the flames.
They would have spotted the bomb.
Touche. It was on No Way. Acor has ramp. Snax has already burrowed in deep here. They will retrieve the AK-47 just before Acor can pass that angle. He's got to keep himself agile towards the mid threat. Oh, spotted one. So 1 ramp, at least another towards the Palace position. They're not going to clear out. Snax, he's got to deal with sandwich. Damage onto Phelps. Isaac finds Vinnie. They know where 2 of them are. And now down goes the bomb. GamerLegion. They've done it here. Kios looking to equalize, leave with 6, and they will. A 6-6 half. They won the pistol, and then a run from Imperial, but right towards the end, 3 consecutive. GamerLegion, they are within touching distance of closing this down and sending Imperial home empty-handed.
Yeah, keeping it competitive. The circumstances of this first half could have been dire. We would have been headed straight towards Nuke if Imperial had kept up those winning ways, but now this pistol round will mean an awful lot. This half can get away from Imperial very, very quickly. They lose what would be 4 from 4 pistols. If they decide to force buy into the second of the half, they lose that. It's a full eco. Score would be 9-6. Your opponent in touching distance of that magic number.
And that's the man I want to see in this second half. Phelps. On the CT side, we saw it on Overpass. Maybe, I would argue, less options for him on the CT side of Mirage, but there are options for that offensive defense that we know Phelps is grown accustomed to and comfortable. But can we see Imperial win their first pistol, chat?
For me, it's just about them avoiding any calamities. Obviously, convert the rounds that you need to, but don't give up any huge number advantages. Don't have any of these fumbles, because that will start really festering.
They're coming to Vinnie. Fired off a couple of warning shots. It's the support! Phelps nails it. Lovely shooting on the USP. This could be Imperial's, and should be Imperial's, first pistol round of the series. And they're doing so without a single frag for GamerLegion. Isaac, nothing to do.
Yeah, good time to find it, isn't it? Plenty of time on the clock, but Isaac, how are you meant to win this one? He's going to attempt to maneuver all the way around the world. Henny might hear the steps. Yeah, he's acknowledging it. I can see his little arrow. Yep, he definitely hears, yep.
Just tracking him through the wall.
Yeah, so Henny letting him know exactly where Isaac's movements are, and Isaac's going to get caught off guard. Phelps pivots out, takes him down, and all 5 staying alive. Keep in mind, very limited damage to any of the Imperial players, and the little details matter. That means you're going to get free upgrades into head armor, which is going to help with the type of buy. And they're hedging straight into M4s on a lot of their individuals. So cheaper head armor, A1S is coming out. It will limit util. Hold up a second. Did Snax just drop a Galil? Okay, he has done. Kios has been given a Galil. It's no hero AK, but you need to punch in. And the fact that they've invested with 4 A1Ss, if you get 2 to 3 kills, which, good luck, you've done an awful lot of financial impact.
Here's this. There's nothing really for Snax to do.
With a Glock?
Yeah.
It'd have to be dink, dink, dink.
Yeah, not happening.
And look at this mid setup. How are you meant to break this if you Kios?
The little detail of the additional head armor by virtue of not having damage on your Kev is setup is brutal. Maybe Kios can take down No Way, maybe not, as that's the threat gone, neutralized. Juggling the Galil, nice work from Isaac. He pulls the crosshair away to facilitate a vault frag. That jump spot could have been punished.
Well, 1's okay.
Yeah, 1's something.
See if they can turn it into 2. Vinny's isolated, or was for a moment, playing the smoke well.
I think Snax, I thought Snax was going to call them over to try and catch Vinny. He's been aware of him for some time now, but they're actually heading in towards Phelps. A 2-man setup here, so this should just be a lovely double spray.
Well done.
Well handled. Snacks has been here the entire time. He's heard the whole thing. Now is his moment.
Come here, Vinny.
Come on. Yeah.
Vinny just wants to get a rifle. He's like, leave me alone, man.
I've got places to be.
I've got to get myself an upgrade. And he's got it.
Okay.
So they
Very happy
saved
with
all
that.
the A1Ss. Great stuff. Well, Snacks will now have to operate with probably a Tech 9. The rest of his team can get into AKs and Galils. But now what could have been a GamerLegion 9-6 very well could be an Imperial 9-6. Snacks is actually operating with a Mac-10, as you can see. A nice little financial heads-up display. Insta-window.
Apparently falling out of favor. Was there any kind of explanation as to why?
I think because you can exploit it by jumping on this and spamming through with some of them, with how they land.
The HE clear, I suppose, as well.
Speaking of clear, apartments cleared. B-play, they're coming in.
They are, and Kiel's going to be trying to be the brute force approach. Nice trade, Volt. Takes down the threat on short. Vinnie trying to delay. It's good cover. Quick rotate. Henny's farm one. They've cleared the smoke. That should be Acor dead. It's nice work from Vinnie. Just Snacks with a Tech 9 on his opportunity here. Close quarters. Vinnie's going to recover the AK, make some noise. Could be caught on a timing. Snacks around the smokes. We know it can go well.
Isaac finds the plant, though. And now because it's...
Oh, he did some damage.
Too drawn out.
Yeah, no plant. No plant today. Snacks is in a lot of trouble. Taken down by Decent.
It's almost worst case scenario for the first gun round. If they're able to plant there, they have another buy. But now it just has to be a partial. Imperial, 10, right around the corner. As you mentioned, good cover from Henny. You see the defensive smoke dropped out from Vinny that he eventually gets to play around the HE, softening up Acor. Spams through the smoke. Those traces, hey, thanks for showing me where you are. It feels like it's back to being in a good mood for Henny.
Yeah, you got to really choose your smoke bangs and wall bangs carefully now, with the traces being even easier to track. All right, well, it's a half buy.
Really
Tech
like
9s,
B, don't
and
they?
they're trying to punish Vinny.
At least they get the bomb down, or should.
Bolt.
Maybe
Bolt.
Oh.
Oh, maybe. Maybe. He's faked it. Right under the face with the nade. He's going to go down before he plants. That is bleak. And down goes Snacks. 10 in the bank. Imperial just 3 rounds away from taking them all the way to 3. Nuke awaits.
Okay. Well, it was a good resurgence from GamerLegion late within the first half. It'll have to be the same conversation here in the second. 4 in a row. Not a single bomb plant. However, Acor still able to don the AWP. AKs for the rest, full util, and if there's any conversation about the international squadron, and I want to make sure that we really look at the team element of GamerLegion, has to start now.
I can't believe Snacks has got the audacity to do the same call again. 3 rounds in a row. And the mid-prong's gone. No way. Takes his head off. This looks very flat. Through the smoke.
You're all dead.
He hears them. He's going to spray down at least the 2. And no scope from Acor maybe opens up the possibility for more here, as he does pre-aim for No Way. Clearing out Get Right. Doesn't hit the shot. Phelps repositions. Snacks has hit the shot. This suddenly becomes doable. A 2-on-2, now 1. Henny taking down his rival Orpa. Snacks in the clutch. Knows where they both likely reside. He's not ready for this one, though. Decent just pushing in. And an 11th round for Imperial. Can't quite believe how that one came through.
They look lost, don't they, GamerLegion?
Keep coming B, I guess.
The thing is, if their entire game plan in this T side was predicated on making sure they win one of these B rounds to force the setups the way they want it, well, the half's almost over. The map is almost over. 11-6. Another round with the bomb not going down. Another opportunity that if it did, it could have resulted in a buy. Like they will have to buy anyway. So they are saying goodbye to this map. Great output from Vinny. No dramas from Decent on the final. Acor coming in very late, hitting a couple of nice shots, sure.
Captain Obvious here, but also I'm noticing that a lot of the smoke clears are getting much more frequent and much more effective. We've seen multitude of them throughout our opening stage of the Copenhagen Major. Teams have had time to work it out, start to integrate it into their gameplay, becoming second nature to them. What do you make of Isaac on a scout?
I think it's a sign of the times.
Okay.
It's maybe hurry up, let's get to map 3 type of vibes.
Yeah, this is the round where Imperial are starting to think, oh, if we'd have just won overpass.
Precisely.
If we'd have just won overpass, man.
And then you'll have those thoughts if anything starts to go slightly wrong on Nuke.
Yeah.
But at least they've been able to break the seal on pistols. That's good for Imperial.
This is a different call. Contact out mid. Phelps is just going to be holding on to ladder. Any perfectly positioned will punish A-Core. And there's a whole lot more where that came from. Henny has the info, has the shots, and with combination of his nade and Phelps' spray, this round is done. Mirage is done. Stick a fork in this one. 5 alive, down they go, Vault eliminated. Now this is just a very comfortable day in the office. Not so comfortable on map 1, albeit that 5v3 is still, as we said, echoing in their minds of just how close they were to finishing this in 2. But instead, a third map will be required. GamerLegion forcing them into Nuke. Imperial. It's all smiles right now. And, I mean, it has been a perfect half. Not a single threatening round. Just having a look at the recap, yeah. Most they've acquired in a round, it's been 3 kills. Imperial comfortable throughout.
They've only managed a total of 9 kills the entire second half.
Yeah. Now we get to see how the A defenders get put to work.
We don't see this one coming, do we?
Need the smoke, you see what I'm saying? Snacks, however, gets across. And it's nice from Decent. No way, onto Vault. Now the bomb's gone down, but this is a very comfortable retake for Imperial if they just cross their T's, dot their I's, work together. The numbers game, fighting for CT is Phelps. Swings through, isolates one. Nice trade back from Kios, but needs a whole lot more where that came from. And a miss from Henny, combined with Vinnie. He's got the spray. They've got it in the bag. A 13-6 scoreline.
11 kills in 7 rounds in the second half. GamerLegion, that is a half to forget. It was over in the blink of an eye. Quick, smart, great showing from Imperial. And the key is the fact that they've been able to turn their mental around from the first. Smiles on the faces, big giggles, big laughs, but still one more map to go. Nuke, the third and deciding. GamerLegion, can you find yourself before we get into that?
Yeah, kind of wild. So one thing we can successfully answer is, can Imperial bounce back mentally from, you know, bad times, bad tidings? They have been able to do that. I'd love to know. I might talk to Zach and say, like, well, how did you do this? It's a modern day miracle. But yeah, Imperial able to, I don't know, just put it out the head and play some calm and collected Counter-Strike.
I will say the second round of the map, I think, is probably the most important one. I don't really know if we have it already ready, but this clutch here from Norway mainly, which is a name that we have mentioned as being instrumental, turning around a 2v4 situation after getting beaten down in the pistol round, knowing what happened last map, that's exactly what they needed. They needed a breather, they needed something to light the fire from underneath. Winning that clutch, it gave them financial advantage. They pushed it up to 6-1, and then GamerLegion came back, but I think this beginning gave them a little bit of oxygen, very much needed for Imperial.
And you can also see on a map like Mirage how much more comfortable they are, you know, just mixing things up. They weren't playing, we're talking about this reactive T side we touched upon on the overpass. It was very different over here. They were slowing things down, they were making GamerLegion feel uncomfortable, they were also speeding things up. The protocols look way more convincing, and that's the sort of T side you expect to see from a team, you know, on their mapping and whatnot.
And look at this, all still mates. We're all still
mates.
friends.
No, Henny, he's laughing.
It's funny now. It's funny when you're winning.
It's great when you're winning, but yeah, but look, it was just a day in the office, so to speak, when it comes to this particular map. For GamerLegion, though, I know this is a map which, you know, Imperial picked. They were picked to be the winners on this particular map, but the T side was a GamerLegion, apart from Overpass. Right, Overpass T side, we praised this particular team. But here, it just seemed like there weren't too many ideas to work with. Barely any. It felt like they were just ramming the head against a wall, hoping it breaks out at some point, and it didn't happen.
Really love that we're bringing up Vinnie right there for 2 main reasons. First of all, I think as a captain, you have the responsibility to write the course after this tragedy of a map 1. I think your voice is going to be needed, but more so in the game. You're talking about the offense of GamerLegion. Who did they target? This man. B-side pistol round, B-side first gun round, B-side second gun round, hoping that he would be a liability, hoping that he wouldn't be able to deal with it. And I guarantee you we're going to get highlights from his CT position as well. He played it very cleverly with the smoke reaction, sometimes behind the bench, with a couple of multi-kills that were extremely key on the CT side. So if I'm gonna attack Vinnie for what I thought was a tragedy on map 1, then I think it's only fair I give him props for here, a solid defense on the B side.
Well, also if your T side solely is dependent on you trying to exploit Vinnie on the B bomb side, I'm sorry, you know, you need to have a little bit more variation. Sure, you probably saw that as a weakness, a weak point, a chink in the armor, so to speak, on the defense for the side of Imperial. But once you realize, oh, not able to get that blade in there, you got to go for some other point of egress. Never really happened, never really got the ball rolling, despite the fact that there was some signs of life from GamerLegion in that first half, when it was like 5-1 or 6-2 for the side of Imperial. They kind of woke up a bit there, being a little bit proactive. Acor was starting to hit some shots as well, but then, yeah, go on.
And you're not wrong, but you say, you know, they started being active. The problem for GamerLegion was your plan in the first gun round is a pop flash being aggressive middle, and then Vinnie destroys them completely. Like, he's waiting up top mid, he's getting a pop flash into 2 CTs peeking him, and that's instant multi-kill. So if you're Snax, you're thinking, well, I'm not really mad, you know, like my plan was to aggress top mid, we did what we wanted us to do, and then the flash is just half a second too late, Vinnie puts you down 2, that's the gun round like this, you're looking at 4-1, that's just both unfortunate and successful for Imperial.
I was actually surprised how flat GamerLegion were, because look, we all know Mirage, we all have the debate in the community about whether or not we want to remove it from the map pool altogether. I don't, I still enjoy watching Mirage, but they just didn't really seem to have anything up their sleeve. It was kind of strange. It was, I expected a lot more.
Well, I think when it comes to Mirage, you can make a separation between the expert teams, and the expert teams will be able to win T rounds from being 0-5, 0-6 down, because this is when you need to get to a deeper level of taking middle, but after a little bit of time, faking, but not with only one player, with 2, and having this sort of levier or the structure in the attack. It wasn't really the case. I'll be fair, I don't really think Imperial had it either. I think you're looking at relatively limited T sides on both halves, but the difference is, finally for Imperial, you win a pistol round and you convert. It's a point that the casters made very aptly. They had been suffering through all of these starts of halves, always. Now you get the pistol round, you get the conversion, and you can enjoy a little bit of breathing. That made a difference.
It definitely did, but I mean also as well, you can see from the way the rounds played out, you know, it's nice to get a shutout. It's nice to be on that CT side and you know, close things down on a map where, you know, it can go either way.
Yes, and also because if you have someone like Phelps on your team who likes to get stuck in on the CT side, he is always going to be more comfortable doing so when you have a little bit of leeway in the round and you have some money to spare in being that aggressive. When you are down 0-3, 0-4, 0-5, it's harder to be aggressive on the CT side. Think about when you're playing your opponent, you're thinking, we've beating them down, they're going to come to us, let's just be ready. It's much easier to be proactive with financial advantage and momentum, and this is where a guy like Phelps actually shines. So good for them, he got activated as well on that map.
So we've seen a map each, now we've seen the ridiculous, we've seen the sublime, maybe not quite sublime, I'm overselling it, but we've seen better than ridiculous. Where do we think we're at going into this deciding map? I mean, what do you
I think this heavily sways the way of Imperial now, right? Like we had our doubts about their mental state heading into map number 2. Clearly, it hasn't really phased them much. Nuke has been a problem for GamerLegion. They have a pretty solid CT side. The T side on Nuke is absolutely abysmal. An average of 2-3 rounds being won. And don't let some of the score lines they've had fool you. They have some pretty solid CT sides, I won't lie, but the T side just so unimaginative, actually kind of reminiscent of what we saw over here on Mirage as well. For the side of Imperial though, it's a map where they have a lot of reps on. Yes, there is a caveat that a lot of the opposition they've had are from South America, some of the Red Canins.
Yeah, most
of them are. So the numbers can be a bit inflated. They did lose to Monty very recently in Blast Showdown, albeit it was online as well. But I feel like we've seen enough from Imperial as a whole so far. I'm looking at someone like Decenty and the way he plays ramp for example. And then I compared it to Kios, who's been having a bit of an anomaly of a tournament where he's overperforming quite a bit. And now when things are looking a little dicey, when the pressure is on, can he deliver? Because he was kind of missing on Mirage right there, right? Yeah. So I'm looking at the individuals.
Not alone in that,
I'm looking at the numbers. I think Imperial have this one in the bag.
Okay, I agree with that. I'll raise you. Well, I mean, I'm in for Imperial anyway, but for the sake of the debate,
no, we can agree. We can agree.
No,
don't adopt contrary positions if you don't feel.
Screw your contract.
This is a truthful space.
It's a truth, but no, I was going to mention Acor because I think he's going to be an incredibly important factor on the CT side. I was rewatching this game that you're mentioning, the one against Monty for Imperial, and they were very brave, reckless outside. I will even put it like this: on their T side, yard, sometimes disrespecting smokes, playing before they bloom, having players go from one side to secret, the other one to main. This is where if you're an AWP, that's your moment. Like, you literally are going to play AWP Pigeon. That's a shout out for the people who were playing the game 20 years ago, when you have T's flying around.
Yeah.
I swear to God, Acor has the keys to the castle. I think if he shows up on the CT side with an op, obviously that depends a bit on the financials. If he does, he can shut them down.
And he has shown up on both the maps. We saw that in Overpass 24-4 by the way, on the CT side, completely shutting it down.
Destroyed.
And on Mirage as well, the few rounds they were able to kind of manage to accrue at the very end of that first half came a lot down to him getting a lot of multi-kills, getting very important early kills towards mid as well. So he's definitely activated. I'll give him that. But just the one, so you're relying purely on Acor CT side op for the win condition? I doubt that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like GamerLegion gave us much more to get excited about. I mean, from the Coals of Snacks, that's about it. It's going to be maybe the Acor show.
Okay, well, let's hope it is. I want a good third map. Guys, thanks for your thoughts. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to get into the game when we come back. So we're going to see who's going to go through into the final 16. Make sure you stick around.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com. Quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
It is time to de-quiz the bomb, and I've got Imperial's Vinnie with me. Are you ready for this challenge? You've already watched Zach do it, and he succeeded. Do you feel more pressure now, mate?
A little bit, because I can lose to my coach.
Yeah, you can't lose to your coach. You are the IGL. You need to take control of this. You need to know more than your coach.
Exactly.
All right, get your hand on the mouse.
Okay.
Press the button.
And
get yourself ready. Let's see it go down.
3, 2, 1.
Go.
Boom. What is the minimum amount of M4 in 4 shots to the board to kill there's a piece around him if he has Cavalier? No. It's 4. Between 2. How many times did Nick appear in the top 10? Holy crap, that's a lot. 4? Okay, yeah. Which player from Canada consistently ranking the top 20 from the Swiss? Yes. Which player from Denmark consistently ranking the top 10 from 17 to 19? Maybe Device. Okay. How much money do you get for a kill with clock? 300. Okay, I'm getting there. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb without a defuse kit? How do you miss that? Which Brazilian player consistent to rank in the top 10 from 2015? I think I'm 0 that day, only one, right? Go for it. I know, yeah.
Boom.
Nice.
Easy. And quicker than
How did I
Zach.
lose the first one, actually?
It's
It's a trick question because the A4 kills with 5 and the A1 kills with 4. So,
So,
yeah.
What we're going to do, man, make you think a little bit more, you know, put
Exactly.
you under pressure.
Exactly.
But you did it quicker than Zach, so you're happy?
Yes. way
Anything you
more.
want to say to Zach?
You suck.
What is going on, everybody? Parler here, and welcome to a Major Vibe, where on some of the days of the Major, we take a look at some behind-the-scenes action. Right now, it's the end of day one. The atmosphere is still electric. Come with me, and let's see exactly what's going on. First things first, outside the actual tournament area, this is where our... Oh, look, you can see a Wild Isaac and a Wild Snacks. They're getting ready to play in, I think, in about 20 minutes. This is where our players and management, our organizations, any guests really, this is where they can watch the matches outside of the tournament area. Over the course of today, there have been some electric moments, right? So this sort of fan or supporter area or organization area gets very loud. The atmosphere is awesome. This is where people sit down, relax, sort of prepare themselves, and also watch exactly what's going on the stream. Around this corner, I can show you the desk right now. We have Shocks. Hello, Shocks. And yeah, we have her, Richard Lewis. Then we've got Pimp, Blair, two of our analysts. And then we also have Maniac and Jason, Mozo Tool as well. So our desk is absolutely stacked. Yeah, 3 of the best in the world. Oh, we can also see Cloud9 that just got a victory. Congratulations, Boomich. That's a very happy Boomich. Boomich, feeling good?
Yeah, of course, 2-0.
Not an official interview, by the way. We're just showing people around. But you're feeling good? 2-0 now in the groups?
Of course, of course.
Going to get a good sleep tonight?
I think we need to prepare for tomorrow, and after we can have some rest.
Well, go do it, bro. I don't want to keep you. Congratulations. It's a great start for your major. Guys, can I ask what's going on here? What the standing desk and everything? Guerry?
Bro, he one day at the practice,
yes,
he asked me if he can practice like that.
Practice or play in an actual official?
No, he practiced like that, and he liked it.
And Gabriel, why is that? The standing desk, is it just better for the back, better for the carry? I don't know.
I'm 32 years old.
Yeah.
I've been playing on wrong chairs for half of my childhood. You know, this helps. It's off jobs, you gotta stay standing a little bit, you know?
You've very often been regarded as one of the greatest minds to have graced the game. Is this the new meta, the standing desk in officials?
If I kill 30 bombs, yes. If we lose, no.
Best of luck out there, guys. Movistar Koi right now as well. The Spaniards, it's been great to see them here at the Major. Then over to my right, we have Lin Vision. Yeah, the tension is very high. And there we have it, everybody. This has been a Major Vibe. And let me tell you, day one of the Major has certainly been a vibe. It's been a pleasure to show you around. We hope you've enjoyed what you've seen, and we'll definitely be doing some more. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you in the next one.
Well, a third map, and it's do or die, sink or swim. Only one team will be able to secure themselves a spot in the elimination stage, so elimination at stake in pursuit of the elimination stage.
Yeah, and look, it depends on how you want to frame this series so far, but map number 1, GamerLegion choice just being eked out in their favor. Thought they'd be able to run with that momentum into map number 2, but not the case. Imperial, they screwed their heads back on tight and course corrected with a fantastic dominant showing on Mirage. And now we move into Nuke, and Nuke's not the flavor of the month by any means for GamerLegion, is it, Alex?
No, flavor of the month is perfect turn of phrase because it has been nearly a month since we saw GamerLegion step into Nuke. In fact, the last map they played, the last Nuke they played, was the one that eliminated their hopes of making it to the Major. They're here. and at the major. But either way, it was 9 Pandas who knocked them down, and it was that brutal top pop, that glowing 30 bomb nuke. They haven't come back to it since.
And it gets worse, Alex. Since Snax has been in the roster, they've played it 12 times, they've only won it 3.
Okay, well, it's all to play for. Kios and Acor putting 3 on the floor. And he already in heaven, but this T-start off to a flyer. Nice one back. Henny, a 2v4 retake. I think it might be asking too much of them.
Got 2 heavy hitters, Decent and Henny alive for this. Time going to become the biggest issue in a moment.
Yeah, and Isaac, if he goes down, it gets awkward. And Decent took his time with that one. Body shot to finish. 2 to find, would need a flick. Acor has arrived on Nuke. That's a dream. To have him online in the pistol. 4 frags from the Dane. And a T round early.
Well, considering how he started both of the previous maps, it's going to be important for him to get online early.
But another pistol round.
Yeah, that is going to be 4 out of the 5 so far in favor of GamerLegion. A good way to start their campaign here in map number 3. And Kios, we know he likes to make some noise over there on the GamerLegion camp. Well, it is going to be an eco coming out of Imperial, so the 2-0 start should be a certainty. Just taking a look over those 12 maps played with Snax in the roster on Nuke. Snax is the highest rated player with just over a 1.0 rating at 1.03. Everybody else negative. It goes Acor, Kios, Volt, and then Isaac down the very bottom. So it isn't going to be easy for GamerLegion. You take a look at who they've played, it's just European opponents. There's an M80 in the mix, but that's one of their very few wins. Be a unicorn round available. As that smoke. Imperial have seen enough. They don't want to give any kills over to the pesky MAC-10s. The $600 kill reward not looking possible just yet. Isaac is tentatively searching. He's heading the wrong way, so all 5 staying alive. Make it all 10. Oh!
Wow. Well, it's not a unicorn anymore. No way. Eliminated.
It's a painted horse.
Only 2?
Painted horse?
Well, because unicorns aren't real anyway, so
it's just
if we paint the horse to look like a
like a bit of PVA glue, bit of a cardboard tube.
Yeah. Use your imagination.
Arts and crafts. Talking about using your imagination, I just saw an auto shotgun for a second. Thinking twice about it was no way. Okay.
I'd like to see it. I think it's
beautiful. The strongest shotgun.
Yeah, get it out. Get it out and about.
Yeah, instead he's gone for an M4, which I'm not going to fault. Hard to fault that one. Does limit his utility options. I think that may have been where his thoughts were going. Now, Volt's already across. We've got a bit of a standoff here, and they're looking like a bit of a lobby crunch. 2 pushing her early. Decent clear in the smoke and taking the fight. Volt low. Is he expecting lobby to be surged into like this? Phelps is already active down the vent.
Yeah, he is on high alert. Look at this. Defending his honor right now, Volt.
He's got a lot to do as his team descends secret, so it is going to be a question of how much more Volt can get done. He knows he's conceded lobby control. His whole team heading towards Phelps' location. Molotov
not deep enough.
Problem. And they've team flash. The team flash. Look at the damage inflicted. Volt's a dead man. No, he gets another. Sensational work from Volt. He knows he's gonna go down eventually. He just starts to spray. Snax will be getting that bomb down. We got ourselves a 4v2.
Yeah, you can see where some of these little issues almost cost GamerLegion. Not getting the molly in towards the stairwell deep enough gave Phelps an opportunity to do quite a lot of damage, but nothing lethal onto the likes of Kios and Acor. But you get excited about Volt, and for good reason, was not worth multiple kills.
Wow.
Stalled that out single-handedly, and that is going to be the 3-0 start. We did just discuss, obviously, the record for GamerLegion on this map, and it's pretty bleak, but the majority of their opponents are Europeans, whereas if you look at Imperials with this roster, well, the majority of them are South American. Actually, all of them, bar 1, is a South American result, and that was against Monty, where they played in the Blast Premier Showdown.
Are they good results?
Against the local
teams?
opponents, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, they've lost 4 out of the last 5.
Oh.
So that's not great, but the record overall is a positive one. It's 14 for 6 over 20 maps played.
Okay, but on a bit of a loss streak, as it
yes. Look, it's difficult to grade, especially when, one of the wins is a 13-4 over Pain, who are already qualified for the elimination stage. So Counter-Strike math, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not.
I will say I've kind of liked the direct nature of Snax's call so far, and the anti-eco he just sends 4 top. This one he sends for Secret on the first gun. Now let's see what Snax is cooking.
Partial investments behind the saves. Restarting ramp. Looks like they want to get the boost up early and a quick rotation from Phelps. So they will be addressing with the Secret leak.
Yeah, okay, I like this a lot. You've already conditioned that when the smokes were up, we went down. Now you just send Snax as a bit of a lone wolf.
Nade might land square on the noggin.
Oh, he's gotten away with it. He's gotten away with it. Phelps, this is a very important duel. The whole round gets thrown into disarray if
He's not aware Snax has crossed.
Sneaks. Who goes first? Is it Ramp or is it the Secret?
I think...
Snax. Oh, the jump! The jump! He couldn't process that Phelps was on his screen. Now Henny, good for one. Boost is paying off. While you're reloading, Decent down. Got a 3v2. Couple of unforced errors for both sides.
Well, Phelps is still down here and they should be aware of that. Do you want to try and...
I like the Rap. The Rap's a good call. Nobody's already anticipating this.
If they go up Heaven, which is always risky, right? It's very risky just to go up that ladder because you know you can get bopped. It doesn't even matter, even if they had a USP.
This is smart though, Chad. I like this call. Acor and Isaac, they're going to clear yard. All the way from Ramp.
Now, if they smoke Squeaky, which is available, Noah will be ahead of it, so it depends on the type of smoke that's thrown.
Oh, did he see?
Back down Secret, this is where it gets real crazy.
Yeah.
The fact that they've had enough time to be able to manage this, I thought they were just going to go in main, smoke off towards Squeaky, try and aim map in towards the site. Phelps, I don't think he's going to expect this, Alex. Why would you expect them to route all the way from Ramp to Secret? That is insane.
Yeah, this is really cool.
But do they clear him? Look at the time.
They have to. Oh, Phelps.
He's not cleared, not cleared.
This is perfect. This is all on Phelps now. If you can just deny the plant, the round is his.
He's going to be so surprised they're planning.
Oh, man. Retake on. The bomb going down.
Thinking how?
They know he's control. Peeking up. Good timing on this. Messy spray from Isaac. Now Vinnie activates. A double kill required. Acor provides. It's all onto Phelps. He needs 3 of his own. Both with a double kill so far. It's Acor and Phelps. A battle of wits between these two. An audible descent onto the bomb site floor. Acor versus Phelps, and Phelps too strong. All of that for nothing. Sure, a bomb plant's great. The round was what they were looking for, and it was Acor unable to close. Phelps giving Imperial something to celebrate. Their first round on this CT side and an elimination game.
Wow, the routing, it looked genius, didn't it? The fact that they didn't find Phelps, and he's the one who was first contact on towards lower, gets to stay alive and then clutch out the round. Great work, Acor. It felt like he had done enough.
Really did.
The thing is as well, were you expecting a kit? Felt like he may have played his hand a little bit early on that peak, and you could see the frustration of Acor immediately come out after losing that round. Not the end of the world, GamerLegion still have enough money to buy. But if they lose back-to-back, that conversation will change. Acor into the AWP, the same for Henny on the other side. Traditionally the highest rated player for Imperial on this very map.
We've got some yard aggression here, Chad. I'll keep my eyes on Phelps as well. He's dug in deep. Towards the barrel, Snax is just going to be playing a passive hold, so that's not relevant just yet. Instead, it's Decent holding on the ramp side. Lobby controlled. Acor on an AWP. T-side nuke. It's not always easy to find contributions.
I think right now, just the sheer amount of space and information that Phelps has available to him is quite a key for this round. If they go and search backyard at all, if they throw a smoke wall yard at all, Phelps will know very early. So that means the boots can stay planted elsewhere.
Yeah, this molly's not going to achieve anything either towards the back of the site.
You can see Vinnie actually already playing to the side of the silos.
Will extinguish to allow uncertainty to grow. Ooh, Henny misses his shot, flashed off, vault down. Nice work from Decent, a double in defense of the ramp side.
Snax might catch him.
Oh, he's left. Yeah, he's swapping to his
my
nades.
lord.
Oh my god! It's going to be Snax to find him. That's one back, still an advantage. Henny doesn't need to take this engagement. Isaac's walking towards the smoke, walking to take hell control, and they will do so
Sorry,
loudly.
what?
It's audible. Yeah, they are really subverting the expectation. That nade's got Isaac's number. Avoids it. One back onto Henny. Some chip damage. Now Decent's coming for you. Henny drops into the site loudly. Acor anticipating this, but I think he's already gone past the line that of Acor's expectation. We'll catch him on the way up the ladder. Okay, Acor jumping to his demise, and this one is a convincing finish. Decent will take all 4. You can see how much that feels for him.
Bora, porra!
Beautiful, beautiful.
Geladinho, geladinho. Eu vou subir, hein?
Got to get the juices flowing. You can see that's just a motivational speech. He's had a strong round there.
Well, the desk was touching on it as well. After Henny had his bit of a meltdown at the tail end of Overpass, they felt that Decent was the one who was trying to keep the team together.
Yeah.
Not only was he delivering on the scoreboard, but also emotionally. And right now, he's at the tippy top, 6 in total, tying things up with Acor on the other side. Finances still there for a GamerLegion purchase, but slightly light on emissions with Volt onto a Tech 9. A Galil for Acor, and the double smoke wall deployed yet again. This time more than just Snacks to try his luck. And Volt already down the vent, so if they can get across to Secret, a B finish very likely.
Oh, not far off there, Henny.
Careful,
Whistles
Phelps.
one pass, and look at the aggression. They both had their knives out. Phelps takes 2. Snacks for the third. It's Phelps. Locks down yard for the third for Imperial.
Said careful. He's very careful. Carefully taken 3 and aware of Volt. This will be the 4th.
Go on. Nice from Volt. Pre-aims the elevated angle. No way dead to Kios. This would be a disastrous fumble after the Phelps 3K.
And they've been avoiding these all throughout Mirage. Imperial haven't had many slip-ups, have they?
Oh, yeah, this is where we find out if it's a fumble.
Kios is dead.
Oh, he had a chance. Vinnie was not prepared for it immediately. Bomb right in front of the AWPer. So, yeah, Volt's options are not particularly exciting. With a missed AWP shot, however, he gets to work a little bit more magic.
Oh, Molly missed.
Yeah, missed. And now he's just going to have to try and pick up this bomb into the AWPer. Henny misses his chance. Decent's flanking. Vinnie on top side. Oh, God, he's playing it well, his Volt. He's aware of where 2 of the 3 remain, but with 20 seconds, unfortunately, there's no way in. Decent down. Nade hits, 6 HP. Henny should have him on the cross back. And we will see Phelps' 3K converted. A little bit of sweat on the brow.
To get closer, and you could see why they had to hurry. The smoke wall was starting to fade. That's why they pulled out the knife so they don't get caught off by the AWP. But just as it was starting to become a little bit of a concern, you can see as it changes color, you know, the smoke starting to expire.
That was the cue, was the re-smoke. He knew one of them just thrown a nade, wouldn't have their gun on. Walked through, caught the timing to perfection.
And it's forced a tactical timeout from Ash, coach of GamerLegion, wanting 30 seconds to have the discussion with his squad. The loss bonus going into the next round is going to be 2,900, so they can all invest a little bit right now.
God, this is where Counter-Strike gets so intense. You know, this Major's got weeks more of Counter-Strike ahead of them, but if you don't convert nuke now, your journey ends.
Could be quite the day for Brazilian Counter-Strike as well. Obviously, Legacy unable to take down MongolZ to start the day, but Furia versus Sora up next. We've already had Pain go through.
Yeah, Brazilians have really made an impact here in Copenhagen. Obviously starting at the RMR, and I'm so impressed by Decent. Found by the Furia Academy in 2021. And a couple of years later, he finds himself representing his region, battling for a spot in the elimination stage of the major, the top 16 of the major. This one, a non-starter.
Over as quick as it started, huh?
He's got his shotgun out now.
Like to see it, at least give him a chance.
Let him get 900 bucks. Someone, leave him alone. This is mine. Says no way.
Phelps will take them all.
All right, fine.
Well, Phelps having a good map, 11 kills for him in total. Head and shoulders above the rest right now. Decent. Next on 6, Henny with 5. 1 apiece for the likes of No Way and Vinnie. Now that was a timeout into an eco, now into the guns for GamerLegion. Pistols have been, more often than not, falling in their favor. Managed 4 out of the 5 so far. They managed the conversions off the back of the pistol. But then they lost to 2 saved guns and a couple of MP9s. Phelps one-on-one against Acor coming in clutch, and now a spree of rounds, 4 on the trot. What's the difference maker? Pressure towards ramp. They want to try Decent again. This kid loves to be tested.
Yeah, he's passed every single one of those tests so far. Peeks through. This time only the 1, but 1 will do it. The gap covered by Phelps, and Snacks completely unprepared for that early rotation. The fact that Phelps is here already, it's a sign of good comms. He's lost his head. Now the site is open for GamerLegion. Isaac, the late component, still on silo. Henny still towards the warehouse, and they're not committing to the low site. Not the weapon you'd want for this play from No Way.
It'll become better momentarily.
Oh, if they actually go back to lobby, this is dreamy. Oh, it's the perfect weapon, Chad.
Gonna
I
munch
take
him
it all
up.
back. I take it all back. It's the perfect weapon for the job. A good trade back from Kios. Game on. Isaac,
it's a
good
freebie.
moves, but it's a free frag. Henny not going to rush that one.
Even had a chance to double scope.
Oh, just like that, Henny secures it. Bora, as they would say, 5 on the board for the CTs.
And in the last 4, no plants. So ever since Phelps was able to win that round, GamerLegion have been in trouble. And you said 1 enough. I agree. I think for a ramp anchor to be tested, you know, if you're not getting 1, that's where you have some issues. But the fact you can make it a 4-on-4, done what you can considering the circumstances. And this is great from Henny, isn't it? The premonition, sees the smoke, picks his timing, grabs himself a 2-piece feed, as it will just have to be another partial. This is getting away from GamerLegion and quickly. I understand this is the T side of Nuke, but it's more about the rounds themselves. Opportunities feeling few and far between. Doesn't really feel like they're fighting for much of this. Oh, hello.
Oh, dead immediately. Kios trying to be a rat about it. Tech9s get sprayed on down. No way comfortable. On the A4, caught with an 8 in his hands. That's a good one back from Volt. Twice we've seen him on that Z-axis with the Tech9 find the frag, but it's all for naught. 6 on the board.
I just want to remind you, Alex, to think about the second half of Mirage and how quick it all happened.
Yeah.
You blink and you miss it. It was very, very fast. Snacks just called them into B play after B play. And this is feeling very, very similar in terms of just the sheer speed. Phelps feels like he is everywhere. All right, 14 kills now.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by his rotational awareness. He just has been in the right place at the right time every time so far. Vinnie hasn't had to do much. Well, that's an in-game leader's scoreline right there. Is that right? 1-3-2.
Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
But this is the thing with Phelps. He is meant to be the star rifler of this team, right? It never really came to fruition as well as it could have back in the day. He's got a bunch of major attendances under his belt. I think one of the issues as well, when he joined the best Brazilian team, he was in the shadow of what the old legacy that was left.
Yeah.
And they didn't quite reach those heights. And also, when they were in the roster with Fer at the same time, there was quite an overlap of the two of them. Here, being given the opportunity to be the player he wants to be.
And he just goes wherever he wants. He's going to go start lower again. Henny taking the AWP. What is this from Henny? There's no way you're ready for this one if you're Kios. A full play set up to mask this scope and set him up for success. Down goes Volt. He can't believe it, shaking his head in disbelief. There is an AWPer pushed squeaky. An A-Core now, ooh, spotted out. Phelps there gets the info. Maybe not.
Phelps was scared. You could see the way he didn't want to readdress that, but A-Core open to secret, could have gone down to the side of the head and no way back into the shotgun.
Oh, they're feeling themselves. They've caught that vibration. They're on the right frequency. Everyone on the same frequency.
Look how stalled out GamerLegion are. So scared of lobby, no outside space.
This could go wrong. If Kios plays this to perfection and times this bait, he's going to put his toes in. Oh, I thought he would go back up the ladder. Instead, he goes down to the shotgun. Henny is dead. Thanks to Isaac and his handiwork on the AK. You got 50 seconds. Phelps still sticking around secret. He could catch the flank here on Snacks. He just jiggles it out, spots his legs.
Beautiful.
They're playing some really tight Counter-Strike on the CT side. No way. Recovers that AWP and puts it to good use.
This is class.
It is a real masterclass on this CT side. No way to be run down. Oh, they line up for him. A double. Isaac puts himself in a position where he could very well break the hopes of Imperial. It's covered by Vinnie, a 7th secure, and I love the way that round has played out for them.
Yeah, could have looked a little bit silly at the end, obviously getting overzealous with the aggression, but it's all good in the hood. Vinnie gets his 2nd kill, Alex, and it's to save the day.
Oh, yeah, I'm still thinking about that Kios ladder climb. I thought the idea was that he'd go back up the ladder, then the swing would come through with their AWP distracted, but he's not to know. Didn't know the setup. Caught off guard, and this just, okay, is this going to be another one of his Snacks Tech9 charges?
Well, think about it, Alex. The bomb's not going down. They're not finding any penetration. On Mirage, there was multiple times they got into the site, but then didn't plant, whether by hesitation or fakes.
Okay, they're trying to smoke wall this time.
But Phelps is aggressive again.
He's perfectly positioned. Snacks can clear this. He has been previously. Flash is there for it. Phelps still gets himself one. A rifle falls into enemy hands. They clear the smoke, and he's set up for success. Nice work from Kios.
Everyone's here.
Oh, that's big. Vinnie down through the smoke. They're all here to fight. Back is turned from Isaac. Oh, no!
No!
Kios fumbles! The fourth round was there in front of him.
Oh, what a pivot.
Oh dear, he's going to be mad at that. Maybe there's something to be said here. Bolt, how much do you clear main? Doesn't matter, no way, perfect pre-aim. Holds the angle. Loud on the Imperial side of the stage, silent from GamerLegion, and it's been silent for 8 rounds in a row. They got the pistol, they got the following 2. And ever since, it has just been Imperial sprinting towards the elimination stage.
And I know I sound like a bit of a broken record, but this spree started with that Phelps clutch against Acor.
Yeah.
That was also the last time the bomb went down. And this is the first time since where it's felt like there's been a back and forth biffy tradey round, and they had an opportunity to seal the deal. A missed shot in the back of the head with the Tech 9.
18 years of age here, Kaiki Santos. No way, having one hell of a performance to secure these top 16 at the major. Not getting ahead of myself, but if they can keep GamerLegion locked out, as Henny again racks up a frag on the orb. His 10th, Phelps again with the perfect timing, playing secret to perfection, decent down, Volt, one back, bit of an overextension perhaps from the ramp player, because that's a gap. It's a massive gap, a gaping void. The bomb surely going to join them. It's Acor that's concerned about the lobby push. He was loud about his maneuver. Henny addressing the potential for hell. No way's already down here though, so it's not going to be without resistance. Wow. Imperial, the first team for No Way. Not a single other team on his record. This little hidden gem is tucked in on control.
Kill's going to close clear as well.
He wins it out. Important duel. He's leveled the odds.
Rotation's already available, but
it's all a fake.
But look at Henny's position. This is oh, it was perfect. Oh, and the steps likely heard. There's a free avenue up the ladder. Acor might even catch him in the back. 25 seconds. Can't miss this, and he won't.
Oh, headshot. He guaranteeing it. Now, Kios becomes the flanker.
He's heard all of it.
This is so beautifully constructed. Sure, a little, too late. It's the final round. They know where they're both coming from. Dead immediately on the ladder climb. Vinnie coming in from main. Covered by Acor, and a 4th round found. They played that beautifully. Mid-rounding nicely, and Ash trying to get the troops motivated, because that has given them just a little bit of a lifeline. You've got 4 T rounds. That's par for the course.
Yeah, a long time between drinks in the rounds, and that actually will inspire a little bit of confidence considering their success within the pistols. So pick this one up, start grinding your way back into things. You're now on the defensive side. You get to stand and receive and see if you can deliver the same type of pain. But again, an outstanding half from Phelps. 17 kills in total. Was successful in 5 opening duels. Him and Henny combined for 7 in total out of the 12 available in that first half. Dropping the ball here at the final throws of map number 3 in the first half, but how much of a difference is that going to make? The Brazilians have been running with some sheer momentum ever since their map choice. Oh, well, I think on overpass as well. Remember, we discussed that how bad they could be thinking if this one all falls apart, knowing they could have taken overpass. They were in prime position, a 5v3 number advantage, the last round of regulation, and then they let it slip. Nothing dotted in overtime, but here we are underway. Up on silo is 2. Phelps and Vinnie. Jiggling this out. They've seen Acor and he's gooshed. He can't repick.
Yeah, get out of there.
Snacks will call the drop onto main. Would have heard it.
That's the end of Acor.
Can't believe he's repicked on that HP.
That's most definitely an overextension on his part. Didn't need it.
Maybe he thought there was only one and the drop on towards main, so he wasn't so worried. Regardless, that hurts.
Ooh, that hurts though for No Way. Watching now, the Jewel Beretta's holding hut. That's a good position to be in. Isaac threatening lobby. No one looking. Snacks will find one. Goosh down.
Bomb's
Henny
on B.
away. Bomb is on B. Volt quick to address this. He has no support. Decent's alone here. Oh, and now he's gone.
Crisp.
They can just defuse if it's not for Vinnie holding the vent rotation. Gets the first. They're onto the bomb.
Henny's miles away.
He can play with the doors. They're both off the bomb. This needs to be a clean headshot. He's getting flanked.
Oh.
There's a just onto Snacks.
Time now. Henny can rotate in.
Yeah, this is becoming doable. No, it's not planted for him. The cover is there. And another GamerLegion pistol. Just as you said, they get the tail end round of that first half. And with the pistol on top, It's not a certainty for Imperial.
That's 5 from 6 in the series so far, but that is the bomb going down, and we know what that means. Galil's available now for Imperial.
They did it on Mirage, Chad.
Do you want to take a timeout to at least discuss your approach? Would feel advised. It was a good opener onto Acor, but Isaac bounces back, and a couple of crispy ones come out of Vault. Has his moments, doesn't he, Vault?
He does, he really does. He's got that sharpshooter mentality, just nails them. And they were compulsory frags to have a hope of taking Nuke. You can see what that means to Kios on his face.
Well, they did buy. It's not all Galil's, right? They've actually...
Okay, well, that threatens the vent drop. You can see Snacks immediately addresses it. Loudly down the vent.
That would have been heard, so...
Yeah, is that part of their plan, though? It's forced a CT off of the top site. Smoke wall as well. Elevated angle from the AWP to call it's clear. They're pincering in. Isaac's the only one up here. You've got Vault tucked on CT vent. Responsible for main. He's worried about Hut. There's so many things he have to be watching. Akor's got his nades out. Still Isaac good for the one. Decent ahead of the play. They're going to line up. Good work. 2 from the Galil. Isaac down, and they've taken the site.
And the round.
Less. Snacks. He's got 2 on a plate. And now a third. Kios comes in from heaven. It's all onto Henny. What has he got? He's got the first. A Tech 9 long range onto Kios. Snacks has made the impossible possible. Playing around that vent.
No kit.
Going for the 10-second sit. Henny counting in his head. 5, 4. Peek. Bait. Gets him off the bomb. Playing the time. Henny for Imperial. Oh! He hits the headshot! Tested by Snacks, but Imperial reigns supreme.
What a clutch from Henny. You can see what that means to the boys. A 4-on-2 situation almost slips away in the chaos. But he's been to a major final before, and that experience playing through against another vet. Snacks, one of Paul's greats.
Man, I thought Snacks had done enough there. Lovely restraint from Henny and a clean headshot to finish as well. Plays the mind game, pulls him off the bomb. Oh, last time out for GamerLegion. That's 30 seconds on the mic for Zach as well as Ash.
This, again, is what you need, right?
Second round conversion, dude. They lost the pistol, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and you're in a horrible position right now if you're GamerLegion. I just keep turning to this Imperial roster. Phelps and Henny, right? These are the 2 most experienced members of this team. And to get them delivering in a game like this when the pressure's on, that is the recipe for success. Then the contributions of No Way and Decent. They're freed up. They're not feeling the pressure. They're the young guns. Right? They're not feeling like they're the ones who need a carry in a moment like this. Phelps has had a phenomenal first half of play. He has done more than enough to set them up to convert. And now Henny, that's his type of impact.
Yeah, that's Henny impact, and it is going to put 9 on the board. They are 4 rounds away. Make no mistake. GamerLegion can't hear because they've just pushed their chips to the center of the table. Here it is, it's 5-7s.
They missed a nade that just landed on Decent, but that's not the end of the world.
It is if a scout finds a body shot onto Decent, but for now, he'll back away. Deep smoke, threatening presence on lobby. That's the scout, missing its shot. Phelps gets across to red unscathed. Lots of bodies here, 4 fighting. They know the Angels favor them. It's Galil's versus Pistols. Why not just take Angel's yard?
Idle flight, Kios.
Opts for the latter. That's a hell of a deagle shot still. Snacks, stubborn, playing it. Ooh, an aggressive hand, and with Acor combined.
Good trades.
It's trading out nicely. Vinnie, talk about experience. Spams the smoke onto Isaac. It's only Vault and Kios. The dust will settle for a moment. Vinny's still there. Good shot from Vault. You talk about that sharp shooting. That's one.
Remember, Decent low.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's got the timing. Vault was unprepared and it puts Kios into a 1v2.
They know where he was.
Know where he is. Henny closes it down. 3 rounds. 3 more rounds. And Imperial will make the top 16.
This is dire right now for GamerLegion. Next round, they are going to get the 2,400 loss bonus coming into the bank balance, but that puts you in a first gun round that somewhat sucks. If you go for the M4s, you're going to be lighter on the util department. You need a bit more of an opening move. And I think a pretty hollow-looking face there from Kios is telling of the scenario. 11, a gift available right now. It will just have to be USPs across the board for GamerLegion as they can see this opportunity that they were given. 9 Pandas unable to field their roster. GamerLegion called up last minute, have been battling through. But the run from Imperial, we discussed it, it has just been European opponents. A 22-19 win to open up their proceedings here at the Major against ENCE on Anubis. A slight 16-14 loss to Heroic on Mirage, a team that went 3-0. A dominant 13-7 victory over a loss-looking Apex on Overpass. And then yesterday, falling to the Danish reps of Ecstatic. No, not Astralis, Ecstatic, in a best-of-3 series that went the distance.
And I'm sure there is some sort of poetry and irony in the fact that GamerLegion, whose major dreams were dashed on Nuke, find themselves just 2 rounds away from elimination on the next time they play it. A whole month since they last took an official on Nuke.
Just in top, Vinnie's just in.
Yeah, and Volt's found one on that hut position. Snacks in support as well. They have managed to keep the wolf from the door for now. Henny in the smoke. Phelps already main. As those smokes fade, they'll start to activate. Phelps, however, has been spotted out with the loss of Henny as well. Now at disadvantage. GamerLegion clinging on. Lovely little gap found here. Will Kiosk acknowledge it? I don't think he will. I think Phelps has actually played this to perfection. This will bring us back into a competitive 2-on-2. That's exactly what's up. Completely catches Kiosk with a jump scare. Decent's been static this whole time.
They have to push lobby for info.
They're going to clear this, are they? No. Tucked on the vent. Tetris and backside. They regroup to take the lobby.
Yeah, they had to. That's their only choice.
That's what Phelps is expecting.
Timing's going to cost him.
Decent. Oh, perfect. Nails the headshot. What awareness. And patience. He has the bomb on his back, but he's not in a rush.
Phelps is coming.
And round the world, another beautiful flank from Phelps. He is playing his game, his way, and Imperial now 1 round away.
The bank is broken. GamerLegion are done. They are dusted. 3.5k, the high end. They won the pistol again. They lost the follow-up once more. And Ash, the coach behind, looks defeated. This is exactly like Mirage. This is exactly how it went down. And this should have been a 2-0. Overpass could have been Imperials. They could have sent GamerLegion packing a whole map earlier.
That 2v3 though, but Phelps was in full control the whole time. 24 frags. This Brazilian star, with trials and tribulations upon his arrival to the top of the scene. But right now, he's looking for the top 16.
They have had some missed util in the last 3 consecutive rounds. A missed HE and now 2 missed smokes in back-to-back, but it doesn't matter. The firepower's getting him across the line. Now it's just MP9s.
Yeah, the CTs, they're already in lobby. It's Decent's responsibility. Looks away. Oh, Acor gave him a step. He got the sound cue, a free frag, as Imperial are 4 frags away from securing it. Full focus. Team play priority. 3 MP9s is all that stands against them. 1 has descended the vents. Isaac responsible for a whole lot here. Doesn't have a smoke, doesn't have a molly. Kiosk is going to be jump spotting. And that's the frag. Isaac delivers it. Looking for that AK. Could make it a world of difference.
Stalled for a moment, but there's still options. Decent back lobby, and that's a kill. No way. Finding a way back in.
No smoke is safe. You think you can maneuver. You think you can reposition.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Snacks is in a prime position. Vinnie, good for it. Opens up the top site. You'd think so. Volt's the only one here. Imperial to knock out GamerLegion and to secure it for themselves, to take the top 16. Another Brazilian team with young talent. No Way's first team. Decent, 20 years of age. No Way, 18. Vinnie, spat out by Furia. And doing it with young talent and known quantities in Phelps. It's Volt in the 1v2. He's gone. They're in. Imperial raise the roof. A full 3-map affair, but convincing on the victories.
And you can see what it means to them. Just the young guns. The type of Counter-Strike that they were able to play today. Dominance. This is the key. It's European opponents all throughout. This is a legit showing in the opening stage here in Copenhagen. A fantastic win and the emotion. They only have tonight to celebrate because they get back in action with the Elimination Stage first thing tomorrow. But phenomenal stuff from Imperial. Great showing from Phelps. And GamerLegion, they've been sent home on Nuke yet again.
Yes, and incredible emotional scenes. Obviously, they were able to get it together and rally and unify and put on a masterclass on Nuke, particularly Phelps.
Oh, definitely.
You know, rolling back the years on that one.
I talked to you about his multi-kill ability on the CT side. If he gets a little bit of momentum and then he suddenly trusts in his moves, so many gambles he made, so many times he had the right position. Would it be that secondary ramp below players, sometimes in secret? He was absolutely unplayable. And boy, it's been a hot minute since we heard that Brazilian roar of victory here in Counter-Strike.
Yeah,
and there's something
unified,
to it.
bro.
Yeah,
to each other, plenty of roaring.
God damn, we were right next to it, watching the last
loud.
few seconds of the round, and it's good to see. It feels great to see.
We speak about the, you know, how emotions can be a bit of a double-edged sword, right? We talk about how sometimes it can lead to tears, but when it comes to getting that win, punching a ticket in, it is addictive. It is an addictive feeling, and you can see how much it means to every single one of the players. But yeah, I have to agree, man. Phelps and Henny, I know Henny got a little overshadowed as well, but that outside control coming out from those two players, absolute shutdown. And I hate to be the guy to say, I told you so, but GamerLegion's T side, they really didn't have much to show there.
Yeah, I mean, look, a few thoughts about GamerLegion, because I'm sure we're going to talk about Imperial. I mean, you know, as I said, they were given the miracle to be here.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you know, outside of Overpass, it just wasn't it for me.
Yeah, it's been an issue for a little bit. I would say that the maps that they could very heavily rely on got smaller and shrunk and shrunk and shrunk just to end up really on Overpass, which we were ready to give them a W. Here, that was a little bit uninspired. I will say, I don't think they played a profoundly bad T side. I just think that Imperial were very much online in the timings that they needed to hit and when they needed to be aggressive. They found a balance. Life must have sucked as a GamerLegion player, because you have players who are coming into HUD with an AWP, covered by a shotgun, suddenly someone is pushing into door at the same time. This can get very claustrophobic whenever the defense is on you with the right timings, and this is, in my book, mostly what happened in this
I think we can take a look at that round, right? I think it was round number 10 you're talking about right there, where just the aggression, just the confidence coming in from the side of Imperial. We had Henny with the opposite. So here we go. You can just look at the movement coming in from Henny here, right? It's going to be an early Molotov towards HUD. We have, you know, Phelps being aggressive outside right here. It's around number 11 over here. But just this actually adds on to what you're talking about Phelps, right? He's taking matters into his own hands. The trades being very solid indeed. And in the end, eventually, you know, despite the fact there were moments there, it didn't quite click for GamerLegion.
That was a bit of a fumble as well from Kios here, but I like that we start with this one and we see Phelps being found actually, because there were multiple rounds where he was actually very forward and he had information. If not kills, information. You're able to tell your teammates, listen, I'm under silo. There's nobody. It's going to be ramp or inside. I have it. And for that matter, usually MVP performance.
Yes, we're going to go over now. I think Parla's got Vinnie, so looking forward to hearing from the IGL of Imperial.
I do indeed have Vinnie, Richard. You guys are going absolutely mental right now. What's the vibe, Vinnie? Congratulations, you've made it to top 16 of the major.
I mean, just insane, man. Just going all this way with this team, which is just 3 months, you know. I think everybody's just happy. We work a lot, and we're playing really great CS, so we just want to test ourselves against the best.
Vinnie, you'll be joining Pain, so at least 2 Brazilian teams in the top 16 of the major. Furia will try later. Does it mean even more knowing that you've got extra Brazilian representation in that final 16?
Oh, definitely, and it helps the region. Like, if Furia wins, we have 7 spots for the next major, so I think everyone needs to win right now. We're really happy, just the level we can achieve, and just, I don't know, just really happy.
It took 3 maps. I want to go back to map number 1, and I want to raise this in a light-hearted way. I don't want to put you on the spot too much, but there was some sort of some bad vibes or some arguing going on between yourself and Henny. At the time, what was happening? Can you explain to everybody at home?
Man, it was more about like the way we were thinking the rounds. Sometimes I was just want to rush because the cities were there, and he wanted to play more calm when I wasn't listening to him. But I mean, this stuff happened. We reset for the next map, and I mean, we knew it would be 3 maps. They only can play like overpass, so, and even that it was overtime. So we're pretty happy.
That's actually what I would like to go on to, because it seemed that you were able to completely mentally reset. Mirage 13-6, Nuke 13-5. What did you do to reset, considering the context of map 1?
I think we're just betting that maps. I think we practiced against them in Mirage, and so we had a little bit of idea how it's gonna be. But on overpass, even when
we did 9-3. We knew we had a good chance, but we're just a little bit sloppy. We some Zags missing some nades. So, I mean, that's the map. You know, City side is really strong. So when we went to Mirage and Nuke, we knew it'd be like City side, and Archie side on Mirage is really strong. And we're just like, no problem, man, guys. We can like return this match easily.
Vinnie, you get straight back into the server tomorrow. What happened? Do you not? Is that incorrect? Or how long do you have off then?
I don't know, but I think 2 days off.
No, it is tomorrow. My producer is clarifying. So yeah, you'll get straight back into the server tomorrow. Vinnie, what's next? How far can you and Imperial go at this major now that you've secured top 16?
Man, I mean, if we're playing tomorrow, there's no day off for us. So let's see how we're gonna play. Though we have no idea. I think for us, it's just like let's see what's our level. We don't know. Let's get Vitality, Mouse, whatever, Spirit. We want to play Donk. Let's see how it goes.
Vinnie, congratulations. You've made it to the top 16 of the major. If there's anything else that you'd like to say to the fans out there, now is the time to do it.
Just to say thank you for all the Brazilian guys watching the streams. We're working a lot. They are supporting a lot of the new kids. You know, there's no hate when we're losing. So I think we are living the best era that we can in this team. You know, we had the other guys was. You know, different vibes. Here is more like a familyhood, you know? So I think we're just growing as a team and we're just enjoying playing CS.
Vinnie, congratulations, you and Imperial going to the top 16. Richard and the desk, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Paula. Don't let those players gaslight you about the schedule. Never
tomorrow?
Stand resolute in the face of such behaviour. It's great. I love the fact Vinny's like, are we? I don't even know. Yeah, could we play Spirit? Yeah, I'm ready. Let's beat Donk. It's wild. Yeah, he's a lovable guy. And I've got to say as well, what I really like about that, it takes a lot of maturity to admit, on that argument that we highlighted, he sort of said, yeah, I was on the wrong side of that one, and he had a point.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, we have to realize he hasn't been a leader for a long, long time, and even less so in such an environment as we're talking about the major, right? And these are moments where you're going to keep these moments with you. You're going to learn from these moments where you should have listened to your co-captain or to your strong voice telling you something, you made a call, you regret, you have time to think about it. But what matters is that they resolve it, they move on to map 2. It creates sort of a precedent of, hey, remember that time where we absolutely messed that up and we bounced back anyway? That's how we're going to function. That's how we're going to do it as a team. And I think this was very formative from them, even though I hated to see all about it. But as a team, very important.
Sorry, go on, Blair.
Yeah, just to play devil's advocate as well, that the many ways approaches are maybe Henny was right, correct? I agree with him as well.
Sometimes you're wrong.
But there is a time, you know, a way to say it. There's a time to say it as well. Maybe
when your blood's running hot in the middle of a game.
But that is how it works. That is how it works. That's how it works for this team. And the worry we had about, you know, the heat, the double-edged sword, that is that emotional instability, so to speak, affecting them. It's good to see, you know, how it's turned around over here. They look very convincing. It looked like the first map never really happened and Meltdown never really happened. Map 2 was great. Map 3 was absolutely convincing. And also, man, for Vinny, just have to give a shout out to the fact that, you know, we're talking about this guy's journey from being in the Furia lineup to being in all these multiple teams around Brazil, not really finding the success he found early back then with Art and his friends. But here he is, completely redefining who he is as a player, as an IGL, coming in with someone like Henny, who's returning after 7 years to the major, and especially when you have kids like Decenty in Norway who are playing the biggest events ever of their lives.
Yeah, and on that point, right, I love the fact that Vinny brought that up, because look, let's talk about the sea change that's happening in Brazil right now. You know, yeah, you can rely on the old guys, and they're great for a pop-off game every now and then, as you might be able to see on your screens. But look, Brazil stagnated when it had that golden generation of talent, and they kept trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice by recycling it over and over and over again. And what is great for the Brazilian scene is, while Furia has gone and invested in the old, and they've had a lot of trouble, you know, you look at your Pain and your Imperial, and they've invested in the future, and it's going to pay off. And I'm glad. I think that's what we all should want from the Counter-Strike scene.
I'm right there with you. It's how a scene gets healthy, right? When you have new talents coming in, and they also keep the old guard in check. When you are a Phelps, when you are a Henny, and you might think, I have achieved so much, I've done so much, and there's nobody ready to take the torch behind me, there's nobody that's going to carry me. Suddenly you have nowhere Decenty coming in, and they actually poke you. They say, come on, I'm hungry, I'm giving the kills, I'm giving you the positions, you have to provide for me as well, you have to help me out. And I think that's what's happening here. We have a good balance between the old and the new, and they create a harmony together.
Yeah. Anything to add just before? We've got Snacks waiting.
I want to listen to Snacks right now.
Oh, yeah, good. All right, awesome. Just even look. We have Snacks with Parla right now.
Thank you, Richard. And yes, of course, we have winners, but that means we have exits as well. Snacks, what went wrong in this series against Imperial?
I think mostly everything on the second and third map. Like we crumbled in like crucial first gun run, second gun run. I think Also, the plan I did, it was not that good as I thought it's gonna be. So yeah, like mostly that.
Snacks, how would you rate you guys, GamerLegion's tournament run overall? It could have been worse. There were some glimmers there. Of course, not the result you wanted, but any positives to take away here?
I mean, obviously, look at the thing that we shouldn't even be here at the first place. So we didn't practice that much before the major. After like Blast, we said that we're gonna have like 7, 8, 9 days of break. I also get sick when I came home, so I didn't even touch CS that much. I think the results is obviously I'm not happy with the results. I rather go through, but I would just say that it was pretty okay run for us. If we look at that, we didn't touch CS for some time. Like Chaos came from like Dubai to here like straight. Yeah, I mean, some of the matches we were playing good. I think Eternal Fire we could like end it on T-side, but Xantares like killed, like did triple kill, and then it's kind of like drop our morals in the end. Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, that we didn't have like time to prepare because obviously we didn't know that we gonna like come here like to the tournament. I think it's okay. Yeah.
Snacks, final question then. What's next for you guys? What will you go away and think about and work on?
I mean, obviously we need to prepare more maps than Overpass and Vertigo because on those like we feel pretty alright. Like on some of other maps, I felt like, especially on this tournament, we kind of lost some of confidence, you know, to the map. I also maybe tried to do too much, like a little bit mixed stuff on T sides, like on Mirage. I think the plan was just bad, and it's all on me. Like we lost today. Also Nuke, I thought that actually some of the runs were good, especially at the start. So yeah, I'm probably we need to fix like T sides, CT sides on those maps, and just play more, you know. Like obviously it was hard when you didn't practice, and we know like what our problems are on like after RMR and Blast, but we just didn't have a time for it.
Well, Snacks, commiserations, you are out of the major. That being said, you were late replacements, and I think you should be proud somewhat of what you've achieved here. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
Yeah, of course, thank you for cheering. No i co? No i chciałbym przeprosić wszystkich polskich fanów, co oglądają. No nie wyszło. Starałem się, choroba też nie pomogła. Chciałem pomścić naszych rodaków z ręce, no nie wyszło. No biorę na siebie na klatę na pewno to Tero, no bo zostaliśmy fiuta.
Richard and Desk, back to you.
Thanks a lot. I'm going to read between the lines a little bit there. I think that, you know, there was kind of like a little bit where we didn't practice. I was sick. We didn't touch CS. We only had time to prepare one map, maybe two. And, you know, Keo didn't come from Dubai. You know, it's like, yeah, there's a roster change in their future, I think.
I mean, the future was very much uncertain for GamerLegion. Yeah. I think this last second invite didn't really change that either. Yeah. Overall, I think it's a team that is a little bit uninspiring right now to watch. And this loss also sort of unveils an unhealthy reliance on Snacks' ability on the T side. And unfortunately, he had a very, very quiet best of 3. We have to mention it. And it is symptomatic. When Snacks is not able to pull the rabbit out of the hat, which he is known to be a magician on the server, they don't really have anything behind it to help them go back into it. So a little bit sad from them, and I wouldn't really be upset about changers. In fact, I kind of wish for them.
Well, I know, because you keep wanting him to go to West.
Well, you know, I think he's a great leader, and maybe, you know, speaking his mother tongue could be great. I'm just a guy talking about Counter-Strike, you know.
Yeah, silver linings-wise, I think Volt has been great.
Yeah,
you know,
really looks good.
Considering how rough some of the circumstances have been, you know, not making it to the major, then getting call-up last minute and everything, he continues to deliver every single time, even in, you know, scenarios where he doesn't know if this team's going to be together, right? Acro kind of woke up as well, despite the fact he had a quiet start. Apart from that, those are the silver linings. Maybe there are some pieces here for the team to work with. You know, maybe Snack's going to leave and join Ents and make Matthew very happy. Maybe I might stick around.
No, but that's an idea.
But there are pieces. There are pieces here for them to work with. So yeah, it's not like the future's all doom and gloom. They got sticker money. They're happy. You know, players like sticker money. That's what I've heard today.
Yeah, we've learned a lot, haven't we? Well, look, we're going to go to a break, guys. It's been great talking to you all day. Obviously, we're going to find out after the break whether Furia will be joining their Brazilian compatriots in the next round. That's it from me as well. You probably saw them in the background, but yeah, you're going to get Shocks, Pimp, and Moses now, your favorites. So stick around, I'm gone.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
It's the PGL Major Copenhagen with the opening stage, and a team that's been on a massive hot streak right now is SOAR. And I want to just look at this for you guys, especially you and Buteris, when you've come through. I remember the emotions. I remember how much it meant for you when you qualified. But you guys haven't slowed down. You haven't stopped. What's the feeling now, though, that you're sat here?
A lot less pressure, I'd say. I mean, the RMR, it's the tournament where the teams feel the most pressure, so it's just a relief to go through it. And of course, we've been on a streak. It gave us a really confidence boost, so it's our best time right now.
And what's interesting, I'm looking at 2024 this year. You've lost best of ones, but you haven't lost a best of three this year. What changed? What clicked for you guys as a team to see this level of performance?
I mean, I always felt that we are stronger on best of threes because we have a really strong map pool. We can play 6 maps to a real high level. And best of ones, it's a bit sketchy, and the
definitely
MR12, it's a dangerous game to play. It's a best of one. If you lose both pistols or if you lose a nickel, it's dangerous. So we just feel we are better on best of threes, and we're showing it.
And with yourself and Roman being, with Buteris and Roman, you being kind of experienced players in this, right? Is there any advice you've given to the other players? Because your young players at the moment are all performing so well. This whole team's performing well, but I'd say it's maybe higher than what anyone ever thought.
I mean, they are young players, but I feel like they are just as experienced as us. They are a lot mature, I would say.
Okay.
So the thing is that you just gotta be calm, play without fear, without the fear to make errors. We just need to do our game and do our best, and we're gonna win.
And what does this whole year so far feel like to you guys? From making it to the major, first time, now also gonna be in London for the spring finals. You've got a string of good events back to back and high hopes for the team, I'm sure.
It just seems like all stars aligned. So we are playing our best. Everyone on the team is playing great. Our maps are looking really good. So it's been perfect. It's going perfect. So I hope it continues till the end of the year.
Can you figure out, or can you say what happens to make it so good? Because you didn't fail against good teams. You didn't fail against the teams of your level.
I think it's the approach that we had on the game, how to fix errors, how to play the map, what's good, what's bad, and now how we practice. That's all the things that we changed since last year, and it's going great.
Do you ever think though that, right, okay, we're looking at SOAR as a whole picture, we're looking at what you can do for the future. How far do you feel this team can go? Do you think this is further than you've ever been able to go before already, not just the major, but I mean in the future, if I'm talking like the rest of this year?
I mean, by the results, it's the best team that I ever had, me and Imperial, of course, so I don't know about goals, but we are playing at a really high level, so I mean, I feel like there's really few teams that can cause those really troubles. So we don't have really goals on the table, but we feel like we can win against everyone.
And what would you say in recent times has been the team you beat or the match you had where you felt like, okay, we did this, I can't believe this is so good?
I might say the game against NIP, the 0-2 game on the RMR.
Yeah.
We had a lot of pressure. It was the third RMR that we went 0-2 at the start, so we had a lot of pressure on ourselves to win a game or to play without any fear. So that game changed everything for us, and that we made a comeback and we went 3-2. So that's the most important game for sure.
I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, thanks. Cheers, man.
One more spot in the top 16 at this PGL CS2 major in Copenhagen is on the line between SAW and Furia. We heard it there, starting 0-2 at the RMR into a 3-2 qualification, and maybe, and it would be very sad, looming here at the major, the inverse, starting 2-0 and then going out 2-3. We'll be counting that down to that matchup rather. My name is Shox and I'm joined here by MongolZ and by Pimp to do just that and talk about some other stuff as well, I guess.
What do you want to talk about?
You take your pick.
Ooh, okay, I take my pick. I think we can talk about some of the teams who's made it. We can talk about some of the teams who's not made it so far. We're coming to the end, Jason. You know, it's been a nice 4 days of Counter-Strike. A lot of teams have played. A lot of teams have played good. A lot of teams have played not so good. And we're coming to a stage now where there's only one spot left for it, I guess. And, you know, the SAW Furia game, that in itself is very interesting. We'll dive into that one. Yeah. But I think some of the teams that haven't made it, some of the teams that have shown up and failed a little bit, you could talk about ENCE, you know, in that regard. You could talk about some of the O3 teams. It's always a little bit dire when you look at those results and you think, you know, your Amkill, your Apex, your ENCE, we weren't quite good enough.
No, but I mean that's kind of to be expected. You know, there's been a little craziness with, especially with obviously no one's doing good on the pick'ems, right? So like things have all gotten a little bit weird. You're fine. That
Are you still in the running for?
I'm still in the running. Yes.
Really?
Me and Scrawny are the only two, I believe.
I'm not gonna lie.
In the world?
Yeah, almost. You know.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Probably one of the biggest shocks to not make it. I mean, ENCE I don't think was super necessarily surprising, especially when you saw the kind of level they started out with. But SAW and Furia, whichever one of these two loses it, is probably the biggest shock of not making it on. SAW for me was a team that coming into this event, and it's recent memory, so they didn't have this great body of work to support it. It was kind of like these guys are playing like they should be at least knocking on the door of the playoffs, and they might not even make it out of the opening stage.
It's interesting because you're starting to think that it was kind of just we didn't see the reality just because how many wins they racked up and how many momentum or how much momentum rather they got after that RMR, but maybe that wasn't very realistic. Today will tell.
I mean, Boomich tried to tell us, he was yelling it in our face, online us after he beat him, right? So maybe that was part of the story. Also, we did look at the results at the RMR. Sure, they went on from a reverse sweep. That in itself was very impressive. Qualifying for the major was great, but the opposition they were beating, the Dead NIP, you name it, you know, it wasn't the most scary prospects out there. So for SAW to make it to the major, that was great. For them to make it to the spring finals as well at Blast, that was fantastic. But it was online, as Boomich was yelling time and time again. So maybe we are seeing the real face of SAW right now.
I think the one mitigating factor was they passed the eye test in terms of how they play as a team. They play some smart Counter-Strike. They play some good team Counter-Strike. But you can see here on this graphic, the number on the right is the rating at the RMR. The number on the left is the rating at the major. And everyone's got a drop-off. And most importantly is Story, Eras Dos, and U-Jerks.
I would love to call this graphic up again later when we get a little bit more into the meat of this matchup as well, but it's a great primer. But I do want to hang just a little bit on kind of the bigger picture as well. Of course, famously, the interview that came out this morning from Jacob about kind of the pressure and the RMR, and I think we've been talking about it as well, and it's probably a side effect because of how much the stickers at Paris specifically yielded, that a lot of teams find the RMR and the pressure, and when you finally got that, the most important thing, and they sometimes maybe can't find the same pressure here, even though that is so counterintuitive because the major is the end-all be-all in CS.
I definitely get where it's coming from, especially if you're a team like Apex with, let's be completely honest, no realistic chance of making it to the playoff or making it into the semifinal, even winning the tournament. Of course, qualifying nets you a good lump of money, you know, the stickers as well. You get them in the game, you can put them on the gun. That in itself is nice, but that's where the issue arises, right? It shouldn't be like that. We shouldn't have players who are coming into a tournament thinking, however we do here, it doesn't really matter, we'll still get paid bank. There needs to be some sort of incentive for them, more so to do well. And also, I'll turn it around and say, if you're a player with that kind of mentality, it shows that you're a bit weak in that regard. If that's all you care about, if that's all you're coming into the major for, maybe it's fair enough that you go out of the tournament 1-3 or 0-3.
I mean, I can't be so naive as to say it's not going to be a big, impactful thing in their minds, right? Like, obviously, it's a life-changing amount of money, but also, you know, the more romantic side of me is just like, you get a chance to build, like, be part of history and build your legacy, depending on how you do. And, you know, I would say also doing good at a major and having that, you know, in your back pocket and being able to show that you can perform on this big stage gives you a longevity to your career that I think is far more valuable than just like one big lump sum of money.
That's a great perspective, I think, and you can see it in some of the teams, right? And particularly the Brazilian teams. I know the other panel kind of rounded out their segment by it as well, but it is just so great to see. I don't think a lot of people would have had many Brazilian teams in the next stage, if anything, Furia, but we were already on the fence about them because they've been so up and down. Maybe they end with 3 in the next stage.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I do love to see Brazilian Counter-Strike, dude. Yeah, give it to the Americans, right? They're helping you guys out quite a lot.
Yeah, hell yeah,
with
they
this
are.
performance.
Let's do it.
The thing for me with Brazilian Counter-Strike is right now, you know, the middle pack of teams, they've probably never been stronger. There's a lot of the taking. There's a lot of teams in that middle pack right now who can make it to the next stage, but we don't have that one clear favorite who can go all the way. We don't have a Brazilian team who I believe can go to the playoff. Maybe Furia was supposed to be that team. You can argue Pain Gaming, you know, they could perhaps make another surprise. Yeah. I don't think it's likely. So they're doing well on the middle ground right now, but we don't have that one looming star that can make it all the way.
But I don't think that's the question we're asking just because we haven't had someone in the final. Yeah, I know. I don't think you're a Debbie Downer. I think you're a realist.
I think you're a Debbie Downer.
Yeah, and also I want to see a team, you know, with a realistic shot of winning. You know, participation fees is cool. We just talked about it. The stickers are great. The money is great. But, you know, making it to the next stage of finishing 13th to 16th at a major, sure, it's great for the broad aspect of Counter-Strike within Brazil. But I want to see a team, and they have the talent for it. They have the players for it. That's my issue. There's a lot of potential within Brazilian Counter-Strike, but there's no team right now who I realistically can point towards to say you can win the tournament.
Fair enough. Some teams have been together for 3 months and they made it to the next stage, and then we have teams who've been together for a long time and didn't even make it. What?
I respect you for trying, you know. But
yeah, I'm always very positive, of course. Do you want to get into Furia, Saw? We can maybe go from the Brazilian talk into Furia because it is, of course, so apt that it is a lot of the Brazilian shuffle in the other teams, but a lot of new blood as well, versus what has been the quintessential team expected to keep up that moniker of Brazilian CS, who has not been able to do it as of late.
Yeah, and I think also when that whole conversation of new blood coming in versus like kind of recycling old talent, the last test touched on a little bit, you know, it's one of those situations where Furia as a team and as an organization very much in like a win now mindset, because they've been the #1 Brazilian team. They've been knocking on the door of doing really good at international events and making these deep runs, and they don't want to have to drop down to new talent and spend 6 months, 8 months, 1 year training somebody up. Maybe he doesn't work out. They have to start all over again with somebody new. They want to win now, and they came in, they brought in Fallen. They've gone for that kind of experienced, you know, quote unquote recycled talent that you bring in to try and bolster things. And you know, it's just been flat. Like this Furia team, weirdly enough, it's like not even weirdly enough, just the way we've seen it over the last year has just been it's not reached the peak that they wanted it to, that we thought and we expected it to. But I mean, look, this would be the biggest disaster, getting eliminated here in the opening stage.
Again, right? We saw what happened in Paris as well. That's when they made the big move at Katowice as well. Some of these bigger tournaments where they were supposed to play well, they couldn't quite get it done. They finished 23 by winning a tournament in Finland, Elisa Masters. I know it wasn't a big tier 1 tournament, but there were some decent teams at hand, and I thought that was going to be a turnaround. I thought that was going to give them confidence coming into the new season, and then you saw them at Katowice again disappoint. So I don't know where to put them.
Well, it opens up the question too. It's like, how good do they have to do here to assuage any doubts?
Playoffs.
You know, like Yeah, but like even if they get to quarterfinals and just get banged out in the quarterfinals, are you still going to be sitting there and be like, you know, the style of Counter-Strike that's played, there's not, for me when I watched, not a whole lot impressive going on, like in terms of the Counter-Strike. I thought the one against ENCE yesterday was just like I don't know, it was a fine game of Counter-Strike, but like I want to see more out of a team that is supposed to be the best in Brazil, that has one of the great tactical minds in Fallen on the team, has one of the greatest riflers at the moment in Queserado, who's also playing a fantastic event after a little bit of a downturn last year. I want to see something better that's going to give me confidence. And you got Pimp here saying there's not a single Brazilian team that he's seen that can win the major. And I can't even argue against it. Furia is supposed to be that team that can potentially win the major.
And can they show it now? They'll have to start, and then they have a very, very long way to go as well. You do say about, okay, what has been good, and Queserado yesterday. Phenomenal. Cello also. You know, always smiling always and keeping the atmosphere up, but also putting up some insane numbers and holding down on CT side, but being very proactive on T side. So there are some positives.
Yeah, I mean, Queserado has been fantastic at this tournament, and he's been fantastic for the past 4 years within Furia. Like, he's the one constant that you can always rely on. You said it yourself, Jason, he had a bit of a down period where for a couple of months, for a couple of tournaments, he wasn't showing up. Then when you really got to see Furia and how weak they were without him playing well. I always have this feeling that when Queserado is hitting his A game, they can take some of the best teams down. And we've seen that. We've seen that time and time again. But problem is, it's all on his shoulders. If he's having a bad game, then who else is going to show up?
Problem is, even when he's hitting his A game, as we saw in the first 2 matchups of the opening stage, they can still find ways to lose. They can still find, again, we touched on it yesterday in their match, was like the heartbreak rounds that didn't actually come out against ENCE, but there are those rounds, they just throw one in where they make a miscall, a little bit of focus slips and disaster strikes, and it changes the entire momentum of the game. They avoided it against ENCE, but that was the thing that played them in their first 2 best of ones to go down 0-2 in this. So yeah, Queserado can play well all he wants, but we have seen there is still that room for them to still fail in that scenario. Sure.
I believe you guys also wanted to talk about specifically the CT sides out of Furia. I don't know whose point it was.
Yeah, it was my point, you know, because the CT side has been so far decent at the tournament. They're getting more of the rounds on the T side, so you could argue the calling and the way they're playing. One thing I want to point out right here, Jason, you mentioned it a couple of times. Certain teams are good at playing 4v5. Furia on the CT side is awful. Winning just 9.5% of the rounds where you're going down 4v5 on the CT side, that is unacceptable. And by the way, by far the worst by any team at the tournament.
Yeah,
so
that's very low.
That's very low, right? So you're winning less than 10% of the rounds that you're going down 4v5. What it essentially comes down to is when Furia is playing on that CT side, they cannot allow themselves to go down. They cannot allow themselves to give away the opening kill, because you see in the tournament so far, they can't find a way back.
That's actually a disaster. I don't know if I've ever seen a percentage that low in 4v5 conversion.
Well.
Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah, and again, those are problems that we didn't have to see yesterday against ENCE. Like they did a really good job. Art was causing a lot of chaos, being aggressive. Cello was doing a good job. Fallen with his op got a couple of picks, so they had some of the pieces working in their favor in that sense yesterday. I think I have to imagine Saul's going to be put up in a way tougher fight than we saw at events yesterday.
We'll see, and let's transition into Saw. Then Furia, by the way, already knocked out Koi earlier as well, so they're like the Portugal killers in that way. So the story of Saw, and it kind of all balances between that. Is it going to keep going? Are they going to recapture what they found in all those online wins, or have they been knocked down so heavily because of the consecutive losses here at the major, Pimp, that they cannot overcome it?
I think we saw yesterday that the frustrations are starting to creep in, and so we saw the body language from Murderwiz, we saw the team kind of fall down. Let's not forget that they've lost 2 games, but they've also lost them 2-0, right? They're coming in with 4 map losses in a row after winning 11 games in a row. So that momentum, that confidence, all the positives that we were talking about when it came to Saw, I do feel like that kind of magic is gone now. Now we get down to the nitty-gritty. Now we get down to the core of the team. Are they good enough in order to qualify and progress to the next stage, or is the team simply not solid enough? I'm starting to have doubts now, and what I've seen the last couple of days have not been pretty for Saw.
Sure, I'm starting to have doubts that, I mean, I think this team is capable of it when we get their A game. We haven't seen it since they've gotten into the series play, obviously, and you know, winning against Movistar, against GamerLegion, those aren't exactly the toughest opposition in the world, but this is a Saw team that, certainly from what we've seen in the past couple days of play, they haven't reached that peak yet. They actually haven't hit their A game, but this is one of those things too where you almost have to hope that Saw have that same kind of factor that Furia showed, because, you know, despite the fact that Furia went down 0-2, things have started to turn around. You know, against ENCE, it's not the greatest game in the world. They're not looking at the top of their game either, but they're looking better. They're looking stronger in that series yesterday. Saw has to do the exact same thing and come right back, and I think a lot of it is going to come down to that younger core there. Dose. Udrix has been good still. Story needs to be on point with the AWP. They need to have that core of like the 3 young guys that have powered them through the RMR, through the showdown, actually show up and arrive today and put some impact inside the server.
Yeah, and it's a watershed moment already for Portuguese. CS, of course, making here, but it would be even more so if they are able to get over this hurdle today. But you said it very aptly there. Furia took those losses and started to turn it around. And this is Swiss. You can wait until the last one to do it, right? If you saw, you talked about some of the young players. You jerks, sometimes hard to say. Yesterday was phenomenal. So incredibly reliable, right? And then it all depends on how many of those fraggers on Furia are going to step up. And so how do you have to match it? Because Story has been a little bit quiet.
The thing is, the contrast for me is that we're looking towards Yuri and Caserado within Furia to be the playmakers. We're looking towards those guys making it good for Furia, right? They are experienced players, they've been there before, guys you can rely on in a 2-2 game at a major. We're looking towards Saw, and you're asking the young guys, the inexperienced guys, to come in and be the difference makers. So you have this contrast of experience going against the youngsters, and if you are Saw Gaming, you're hoping that they will not be affected by that. You'll hope they come in and you know, allow themselves to play freed up Counter-Strike. But I think we have seen the last couple of days that when they're starting to lose rounds, you also see some of these young guns take a step back, right? They're not stepping forward, they're not becoming more aggressive or more assertive on the server, but they're kind of relying on the experienced players around them in Murderers and Roman to guide them. Whereas for Furia, it's always Caserado, it's always Yuri, it's always the experience stepping up.
I think probably the most important player on Saw for me in this series to see how he does. I think Arisdosa is going to be the very important player, especially because he's got great skills and great talent, and he also plays anchor positions. And when you think about Furia and some of the strengths we saw yesterday, we mentioned in the post game the front line of Art and Cello doing really good. Art with some creative plays, Cello coming out first. Those guys were on point, and if you're going to have that again, you need this guy right here to step up because he is going to be anchoring bomb sites. And if they're going to be making plays into him, we saw him get picked off a couple times yesterday just in dry one-on-one fights. He can't be losing those battles. He needs to be able to delay. He needs to be able to survive, get a kill once in a while. He needs to play really well to allow some of the defense to shift over and allow for them to recover some of these rounds.
If I may add on as well, because I fully agree with you, I'm also looking towards Story versus Fallen. If there's one position on the server where I feel he's the better player, or where Saw have the better guy in the server to field, it will be Story coming in with the AWP. Fallen has been okay so far this tournament. He hasn't been a liability, he hasn't been playing bad, but he hasn't been the same old Fallen, and we keep saying that, so maybe he's never going back to that level.
That old Fallen ain't coming back, baby.
He's not coming back.
We got to discover a new Fallen.
Story is the future. Story is the youngster. Story is the guy coming in, and he can potentially be the guy that can flip it in favor of Saw Gaming if he's having a great moment, because he is by far the best op on the server.
And it's interesting, that contrast as well. I don't know who it was from. It was also a team that was dealing with some new players, and you have that contrast between when you're a team and you have players that have played together for so incredibly long. It gets so frustrating if you make a mistake that you've made a million times before and you don't fix it. And I think the heartbreak rounds from Furia are a really, really great example. You can contrast that to a situation where, as you are newer and younger, you can brush it off quicker, or you can crumble, right? It's always a question.
Yeah, but it is easier to brush it off when you have kind of a new lineup coming together, and you know you're working through things already. So you've come into a game expecting some mistakes. But I think the hard thing is when you get into a game like this, that's elimination for the next stage of the major. Forgiveness is you don't have a whole lot of forgiveness in the tank. You don't have a whole lot of patience in the tank, and that's going to be interesting. I think, interesting enough, in this series, the map veto might dictate a lot, because I think it's going to tell us a lot of where Saw's mindset is and how they're, how confident they are going deeper into the map pool. And I don't usually say that because I tend to find the map veto process is relatively boring. Very, very rarely are they exciting, but this one I think can be a good indication of Saw and where their mind's at in terms of what maps they're comfortable on, because we know they like to pick Nuke. I don't think Furia is going to be upset at all if Saw pick Nuke in this series, so I think you've got some options here if you're Saw, and it depends. Are you comfortable on your number 3 best map, your number 4 best map that might be weaker for Furia? Are you comfortable picking something like that into them, and where they decide to go with it?
I think it's a very interesting discussion as well, because you're right, Furia would love them to pick Nuke. We have seen Saw play exceptionally well on the map. They had a win streak of 10 games in a row, and then they've lost the last 2 times they played on the map. Nuke at this tournament, they lost to Cloud9, they lost yesterday as well against Pain Gaming quite convincingly as well. So have they lost confidence in their own Nuke? We asked and posed the question yesterday, should you have gone for Overpass? They could have done that. They have 100% win rate on that map as well. They have steered away from it so far, so maybe that's the change they can do coming into this matchup.
Yes, I think the map veto might be in, and I assume the graphic is being generated.
I saw that as well.
I know you're calling it up, but obviously they were showing another graphic, but our wonderful producer Seb is on it. See, he listens to you.
Nailed it.
What are we going to get? We get like a Nuke, a Vertigo? What are you feeling, Jacob? That is the question. You kind of nailed it. I am wondering if they are feeling bold enough to pick Overpass into this. Furia's got a decent win rate on it, but they haven't played it very much.
Vertigo makes sense for Furia. Now, question is it going to be Nuke or Overpass?
It's got to be Nuke. This is the thing, and I think.
Okay.
3 for a loop.
See, that's the issue, right? That is so admitting that the Nuke right now, you know, the last couple of days, they've lost
Surely it's the
confidence
decider. Both of the teams like it. Neither of them are going to ban it. It's got to be.
I think so too. I think
You think that's too big of a risk?
Oh, God. Okay, well, throw it all out the window. Overpass. I don't mind that.
Nah.
But yeah, that is a little bit, well,
it's very telling.
It's fun because there's always different philosophies on this kind of a situation, especially when you get to an elimination game inside the major. Is like, do you stick with the map that like has kind of gotten you here, that might be figured out, you might not be comfortable on, but or do you kind of take a little bit of a risk? And obviously, Son's gone for a little bit of a risk, and yeah, maybe knocked a little bit off that high horse. I don't mind that. I actually thought their nuke yesterday was pretty ugly when I went and watched it back this morning. So I'm not super against it.
And the Ancient is not bad at all. The last 3 games they've played, they haven't given double digits to the opponent. They won 13-8 against OG, 13-4 against Liquid, 13-5 against NIP. You know, those are good results. The question is, they haven't played it so far at this tournament. So you're bringing out a complete new map for the first time in the tournament, in the most pressurized game you're going to play here. That's a bit of a gamble.
I don't like the gamble because, I mean, Furia was really, really great on Ancient yesterday versus ENCE. They're comfortable, you know.
Kezarado was great. Yeah, Kezarado was great.
I'm not a gambler myself, but I love watching other people do it. That's cool. I'm in.
And I love watching Ancient, so...
I'll tell you what, this very first map is going to be critically important. Just to circle back to a point I made of Erisdos being really integral in the series as an anchor position. Yesterday on Vertigo, he was a guy who got picked off at that B-bombs like 2 or 3 times, just like tapped by Galil's, just killed before there's any chance, any time for a response, for anyone to come over and help out. That's going to be massively important. On the other side of the map, you have Ujurx, who likes to play that A ramp. You know, with that rifle, we saw at the RMR. He was actually so dominant on this map at the RMR. It's part of the reason they're actually here at this major, so we need that guy back. Story as well with the op down A ramp, super critical. So you actually have people who you need to perform well in prime positions on this map to put some resistance into this defense.
I'll be completely honest going into this matchup, right? I don't think Saw can allow themselves to lose the first map. They've lost 4 maps in a row now. They lost the momentum. They lost the confidence.
Yeah.
I think if Furia were to lose the first map, there's a way back for them into the series. Now, if Saw were to lose the first map, I think that's in. I think they're done. I think they're dusted. So for my money, it's way more important right now for Saw to be able to win the map pick of Furia than necessarily it is for Furia to win their own map pick. And it may sound a little bit ludicrous to say in a way, but I do think that the confidence is shattered in the Saw camp right now. The frustrations are starting to showing. They need to get off to a good start.
So much riding on Vertigo for Saw. It would be a nightmare if they go from 2-0 to 2-3 and be out of the major. But Furia, there are so many Brazilians in the studio and in the hotel, and they are all rooting for another team to go through. But you know what? It's maybe their own demons they have to slay if they want to make it to another day here at the major. Let's get into Vertigo.
Thank you very much. Saw, they wowed us all back at the RMRs where they were 0-2 down. They went on that reverse sweep. But here at the major itself, it's been a polar opposite story for the Saw squad with a potential heartbreak on the horizon. On the results of this game, they start 2-0 up. They had 3 chances. They're now on their final chance. For Furia, meanwhile, they began this just like Saw did back at the RMR. Awkward spot where they had to do the full reverse sweep, and they're now 1 BO3 away from accomplishing that goal.
Yeah, it's a completely different story for both these teams. Saw really feeling the burden, the pressure, and the feeling that they should have done this already. Furia feeling like this is their destiny. Ready to be written off, and now only 1 match away from the top 16. Of course, what you would expect from a roster of this caliber. They've got to prove it here and now. Vertigo and a CT side start for Furia. They've got R pushed all the way, looking for the first engagement. He's got 5 players here, and it doesn't take long.
Furia having to pull everyone back over from mid. They will get here in time. This little slowdown from Saw is given a bit more room, and so Furia, they play ahead of the smokes, they play through them, and it's Arosdos taking heads off in the pistol. 3 kills from the man, often touted as the star of this squad, someone who can really step up and dominate games. I think, you know, he's left us wanting in some of these. You've seen those glimmers from Arosdos, especially since we got into the BO3s.
Yeah, I like that the desk even mentioned here is him looking like a little bit of a liability at times on the B side of this map. That was more so on CT sides. We obviously we saw Pain managed to kind of make Saw look silly in that BO3. They dominated them. Another Brazilian team that we didn't have super high expectations of. But yeah, this is such an exciting game just for the reasons that the Des talked about with what's on the line, not just for these teams in a head-to-head and the paths they're on, but for what it means as for the whole region of the Americas, North and South, all rooting for Furia right now and trying to steal a spot away from Europe. But Saw come through with a pistol round. They will start strong.
I mean, Furia, they obviously congratulated the Imperial guys after that win. And now, you know, with all the Brazilian squads that we've seen make it through into the next stage, they're going to be sat around rooting for Furia. Considering it looked like Furia were about to have their worst major placing ever. There was a while where they could have gone out 0-3. They've done well to get to this point, but the journey's not over yet.
Yeah, we saw them 0-3 in Paris, but that was at least in the top 16, Harry. This would be quite a speed run. Oh, Aristos spots this. He re-swings. That is very eager, and he's given an AK over. Meanwhile, of course, Saw will still win the round. They're going to have control of the A site. Smokes it down, but now Furia just happily chuckling to themselves and walking away with an AK. Maybe they'll go for some more damage at the end of this one. Buy will be coming through in round number 3. But the question is, do the veterans of Furia overwhelm these young and hungry players of Saw? Of course, we talk about the experience of Maturius and Roman, but for the most part, this Saw squad is a very young team who haven't been on these kind of stages, who haven't felt this kind of pressure. So does that build them, or does that make them crumble? Oh, cheeky K-Serato. Not today. The AK gets saved, and Saw takes some heavy casualties on the way out.
Yeah, very good damage for Furia to open up. Saw are happy that they stick the landing on the conversion at least. But the challenge will be immediate here as Furia bring out the guns. Money already brought down to an awkward spot for Saw. They would have loved that to have been a lot cleaner. Art's running the MP9, so we all know what that means.
Saw should as well. He's given that AK over to Cello, who had a phenomenal game yesterday as well against Ents. He was a titan for Furia in eliminating Glaive and the Poles from the competition entirely. So all eyes on Cello in this one as well. We've got AAA, Furia playing for the ramp, but no one here for Saw. They're just dilly-dallying at the bottom, spamming the smoke, and looking for a pick in mid. Right now, this area is completely open. If Saw figured that out, they will have a means to an end.
And even if you're aware of the mid gap here, if you're Furia, which they are, you can see Cello's been holding that from over towards the B site. It's still a tricky fight for him to win here. He's kind of diverting his attention back and forth. So as it's pulled over towards ramp, that's when mid strikes. K-Serato, wow. Ooh, 3 kills very, very quickly. And he has shut down this B play. All that space in middle. Locked out by just one man. It's K-Serato. Bomb's gonna try and make its way up towards A, but Furia are already rotating over.
Oh, nice molly as well, buying more time for Furia to get set up. They might not ever let this bomb go down. They can just run at Saw when the pressure is on. Bomb is still here in the site, but a 1v4, Furia are unrelenting, and I love that move. They bring the fight, they deny that economical bonus, and they make Saw very uncomfortable in that first gun round. To think that Saw find all that room, they find Cello for free, turn the wrong way, but K-Serato pops off.
And this is very reassuring to see, you know, like you so often find yourself looking at K-Serato to be the guy to step up, to stand and deliver. And he had that sick 1v3 yesterday versus the End squad. Phenomenal clutch out of it. But that was, you know, like outside of that, you haven't really had to get too hyped from K-Serato. It's been Cello in these games. It's been Yuri. And so with K-Serato putting a very strong case forward in the first rifle round, that's going to bode well for Furia if they can get him activated here. They've been pulling out a lot of these little gimmicks over towards ramp, and this triple boost certainly fits the bill.
Yeah. Oh, even checked for, but it's the best part with the boost. You can just get one drop off. No reason hanging around and getting greedy. Furia take a free 5v4. And look at what Saw have to show for it, right? Tech 9, 1 flashbang, a scout. Exec would be a little complimentary. They're just going to try and pummel this B bomb site. K-Serato, though, starting to get aggressive. Boost up on the wood side can be nice. Maybe they do 2 boosts at the same time to catch Furia off guard. K-Serato's only open to the wood one, but they're going to jump up right in the middle of the site. Nice entry for Aros-Dos. It's up to Cello.
Oh, awkward timing on the nade pull. It's that second player getting over that he's just not ready for, but Yuri and Fallen battle back and return the advantage to Furia. Fallen and Art now take up defensive B. Forward angle out of Fallen, and he nails the shot. Mutir is dead, and Fallen finishes the job here. 3 kills in the round from him.
Furia is just playing very grouped CS right now. They get that kill on A. They realize exactly where Saw are heading up, and they had 3-4 players at B. The second contact comes in, even though K-Serato falls with nothing on that bomb site. In the same vein, they stopped Saw from planting in the previous round by all swinging together. Furia playing as a unit right now. It's a very good look for the Brazilians. Leveling it out 2-2, full eco for Saw. Should just be a formality here. Furia come best dressed to the occasion. No warps yet in the game. Ooh. Wouldn't trust a setup more than K-Serato and Cello at the B bomb site right now. I feel like that's going to be a terrifying prospect. Oh, Yuri swings out in front of the sandbags, and that will feed a gun over. Don't get ahead of yourself, Furia. Fallen still needs a multi-kill. He's playing out in the open. Headshots are right there for the taking, and his teammates smoke him off to keep this one standing. Rifles crossed. Gotta be careful. Oh, this is so uncomfortable, but the damage comes through for Furia. Crisis averted, and a cleanish 3rd round.
Yeah, look, man, I mean, Fallen battling him in towards the ramp, and this team has been playing with Art for so long. They know how to make someone calm down, right? They drop that smoke in, and they give Fallen the route to fall back. Well handled for Furia, considering it got a little bit weird with awkward timing on Yuri. Kind of going ahead of the Xbox sandbags over towards ramp.
Still not keen to get the AWP, right? They could have done it in this round. They know Saw are buying, but Furia just going to use it as a reaction. We've seen that a little bit yesterday as well, not always buying the AWP on CT sides, even on Ancient. Look at this set play. This is why they rush mid with double flash, finding Ujurks and ladder, and another man at top mid. Help is coming quickly, but I don't know if it's quick enough. Art still gets his 2nd kill. It's traded down to a 3-on-3. Aros-Dos arrives just in time to trade.
All in all, considering how Furia kind of teed the whole round up to play around that, and they hit good flashes in mid, they swarmed the player at gens. Saw have done a good job of recovering it, right, and finding their way into a 3-on-3 here. They're just going to fast group over at the top of ramp, try and hit this A site. Yuri waiting back at CT, but that one opportunity will elude him. Molly's not going to slow the plant down. It's a left side one, and so Story gets the numbers plugged in. Furia now on for the retake.
So much util. They got 2 mollies, 3 smokes. They can blanket this bomb site and blind Saw out of it. Certainly going to be seeing a molly on sandbags. That will force Roman out. This is going to be a hard round for Saw. The only thing in their pocket is the time.
Story stayed in the site the entire round. Just sat on the bomb. His teammates falling around him. Story might have to be the hero here. Aros-Dos is low at ramp, but Story is making a play. Just the one and done. And Aros-Dos can't finish the job. It's going to be close. K-Serato seems to believe it's really down to the wire, and it's just shy of the defuse.
Oh, that is a heartbreaker there for Furia. They felt like they did everything right, but it's that close player that just throws all the timings through a loop. Shooting them in the back of the head. He didn't even need to double up. The trade takes time, and it's time Furia can't afford. Saw win that after they get rushed in mid to start the round. I do like the fact that Furia are going for set plays like that out of spawn. It shows that they feel they're the favorites. It shows they're confident. And yeah, Saw were able to trade effectively. They go on to win the round. But Furia have lots of money left to rebuy. Can Saw propel themselves forward off of a gun round win now? Both teams' economy on the line, more so for the Portuguese.
More boosts over towards A, but Saw have got no interest in ramp, not in this round.
Elevator smoke. Taking mid.
Cello here to try and watch it. Now, we've seen him hit these uncomfortable timings in some of these mid duels. This time he might find a favorable one. Catches Ujerks pushing into the spawn, and they even naded that smoke open to fight for a bit more control of middle. Done a good job of locking out this mid play, something that Saw called from spawn. Mutiris isn't knowing about. They could expect that someone slipped the net in case Serato, cleanly done, controls that A1S and uses it to lock that round down. It's just a flat lockout as they try to come up ramp. One guy does it all.
That should not be so easy for Furia. They lose complete control of middle, and as Saw get into their enemy team spawn, they don't get a single kill to show for that position. Furia handled that so well. I love the nade on the elevator smoke. And supporting Util to set Serato up. Right now he's doing his job. 9-3 is the B anchor. Furia puts Saw back on pistols with no bomb plant either, so not even Deagles can come through. Disastrous way for this game to begin for Saw. All the reset rounds going in Furia's favor.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a very put-together look out of Furia here. When they first embarked on this run from 0-2 down, even in that first BO3 versus Koi, which I think was their easiest opposition yet, it still looked a little ugly most of the time. Oh, hang on, this one's getting a little wild. That one kill on Iuri. Fallen's gotten out, so actually I'm not that worried anymore. Should have this nice and controlled.
Where'd the gun go? They shoot it off. Can't find it. No chance.
But yeah, you know, that first game versus Koi, I feel like there wasn't a lot of like intuition being taken by Furia. It was quite slow. It was a little confused at times, and they were able to win it, but both teams are making their fair share of mistakes, right? And then obviously with the Ents game, that was kind of Furia starting to build back into the tournament, starting to look a little better. And I feel like now by the time they've arrived to this last one, we're already getting some nice proactive calls from Fallen. Some of these mid-round moves that we've had, the reactions in mid, actually like seeking fights out, something that they just weren't doing off the top of the BO3s at least.
One thing that was really nice in that Koi game were their T sides, and a lot of that was off the back of Art just playing as we expect, you know, the guy to play. Very aggressive, getting a lot of like 1-for-1s that would open up big parts of the map. Another aggressive opener for Furia. They take control on B stairs. Serato falls, but Cello keeps it even. And he backs all the way up into the bomb site. No rotations afforded here. Still Fallen, keeping an eye on middle. It's up to Saw to embark on their final attack. They're grouping on the A site now. It's going to be every single player here. Smoked out a gap. It's so scary. You feel like CT can come through at any point. You've got to be paranoid about boosts as well. Nothing is safe for Saw, and here comes that aforementioned boost at the perfect timing. Players are already up past the crane. You got to be careful, but a quick kill comes in. Now Saw know what's up.
Fallen gets there just in time. Able to deal with Roman at the front of the pack, and these boosts have been really annoying for Saw to deal with. Oh, a lovely flick from Fallen. There's no doubt he's feeling it right now. At 12-3, top in the charts is Fallen. Brings out that AWP and finds success with it right away. I think, you know, that was like the one angle you could have looked at this at. The one player that you could say could go toe-to-toe with his counterpart on the other side would be that Story Fallen AWP head-to-head. But Fallen entered God mode coming into this BO3, and he's going to finish this round off with a hat-trick. 3 kills in the round.
Yeah, seeing some dismayed faces on Saw now. And Fallen has been the least interesting player statistically in this Furia team right now in Copenhagen. But what a time to show up, right? It may have been coldzera, his former teammate, to knock Furia down a peg in that opening matchup. Legacy will not make it, though. Furia want to have that representation in the top 16 in the elimination stage. And Fallen summoning his experience to drag them there. 13-4 on the godfather of Brazilian CS. Not bad, Fallen.
Not bad at all. And I mean, you know, with Keiserato being the guy up on the board behind him, you know, this is kind of a perfect storm for Furia, it feels like.
I want something out of Saw, man. I want some life. This team has looked, you know, they barely converted a 3v3 post plant. Came down to the clock. Again, Furia just throwing themselves, playing spawn base so much.
That's top performer. Arostos knocked out of the round.
Yeah.
Ujax, you've seen these moments, you've seen these games where he pops off and he does all he can to keep him in it, but he's had a very quiet start, and Fallen will silence him in this round. Full blind on the smoke. Arostos is dead, and now so is Ujax.
Ooh, that's nice.
Gonna find Yuri at least, but the victory's looking to be short-lived. Roman with the double. He needs the ace clutch in the 1v3. Blocked over towards short. Another middle finger from Furia. And Fallen now scoped in on the angle. You feel like he hits this every day of the week. Roman brushed aside. As Fallen's AWP locks Saw out of their ramp control.
What a start to this series for Furia. It has not been competitive. There's been nothing to fall back on for Saw. They certainly can't get past this AWP, and to think that Fallen didn't even bring it out for the first couple of gun rounds either. Now he has. It's lethal. Story's got his, but it's not like Fallen's going for these deep ramp peaks. This is something we talked about in the game the other day. You know, it feels like with these aggressive T-side spawns on this map, it's a lot harder for CTs to take the ramp control. They go for the mid swing, and every round it has an idea, it has something behind it. Furia take a 1-for-1. Typically, you'd think that favors T's, but Furia are making all the right gambles right now. They have players in the right sites. Gotta be careful here. But as I was saying, they haven't really committed to taking any ramp control. They find a re-aggress, they find a fight for gap, go for these boosts. They've got lots of other tricks. A B execute could be nice, but again, it's met with 2 players and Art's pushed all the way down. 1 kill would be perfect here. It's an early warning system. Art's got it. Bomb drop, everything you need. Damage is good, but Keisarato's better.
Yeah, locked in inside of the site, ready to go. The auto turret of Keiserato springs to life. First man dead. And more will follow. Smoke in the site lets them get a little bit closer, but Keiserato caught by the man going up and over the boost. Wasn't ready for that.
His timing's good.
Story low, needs to nail this shot. Fallen is whittled down, but that pulls Story's attention away. Yuri doesn't know it, but right now he's got the golden timing on this backstab. That kill is free, and now it's just Roman in another one of these clutches. Gonna try and get that bomb planted. It's a terrifying plant that he has no choice, he feels like, but commit to. And now the clutch has to begin. Smoke down, gives him a veil. Now they can... Well, now Fury have to start considering other options. Did he cross with the smoke? Is he playing around it? They completely slow down. Maybe waiting for this smoke to fade, but a bit of noise made, and that's the only hint that Yuri needed. Knows where this last man is now, and as Roman goes forward, it's Fallen, fast as lightning, man, on that kill. Didn't even see him swinging around the generator.
Just look at how paranoid he's playing in that 1v2. That's the pressure of the moment, right? Fury don't even move. They're not... You know, if he doesn't move himself, if he just picks a spot silently, he might win that to the clock. Furia are banking on him making a mistake, repositioning, making noise, and the second he drops off that box, Fallen falls in with a kill, and you just feel like you can't do anything right if you're Saw. The consolation prize is a bomb plant, but these buy rounds are fielding nothing. Last round of the half here, and Furia with a statement on the CT side of their map. They know they're the better team right now. They are playing like it. And Saw, this might be a sad story, a sad way to go. Another 1-for-1 in middle, but Fallen throws a sprinkle on top. Run it back.
Yeah, same spot for Art. Same bit of aggression over towards B. Surely they check it this time, right?
Need to go under the stairs is the best way to clear this.
They know they didn't have this control early, so they will go, they will check for... Oh, but he gets out with both of them! He's not supposed to do that! You know you're not supposed to do that, Art. Double kill! And now just Ujax 1 kill deep or 2 kills now at the end of this round, but it's the end of the line as Serato cements a massive lead for Furia here. 17-3 on Fallen, 11 kills for Serato. Are up on 12 after that double kill in the last round. This is all the pieces of the Furia puzzle finally slotting into place when it really matters.
Yeah, and sure, Aros has 10 kills, but it's hard to think of any impact has come from any individual I saw. And the typical top performer on UJerks is 2 and 11. There's nothing to rely on right now. It just feels like they are getting rolled over by Furia. Fighting not just for their own placing and to avoid a disastrous major placement, but for an entire region. Forged in the fires of North America were Furia, but they're doing this one for Brazil.
Fast pistol round, look at it come out from them. Full grouped on a full A hit. All the util to do it as well. UJerks, 1 kill from him at the top of ramp. He's going to hang around, looking for a little bit more here. Full support system in behind him and around him over at short. Awkward there for Story, who tries to peel back in a CT, but ends up giving a freebie over. Art and Yuri with kills apiece, but the advantage sides with Saw. Gonna need a big multi-kill from one of these two players left in the picture, and Art trying to be the candidate for that. Will he be ready for the short creep? Roman dings on that initial peak, tries to get out of there, but Mutiris makes it all the way through the short side. It's left to Yuri. Chance at the plant at least. Fakes it, and he's out of there. He knows where both players are.
Or is he? Creeping back. They've got to consider this. They must know. And this shadow in this position should give it away, right? As he walks around the corner, he's not in a hurry. They walk past him. Mutiris starts to consider this position, but the timing, oh my God, it's perfect. It is absolutely perfect. He knows someone's surely crept through. And as Saw take their time, they have no clue where he's gotten to. Step made. Roman walked onto, and Yuri takes the guaranteed kill. Now going for the plant, plenty of time. Doesn't know for sure where Mutiris is, but he's got a good read.
Mutiris almost has to make noise here. He's going to drop on down silent. But he doesn't want to commit to the drop, not yet. He hasn't seen Yuri, doesn't know where he's gotten to. This would be a masterclass of a clutch out of Yuri. And now he's spotted his last man, the final kill that would set Furia up for the win, but Mutiris locks him out of it. A must-win pistol, a recovered 2v1 that they narrowly lock in, and it comes from the experienced man of Mutiris on the Saw side.
Still very well played for Yuri to get in that position. I think he knows in that 1v2, if he runs it into B and just goes for the straight plant, which he has timing for, he's going to get, you know, traded for sure by these dualies walking around. Instead, he's able to isolate, but still the headshot connects. And that's now both pistols in this map for Saw. So they better show something, hoping that pistol round can get him hyped up. But they won't get long to catch their breath. Furia come through with a force buy.
Story's actually been given a very early AWP here.
Okay. Given, he bought it himself.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Mutiris with no helmet, which is a risk in and of itself. At least you have the armored orb, but nothing worse than buying an orb round 2 and giving it to Furia.
Ooh. Fallen comes out ahead in that battle. And already, even just that tag on a Roman kind of forces him to play a bit more passive. Could even make a case for him asking for that AWP, but you don't want to do that. You don't want to take the AWP out of the hands of your AWPer in the second round of your CT side.
No, if you're going to win this game, Story has to get activated. He's 3 and 11. He was a monster in the qualification to get here. So, yeah, there's no doubt about it. You have to believe the Story can make a recovery, or you were never going to win this game. But he needs to show it here and now. We're about to have a fake out on A. Art gets a smoke in. UJerks coming in for support. Confirms this is exactly that, just a fake. And look at the rotation. Roman moving back. They're going to be 3 strong at B.
Everyone in the right place. Story Zorb delivers that first kill. Will that change Furia's mind? They've got 25 seconds. They've got to commit. They've got to go running into this AWP.
Ooh, maybe save.
Into the triple setup. Smoke in their way now as well, and they can't get up the ramp. This is awkward. Fallen, not even the intended target, but Story's getting switched online. As he locks them out of B. It's closed. This AWP finally finds results. It's a risky buy in the second round of their CT side. The Story looks all the better for it.
Yeah.
If that's what reactivates him, if that's what brings him back online, maybe there's still hope for Saw yet.
All right, Furia, don't count your chickens, because that is the perfect second round AWP play. You don't see it line up as beautifully as that, and literally line up. Like you said, Fallen just gets shot through the smoke when he was aiming for a jumping player. So 4 kills off of the second round AWP, and that's a reality check for Furia. Are believing in Yuri, drops him an AK in this round. Even got a couple of flashes of smoke. Furia planning to do damage and to take this opportunity while they're being underestimated. Glock's firing off, beckoning Roman in for the swing. There's the AK, he knows, and he disengages.
They look to go through that smoke. Ujox tries swinging and fighting for it, but Yuri forced to be reckoned with. Second in the round out of the AK, and this hero gun is teeing Furia up for something. They bought the util because, as you said, they plan to do damage. They've done that now. Now it's about finishing the job they started. They've got to get past Story, the one who ended their force buy in round 2. Art finds success with that scavenged gun, and so suddenly it is Story, all the pressure on him. They could even go back here. Furia don't have to commit in the 5v2. And Cello is about to confirm that the B site is clear.
Yeah, it's just Fallen with a Glock, selling it. 17 and 5, he's faking the A play. They've realized now, they know enough time has transpired that someone's surely slipped the net. That was too good to be true. But what are you gonna do? Even though this is only an eco, Art's grabbed another gun. And this bomb running into the site. And I think if you're MP9, M4, maybe you want to go for this, but do you really want to risk giving away an AWP along with the round? It's all arrows DOS. If it was ever going to happen, and even he can't consider this task, it is too tall. What a win for Furia. I also love how they use that smoke. They don't just get the entry, the double entry, and, you know, try and exec the site. They know Saw are there. They use the smoke to pick up the guns dropped. Fantastic double opening kill for Yuri. He's been the statistical best player in the last 3 months. Sure, Furia have not had a lot of fun in 2024, but Yuri still got it.
Also nice to see Art, you know, even drop the gun over in the first place, right? And then kind of facilitate that round to begin with.
Yeah.
Because Art's like having a good game as well, right? And it's, you know, he doesn't mind taking hits in terms of playing the MAC-10 and whatnot, but he arms his teammate there. That tees them up to win the whole damn thing. He even gets a kill with a scavenged gun, so Art still gets his in the round. Very nicely done.
No one's having a bad game for Furia. Everyone's had their moments of impact. You know, Cello's the only one in the negative, but he was very supportive towards B, was always on these double pushes, was throwing a lot of flashes for K-Serato, so there really hasn't been a weak player. And Saw, sure, they've taken both pistols. They've converted them, I say, both times, but right there, Furia on the eco with a hero gun, immediately give them a reality check. 10 rounds for the Brazilians now, and Saw barely get going. Look at this buy. AWP, quad MP9. State of the times.
And also, you know, it's only a minor note because picking down the ramp's even harder now anyway, but the worst possible spawn for Story on that AWP.
Yeah.
So even that kind of limits the impact he could look to have right off the top of the round.
And Furia look like they just want to go for a B execute out of the gate within the first 30 seconds. That could be brutal. Sure, MP9's up close. Something to be said there, but Furia are putting all their eggs in this basket at the bottom of B right now with the bomb. It's tempting, at least. See what Saw give them. Flash players ready over the wood. Up he jumps, and they are blind. Good start for Saw.
I mean, this is where Arostos looks his best over towards B, when he's got that kind of supporting cast around him. When he's got the util to tee him up for openers, he's often good for them.
Oh, dear.
Over in mid, Art walks to his death, trying to play the timing game there with Saw. Ends up living to regret it. Arostos, great round from his MP9. That 3K has kept Saw in this game.
I'm not even counting him out. I'll say that.
MP9s are the things to beat here for Yuri. One rifle up close. Swings on into him, and they will just count down. They give him the triple swing, and there's nothing that Yuri can do there. So well handled from Saw to not let any wildness happen in that 4v1.
Yeah, that was more than anything. That's great util for Saw. They block the B boost that Furia are going for with a Molotov on the pillar. They get a top B smoke, so Furia can't pick with AKs at range. And then they even flash over the smoke. So they're just cycling util really well in that round. It shows some of Saw's experience on this map. And that's a bit of an annoying round to lose for Furia, who came in with such better weaponry, but now it's all in the hands of Saw. 2 AKs alongside this AWP, and Furia just mishmashing it by together. The first time they felt pressure in this game, the first timeout called by the Brazilian side.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that's nice if you're Furia, because Saw have been calling so many pauses, you've just kind of got to stockpile yours and play with the momentum of the game, right? And it's only now that they feel like there's any way back in for Saw. So they want to try and snuff that out as fast as they can. That last round, like you say, frustrating is a very good word. That was really Furia's chance to lay this whole game to rest right there and then.
Would have been done. Would have had no money and 11-5. Like, that's cooked. But Saw light up that skillet. Oh my god, and so does Ujux. Burnt to a crisp, back on gap.
Art's doing Art things. The Mac-10 fast up through short.
Some things never change. This is kind of like the eco they want.
Yeah.
I'm getting scared. Oh. Give me the AK, he says. I got more.
So guys, I'm feeling it right now, and they believe him with good reason. 16-8, second on the board in behind Fallen. Crazy stat lines all across the Furia ranks, but Art, he secured the early 5v4. He's trying to walk it one step further now. Story repositions back towards the spawn side on this AWP, and you imagine he's good for this kill, but a missed shot hands it over to Art. Gives away that chance at the trade, gives away the 5v3. And one smoke to cut off these sight lines. Roman's trapped on the other side of it. Furia are not jumping the gun. They're waiting to see if they're given anything else. So far, the patience has been very rewarding for Furia.
So methodical. They just clear gap. Now they've got 4 players in the site. There's no way anyone can rush this smoke. And the bomb plant's guaranteed. Cello doesn't need to even move. He can sit on the bomb and just be an annoyance with the pistol. There's surely no way you win this if you're Saw. Pistols or not, they've got to go quick.
Oh man, in the sight to get past, but it's this AK waiting back at ramp that you're worried about. Art cements it with a third, and with a bit of help from his friends, this one's a lock-in.
Orb Heaven.
They can go grab that. They could look to hunt Roman if they wanted to. He's low on health. He's running for the hills. Furia.
Fallen has no armor. I wonder. Okay, calculated. 11 the difference. Yeah, Story with the re-peek there, that's frustrating. That's like, you're feeling the burn. You know you can win the round off of killing this AK in the open, but Art hears a shot missed. He knows he's going to get a re-peek. He re-swings. It's the kill that defines the round there. And Art, this is what we were talking about even in the first half. On the T sides of this tournament, especially in that Koi game, he was really annoying. Rushing up gap with a Mac-10, getting an entry, being given the AK, and going on to kill 2 more.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Art is one of these guys who's always had his style, his mind of the game, and how it should be played, and it's one that is quite counterintuitive to how a lot of other folks look at it. It's one where you've seen him on both sides. You've seen successes, and you've seen just how low those depths go for him. But right now, there's no doubt about it. He's very much kind of found his comfort again in this up-tempo T-side playstyle that he loves. So often he's in those kind of vintage positions where you look at the time and you're like, how are you even here? What did you do? What shortcut, what speedrun freak thing have you found to get there in like 15 seconds? He's been doing it all tournament long and looking good throughout. 18 and 8, topping the charts now, overtaking Fallen. Art wants this win. Art wants to go to the elimination stage. He wants that extra slot for the Americas.
It's just so much to play for, right? Legacy in the first CS2 major.
Not the team, obviously.
Well, they tried. They took down Furia on their run. But it's not about how you start, Harry. It's about how you finish. And Sora learning that the hard way. 2-0 on the BO1s. We call this team the BO3 Merchants. Well, so far, they're failing on all fronts.
Yeah, coming into the major, they hadn't lost to BO3 this year. And to suddenly have that streak not only broken, but turned super sour super quickly, lose 3 in a row.
They're so ready for this boost. I'm terrified for Saw. Wallbang connects. They just realize something's going on. It's looking too easy on the ramp. There's no contesting. And so Furia, you can't play our game, not against us. Fallen waits, and you just know, you can feel he's gonna hit these.
Sees the reposition, waiting for it, Fallen with the first. And immediately that pressure again is back on Saw. They're playing from the back foot, they're playing a man down. Someone's gotta make a play, someone's gotta be a hero. Right now, we just don't have the candidate for it.
Oh, the molly, it's fine, but it's too late, isn't it? It doesn't matter. Cello will die happy. He's got the plant. K-Serato sees him jumping in. Great position. Can he get 2? Yes, he can. K-Serato killing Saw where they stand and leaving the supposed star around a silent roster. Aros Dos, 1v4, and not even the kit to consider this round. Furia have found 12 in this opening map, and Aros Dos just wants to be allowed to leave. Fallen. No guarantees.
Absolute brilliance from Furia thus far. I mean, you know, we were all very disappointed with how this team looked in the BO1s. We all saw some of the rounds that this team gave away, and they just didn't look like themselves. Even in that Koi BO3, as we talk about, it was a win for Furia, but it didn't feel like the Furia you've grown to know over the years. But slowly but surely, they've built back into it, and seeing the success of their Brazilian brothers across the board has defo lit a fire under this squad. They want a dominant win here and now, never even give Saw the chance to build back into this game, to make it competitive. There's no money for Saw. And so Furia are right there at the finish line for this first map. All that's left to do now is cross it.
They're taking in the sights. They're grabbing a coffee on the way. They're in no hurry. This feels meant to be. Saw with both pistols, starting 4-0. If you count those halves together, but Furia with everything else. We've seen 2 gun rounds won by Saw in this entire map. You cannot get to the top 16 in form like that. Whether Furia are up for doing damage in later stages of the major is still a question to be seen, but there's no doubt that since going 0-2 and being on the edge of a defeat, Furia have stepped up to the plate. I think it's almost inspiring as well when you're watching these other Brazilian teams. Pain, dominant run, 3-1. Legacy so close. And then Imperial just moments ago defeating GamerLegion. Furia want to make this so.
In they come, and it's only the pistols to defend here for Saw, the dying lights of this game, and it might just be decided by the economy. Aros Dos giving them a run for their money. This Deagle will deliver. Aros Dos is doing something magical here to try and keep Saw in this. There just isn't time for Furia, surely, as Art's cut down. Backstab from Yuri, 2 seconds, and Mutiris runs for the hills. Saw stay alive for now.
That is the definition of hanging on by a thread. The skin of their teeth. And it's ready to twist and snap, but still, 1 round in a flurry of frags for Aros Dos. Fantastic Deagle work. And it just felt like Yuri was about to hit some RNG running shot to close it, but not meant to be for Furia, not yet at least. They find all the kills, Saw have nothing to show for it, and that has been you know, the resounding feeling that Saw have never had these guns. They've never had the 4x. They'll throw him in with MP9s. It has found something. 5v4 off the top. Furia send the rest of their team towards ramp.
I mean, Aristos has been like the one shining light, but how long can he keep this up? You know, was that just delaying the inevitable? It's what it feels like here as Furia have reclaimed that man-down scenario. Now they take the lead in that regard. 4-on-3, moving up the ramp. Story with a desperate play through the smokes.
Okay.
He will keep them at bay for now. Dealt with by Yuri, up through short, who creeps in. Fallen has not been missing a beat. And so him and Yuri left up in this 2v2 versus the two top fraggers of Saw. And they let it all go quiet. They let that creeping doubt settle in the minds of Saw.
Even the fear of the flank on both sides. Materis is resetting for a big flank. This late in the round is not what Furia are expecting. They feel like they've just cleared it out. They're going to walk forward. They're taking a lot of space. Do we have this classic Spirit-esque boost up on the site? Fallen, spotting one. He's going to go for the stick now. Yuri can cover. They're trying to sniff out where that second player is as Materis crawls closer.
I mean, this was so crazy to even make the decision to go back and flank. And at this point, Saw, they live and die based on the results of Mutiris. It feels like he's being considered by Fallen, but a missed shot from that AWP. And now the MP9 closing in, is locked out, crossing in the smoke. Aristos shut down, and Furia will take their map away dominantly. 13-7. Never a chance for Saw to build back in spite of the attempt from Aristos. Not today.
A little too late, unfortunately, for Saw on that first map, and we're going to talk about the implications later. We set them up before the series even began if they would not be able to take Furia's map pick. But on the side of Furia, even though, you know, we had possibly some heartbreak rounds by the end of that, thanks to the heroics of Arisdose, it was enough. K-Serrado had a flying start, got them, started off on the right foot.
Yeah, and from there, Fallen really took over with the AWP. I mean, look, let's look at, like, before we dive into the details, a big picture sense. One thing we mentioned in the pregame, this is Furia that's built into this tournament. Looked really shaky, looked really sketchy to start things out. They've looked a little bit better each and every time they've won a map. And I think this is obviously, I think this is the best map I've seen them play in this tournament. And I really liked what they did on the CT side to open things up. You had the strong individual performance from K-Serrado, had the strong individual performance from Fallen. You had Art up there as well. But more than anything, tactically, especially on the CT side, 6 of their rounds, they called disruptive defensive setups. And by that, I mean mid pushes with 2 players, stairs pushes with 2 players. Art and K-Serrado wrecked them on stair pushes a number of times. And if you're Saw trying to organize an attack, that's so annoying to have to deal with because you don't know when that push is going to come. You don't know if it's going to come. And if you look for it and it doesn't come, you've just wasted so much time. And it takes away a lot of the options that Saw has on the map.
It was a very strong performance coming in for Furia. They lose both pistol rounds, they lose both conversion. They're technically down 0-2 first half, 0-2 in second half, yet they kept on winning and winning and winning whenever there was guns on the table. You said to yourself, K-Serrado off to a good start, then Fallen took over, then Art took over, then Yuri took over. Every single player within the Furia camp had a moment in this game where they were the difference maker on the server. As you said, they came in slow to the tournament. They lost the first best of ones, they lost the second best of one as well, and now they've won 2 games in a row. They're about to win a third, at least in my books right now, without losing a map. It's starting to look like the Furia that we expected coming into the tournament.
And I think one of the other players that you said was going to be important, Udric's down there at the bottom of the scoreboard, 6 and 17, but I don't even care about the overall score. The first half, he had, what, like maybe 1 or 2 kills? On Vertigo, he takes over 30% of the opening kill attempts for Saw. And when you're just getting shut down like that, you know, Jacob had that stat of, like, what, Furia wins 10% of their 4v5 conversions on the CT side. They didn't necessarily have to worry about that all that much. And even when it did happen, a couple of times provided by other guys, they still answered the call and stepped up and actually converted those disadvantaged situations. So I think Art, this is a great player to have up here as a standout player because we've done a lot of memeing on him over the years for his kind of playstyle, how crazy it's looked. But you can see when he's getting the frags and it's actually working, the name of his game is disruption, is throwing the other team off their game. And that's exactly what they did on Vertigo for this whole map.
And I guess it's a quality that pays out even more in dividends when you're up first as a team that is already a bit nervy, that is already thinking, oh no, are we going to give it away here? We have Ancient next up. So I think, you know, it's probably true that it becomes even more heavy hitting when he does make those pushes through the smoke and when he does go in.
I've said it many, many times, and I even remember it in the early days. I think Art is one of the most frustrating players to be up against if you're any team. Sure, sometimes it's nice to be playing against Art because he's giving you a lot of free kills, he's giving you a lot of free rounds, but when he's hitting it, when he's feeling it, there's no player out there who's more disruptive in the way he's playing Counter-Strike. There's no player who's more annoying to go up against.
And I'll tell you what, all things being said, and all things that we've just kind of touched on, in the fact that it's a disaster of a first half at 3-9, you know, you can't really complain about anything if you're Saw because you started putting together a really nice CT side. You actually started coming back and it was looking really good and you were shutting down Furia. But you lose one round to a hero buy, AK-47 to Yuri. Yes. A few rounds later, you lose it to like a force buy where Art gets an opening kill with a MAC-10, swaps out for the AK, gets a second kill on you. You had all the opportunities in the world to turn that second half into a comeback, close the gap, and maybe you're fighting for a close score down the stretch, and you blew them. You blew both chances.
Yeah, you do. It was almost like it was fragmented. You had Story sometimes starting to hold it down on the CT side. You had Mutiris with a mind game out in one round. You had Arasdose with a hero play in one, but if you put it all together, it wasn't enough because you just had more of those things on the other side. We're going to take a look at round 15. Is this the one where Yuri almost does the mind games or not?
No, this is the one where Yuri is winning the game for Furia. I spoke about it. I'm going to show it to you right here. A double entry coming in for Yuri. It's a 5v3 in the matter of seconds. Again, this was the moment when Saw was supposed to come back, when they were supposed to build the CT side. It's a hero AK coming in for Yuri. Then Art is picking up an info on the ground. They're winning that duel as well, and all of a sudden you're in a 5v2 where realistically Saw can do no right. They get a confrontation kill right here from Story, but at that point you lost control of the map, you lost control over everything, and they have to save it at this point.
And
had they won this round, you know, you could maybe be arguing that we would have a game on our hand, that they could fight their way back into it, because they were starting to look somewhat decent on that CT side, but once you lose rounds like these against a well-playing Furia, it's just done and dusted.
And it takes your economy away on the CT side. Like even down the stretch, there were some rounds where they were like primed for like a good defense, but without nades, like they would shift into this like passive defense at the A bomb site. And it's like, boys, you don't have the smokes and molotovs to play retake on this bomb site, but you can see the way that Fury just slowly taking control and just, you know, taking advantage of the fact that there's limited resources. So that round from Yuri, the one later on with Art getting the opening kill as well in the force buy, those are just so devastating because it just takes away any belief and chance in a half where you're starting to put together and look pretty solid.
And let's be completely honest, I think it was Harry or maybe Hugo that wanted the same anyway. They said, you know, it is what it is. But they said that they only won 2 buy rounds in the entire game. That's it. You won pistol, you converted 2 buy rounds in an entire game of Counter-Strike. You're not gonna win your opponent's map pick. It's that simple.
Yeah, it's like when you have cereal, but there's only just a little bit of milk left and you try to make it work, but it just doesn't taste good.
Or the milk's gone bad.
Or it's gone bad. Well, it's not gone bad yet.
That happened to me a couple weeks ago.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, it was sad.
Was that what happened to Henry as well? Or?
I don't know, maybe. It's possible. I haven't investigated that.
Come on, this is serious business. We have an elimination match still. But yeah, the milk might go sour because we're going to Ancient there as well in this next one. And it's what we set up before the series. Pimp, you were very adamant about it. I do not see them winning at all if they lose Vertigo, so...
No, I don't, you know, and the counter argument to that is that when you look at the results of Saw, they're very great on Ancient. The past 3 times they played it, they won against Liquid, NIP, and some other team as well. OG,
World beaters, yeah.
The world beaters, yeah. Well, close to it, at least decent teams, and they didn't give up double digits. It wasn't close game, 13-5, 13-7, 13-8, if I'm not mistaken. So if you're Saw, you should feel comfortable. The problem is that we're now in a situation, Jason, where Furia won 5 maps in a row, Saw have lost 5 maps in a row. The confidence, the momentum, it's all gone for Saw.
And it's just clear that this is not the same Saw that we saw over perhaps the last month, right? Like they haven't hit that level yet, and they haven't kind of reached that same peak individually or as a team at the moment, and everything seems to be a little bit more of a struggle for them.
It does. We do have a display here, of course, our metal poster. I angled it a little bit towards Saw because it's Vertigo, perhaps.
Oh yeah, throwing some shit.
Me
unfortunately.
I thought you were positive, happy, and nice. Guess not.
I am, but sometimes, you know, it is unfortunate. Maybe we should put Ancient on here, but that does lead me perfectly into my point that there are over 200 licensed artworks from things like Counter-Strike movies, games, etc. And I like to kind of highlight different use cases of displayed every time we have these segments because we have a lot of them, and rightfully so. You can use it in different ways. You can see in front of our desk we have one that can be used as decoration. You can put it down. You can hang up a bigger one, of course, on your wall. You can switch them out depending on the mood you want. So
I feel like we need like a secondary, smaller display to have like the lower level of Vertigo, like the radar.
I kind of want to give it to Displayed for making by far the worst map in the map pool look pretty cool on a display.
Yeah, well done.
So they kind of nailed that one.
Yes, they absolutely did. Of course, you can get a discount if you go to display.com/PGL. If you get 1 or 2, 22% off and more. If you get more, 33%. 50% off. You can also return them within, I believe it is 100 days. I'm just going to cheat, which is also good if you're giving them as a gift. You know, I'm often not happy with my
You always
You
return
can give
them.
yeah,
Okay,
you want to
cool, man.
overpass, yeah, straight that bad
exactly.
boy.
Ungrateful, huh?
No, very grateful, but I want what I want, and that's a Displate. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it is possibly the last map that Saw is going to play here at the CS2 Major in Copenhagen, or not. It's Ancient.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to Fancy Draft featuring Story from Saw.
Hey.
Great to see you, bro. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah, was your travel here okay? Everyone settled in? And...
It's a bit cold, but it's okay.
Okay, yeah. Of course, you guys are used to the heat.
Yeah.
For me, this is pretty... It's not even cold. It's kind of like medium, so...
But it's too cold for us.
Okay. Well, hopefully your answers are going to be hot. Let's spin the wheel, Story, and see which team we end up on first. It's going to be... It looks like FaZe Clan, which is a stacked roster, an international roster. Who's speaking to you right now? Who are you going to go with?
I'm taking Robs.
Okay, and why are you taking Robs?
Because Aros is a big fan.
Okay, because your teammate Aros.
Yeah, so good right now in CS2. I need to pick him right now.
Yeah, Story. So you started with a superstar. You can just pick, you know, like 5 superstars.
Yeah.
Maybe you also want to like do it balanced, however you want. But up next, we have Complexity.
Okay.
Floppy, Elise, JT, Horzuk, and Grim.
I'm taking Elise. Is there NA GOAT?
He is. I think
like,
for many is the
I
NA
need to
GOAT.
pick him.
All right, next team number 3. So we've got Rops and Elise. This is already a pretty stacked lineup, mate. Okay, we're going to a completely different parts of the world now, and you have to pick from the MongolZ.
It's easy.
Okay.
Blitz.
Yeah, I mean, he's been killing it, and so Story, why Blitz?
He's the chess master.
A bit of a wild card with Blitz. Now we're going to go on to our 4th team. Who's it going to be? We are going to your Brazilian cousins.
I think I'll pick Henny.
Going to pick Henny.
Yeah.
Once again, they're going with experience, or is it also because
Major finalist?
Yeah.
I think I need to pick him.
Yeah, that's a solid
and
choice.
I don't have upper?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it because that's going to bring the AWP to your team, and then that role is fulfilled?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he's really good, so it's a solid pick.
You've got you've got quite a few roles filled. I'm curious now who you're going to finish it off with as your 5th player.
I need like a sport player now.
Yeah, you need someone that's going to bring some stability maybe and some consistency.
Yeah, and maybe more funny guy.
A funny guy. So, okay,
Yeah.
someone to lift the mood.
Yeah, Annie is a funny guy, but
He is.
we need one more.
Yeah. Okay, we need one more.
Yeah.
Let's see our 5th and final team. It's going to be a player from Na'Vi. Okay.
Oh.
If you want a funny guy, there's
Yeah,
I've
one
learned
there.
that there's an obvious standout, which was news to me. But who are you going to go with, Story?
I'm picking JL.
JL, there we go,
Yeah.
yeah. So I learned that and I've seen some tweets from him. He's a very funny guy, a bit of a
Yeah, I
comedian.
like.
Also a brilliant player. Story, why are you going with him?
Yeah, I think he's not the roles to fit the team, but he's a funny guy, hype man. We need it on any team.
Yeah, I was going to say, how important is that on the server to have teammates or a teammate that helps lift the mood and keep things calm?
It's like in one, it's a key to win.
Yeah.
And we are feeling it right now.
Who is it in your team that fills that role? Or is it
No.
like a group of you?
No, it's more Roman.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roman brings it.
Experience, and he's crazy.
We all love to have a crazy guy on our team. So our 5 players then, we had Rops, Elige, then in the middle, Blitz, then from the Mongols, Henwan, and JL. That's a that's a crazy international lineup. How do you think they would do at the major?
At least Legend stage.
At least Legends?
Yeah.
Okay, wicked. Well, Story, thank you for helping me tell this story, and it was interesting to hear who you put together.
Yeah,
Pleasure.
it was fun.
And best of luck in the tournament, bro.
Thank you.
Well, Saw in a bit of a rough spot now, in a bit of a bad place. Ancient has to be Saw's salvation here at the start of the fall down from their 2-0 beginning. It felt like Saw's biggest enemy was themselves, right? They had that close series versus Cloud9, a close first map, but then it started to fall apart. Now their biggest enemy is not some big bad wolf, it's a very real Furia. It's the Panthers that are looking to tear them apart here in this 2-2 matchup with only one spot remaining. It's do or die.
Yeah, no better place for the Panthers than the jungles of Ancients as we get into map number 2. It is Saw's pick. We need to see something here, with the exception of pistol rounds. Saw were barely in that previous map. You hope they have the depth to show in this one, but what a tap for our P2K into the head of Story. They will cross a Portuguese pistol in through red, wrapping the A site.
Art knows a thing or two, though, about this mobility in the mid-round, right? And he's looking to come in and backstab this flank through the Red Room. And Red Rum over towards Temple, as Mutir is the only one not yet murdered by the Furia ranks on this rotate over, is pinned in, is trapped, and he'll get locked out by Keserato. Just Arostos left in this in a 1v3, an unlikely 1v3, as that bomb dropped down towards CT spawn. And both Keserato and Art are ready to shut Arostos out of the clutch as he rounds the corner. 3 bullets left in the Glock. He has to get the reload off. Second shot of redemption here. He's whittling them down. No one able to find him yet, but finally Keserato will.
It's no red run for Saw. It's just a whine as they disappear in that pistol.
And dude, for Saw, think back to Virgo, the one thing they had were these pistol rounds, but now even that goes against them to open up Ancient.
And yeah, Furia haven't had great success on this map, to be honest, not lately, but their T-sides are actually really, really solid. And we saw them even take down Ents on this one yesterday, and some crazy clutches as well came through from Keserato. So it's spelling disaster. We'll give Saw the benefit of the doubt, especially on the T-half, but this can be one of the most constricting maps right now with the way the meta plays, and just the util you're going to see that Furia are throwing already in this B ramp area. They've pushed down with an MP9. Only Roman's made it through. I like we have a flash for Saw to pop through the smoke, but there's so many players from Furia, there's so many escape routes available. Almost a TK Cello will mop it up with ease, and no issue against the Glocks. A kill, and that will be it.
And you know, here's the thing: you say about Furia not having great results here. They don't. They look pretty rough on paper. But in terms of what we've seen in the BO3s at the majors so far, in terms of what we've got to witness there, I think they've really nailed down some good fundamentals here. They've got some great lane takes on the CT side, some good ability to shut down options for the T side. I think that was one of the reasons why ENCE were left looking kind of so embarrassed yesterday here, right? It was quite constricting for Glaive to try and call around, having such huge, you know, areas of the map just seized off them by Furia. They've got a lot of ideas for how to make life miserable for the T side. And so Saw have to be ready for that. It's going to be a real test of, you know, Mutierrez seeing if he can cool around it.
I do like this fearless call for Saw. In the first gun round, they go right through the mollies with the smoke and they get cave instantly. The timing was almost lost by Furia. Cello will check it though. And with that ramp smoke, now supplemented by cave, Saw, they may have the space, but they're also locked in a cage of their own making.
Wouldn't surprise me if we get some of that mid-round aggro we were just talking about right now, with kind of players trapped in the site with these smokes on a timer. You might feel tempted if you're Yuri to get flashed in, to take that little jiggle down ramp and try to take a fight to alleviate some of this pressure that they're feeling now.
Oh, Saw will come to them instead.
Yeah, he'll actually back up out of there, so that leaves them almost retake 4B, but Fallen Zorb keeps the advantage in favor of Furia. Argo's running in with the MP9. Quick turn from Mutierrez.
He's got the bomb though, he's got to get out. Well, he takes that literally running away. This is a gap, this is huge right now. It's a T-spawn flank for KScerato. If they just sprint to Donut, there's no one to stop.
He's at least going to hear this, right? He'll hear them dropping down, and so you can see KScerato's already heading back to where he came over here towards A main.
I like going red here because if they went into A, look at where Furia are. They can still actually end B through this play. But 20 seconds, boys. You're sitting in top mid. You've got to go.
They're going to leave Mutierrez to go Donut alone, low on health with the bomb. Oh, they've lost this round. Yeah, it's a done round.
Are they really going to try?
Last second they come through, but you need this plant on Mutierrez, and he's just so low and he's so alone. Planting out in the open. Yuri's going to rob it from them. And so Yuri, right place, right time, all set up from that wrap out of KScerato.
Oh, just overcooked, man. It just feels overdone. Burnt steak for Saw. My, oh my. I mean, it's risky enough to just leave the bomb alone. I know they know that Donut is clear and everyone must have been B or flank, so they realized they had the room, but Furia just makes such a perfect rotation with two players, and Saw slowing it down doesn't make them doubt it. Furia believe in their call, and a great bomb denial there by Yuri wins the round. Oh, I feel like this game is pressure personified for Saw. You can just see it in the style, see it in the faces after they lose rounds. And Furia, sure, like there were high expectations on this team to at least get through cleanly. There were even higher expectations when they went 0-2, when this team looked like they were about to disappear with a whimper from Copenhagen. But they've been in these positions. They've been deeper in majors. They're making it look like a walk in the park.
And I feel like, you know, that's where these teams are just worlds apart, right? Like for Saw, there was this feeling for me at least that, especially after their RMR run where they turn it around from being 0-2 down, they find so much success in the BO3s, then they go on to look great across the board, not dropping a BO3 in the year till arriving at the major. It almost felt like they thought the job was done, and all they had was that streak to empower them, to move them forward, and now that they've lost that, they haven't looked the same since that first loss to Cloud9. They're not as experienced as the Furia. They don't have that long tenure to fall back on and believe that they can do this. Art boosted up.
Uh-oh.
But they will dodge him for now. Arostos going into the cave, so this boost won't find a thing. Not yet.
Well, they know that he's gone cave, at least. That should be pretty clear for Furia. That smoke is just on the fly, so through it is Ujux. He plays on the lip so he can react. This is nice right now for Saw. Nade on ramp would go a long way for KScerato, who would just take this kill clean. It's going to smoke the cave as well. They've got to get moving, though. This bomb is ticking. The time is disappearing. They need to get on the stick right now. It's up to Warbangs, I think. The Molotov lands. It might be enough. And it feels like Saw have just pushed the boat out here for their first round. Oh, an attempt off the defuse, but it was too little, too late. The spam will do it for Arostos, and everybody dies. Nice round for Saw, just about. They squeak it through. It's got to be the first of many more. And just to jump on your point as well, I feel like even the veto shows the mental state of Saw in that they could have gone for the nuke pick. They had a 10-win streak coming into this tournament, well, including this tournament, and then they lost it twice. They lost it to Cloud9, they lost it to Pain, and now they shy away from it against Furia. Sure, don't get me wrong, Furia have always liked to play nuke, but you know, Saw are just throwing spanners in the works. They're trying new things. They're feeling desperate. They'll mid-rush in this round. Maybe that desperation is what they need. Anything to motivate this team right now. Or it will be another heartbreak for Roman and Materis at majors in the circuit. Wouldn't be their first. We got this on Vertigo as well. When Saw were finding rounds, they were getting out with one player surviving here. They were losing all this money. So this round has to be clean. Right now it's looking good to do that, but they need to establish some economy on this T side so that Furia can't just immediately reset them. Something here in middle for Furia to grab, but winning this round is a pipe dream.
Saw with a collective sigh of relief. Finally, a 5 alive round. Oh, they've earned it. That's what they feel like.
Yeah.
They've earned this. And a nice kind of, you know, stripped back call there from Mutir has certainly seen Saw overcomplicate some of these rounds. That one, they know they're up against a very, very light purchase, and so they just run it out mid. They get in the face of Furia, knowing that they just don't have the util or the firepower to contest for the space.
Okay, let's see if Saw can get going on the T side of their map. Map that, well, does leave questions on the decision to pick it. Saw can provide answers for us here. They can prove it, if you will. Still another eco for Furia. They've saved this M4. Art's fully bought, as he often does on an eco round. He's just like me. For real, for real. Oh, he's just like me. Ooh, yeah.
Charlie probably actually quite happy about that Molotov. Stopped him going down into almost certain death down at the base of B. Art has found somewhat of a gap here. Story still keeping an eye on middle, but arriving just a little later.
What a
crazy tag from K Serato. And so Story wiped out before the round even really gets going for Saw. Right now, Mutiras has got all this space out through A, but his team still sat back at the B double doors. And with mid lost, Mutiras now learnt about how do they want to try and play around this. Going back feels scary. When they deal with Art, they know that that's one of the mid players, so at least that gives Saw the kind of leg up to feel like mid's clear.
Yeah, Furia know what's going on. They're about to confirm it as well. K Serato will hear these steps. They surely can't walk in main. They've got all this space. Mutiras needs this support. So Furia can full rotate. They can risk it all. I think Yuri's crashed, unfortunately. So this one is a 3v4 for Furia. And Mutiras is ready to backstab. Bomb denial not allowed. It didn't feel like at least the tech issue would have made much difference as Saw swing for the fences and take a third round. Nice space by Mutiras, especially after that opening kill in mid.
I think Saw get very fortunate that out of all the players they find, it's the one who gets the kill in middle, right? The one reason why that bomb might not have rotated back was because they lost all the info down towards elbow. And so you know, Mutiras feels like, okay, finally something goes right for us. We learn a lot from that one kill in the round. Obviously, unfortunate timing for the dropout there. But as you say, it was a pretty far gone round anyway. They weren't able to save the M4 out of it, and so Curious what Art's economic situation is going to look like. Sure, he gets the 1 kill there on the MP9. Gives himself a bit of extra money, but I imagine he's going to be playing SMG again here and now. Luckily enough, never really seems to impact the guy that much. Still, this is nice for Saw, right? Finally feeling like they have a bit of control over a game. Not a spot they've really been in consistently since getting into the BO3s. Certainly not in this matchup.
Bit of a sucker punch is this timeout for Saw's momentum, I feel. And they just found a couple of rounds in a row. We're starting to get back in the groove. We do have Yuri just logging back in, so hopefully not too much longer, but it's never what you want. Silence enforced in the tech timeout. Just your thoughts, and they can be scary, Harry.
They can be. Walking around the Mind Palace, man, it's a rough world out there.
What's in the
But I don't
drawer?
know. KSRL looks pretty chill.
Yeah, you see a lot of players sit there with their eyes closed right now. You know, it's pretty meta. Mals are quite good at it. Love a breathe. Love a bit of focus, bit of meditation, maybe. Whatever keeps you in it.
I mean, there is a pretty big aura of calmness coming from Furia as a whole, right? And that's the comfortability of being a dominant map up in the series so far. So I don't have any such privileges, any such luck in that regard, man.
But do we have a different Saw and Ancient to the one we did see on Vertigo? Because that was felt like a shell of their former selves.
Yeah, you know, I mean, if you wanted to look for like some positive there, it's like Aros had a good game at least, right? He was looking like he really was believing in that first map. You had a bit of a quiet one from Story. He had that one nice AWP round over towards B, but then he missed a few sitters down the tail end of the game. So I think getting him switched back online is going to be a big deal for Saw. Especially if Fallen's able to even come to like, what, like 50% of what he brought to the table on Vertigo. That was crazy.
God, it does feel nice seeing Fallen just hit the shots that he was on that last map. Some of the flicks. I remember a Fallen a flick.
I want more out of Ujerks, man. Like, because we've seen him do his best to win games damn near single-handedly, but he can be a bit streaky at times. I think he's someone who struggles a bit with the pressure, or at least that's what it's felt like. But, you know, we saw in that game just the other day versus Pain, I think it was, where he was going huge to try and keep Saw in this, and it felt like he was the one light at the end of the tunnel for them.
Yeah.
I think it was on Vertigo. He just kept taking those fights up towards ramp. Always good for a multi-kill, but not even that was enough to keep them in the game. If you could get like two players, if you could have Aros and either Story on the AWP or Ujerks looking good on that other rifle, then you might have something cooking here after all.
Well, he's 6-4 to start the map, so let's see and keep an eye on him here as we get back into the game. Round 7, Furia have had some economical woes go their way. They've been, you know, kind of throwing whatever they can into this game. Oh, look at the rush. It's going to get heard. Oh, my goodness.
Pistols get the openers. Saw immediate. We come back from the pause and the pressure is right there. It's right back on. Cello boxed into this little corner over on the long side. Good for the first kill. Roman will get the trade at least, but it's not easy for Saw now. A tiny moment to try get set up in these post plants, but they are very restricted. Both players stuck in the site. Lots of damage done to Roman. Art with another kill, and now it's just Story sitting bottom of the board for Saw, trying to deliver in the 1v3, and he can't.
That is disastrous. What a disrespectful call for Furia to rush 2 P250s through A main and just double tap Saw in their spawn. They knew it was coming. They have the better rifles as well, and they just get made to look foolish. Great shooting for Furia, but that's going to leave you dismal if you're Saw. Full tilt. This is not the Furia I would want to be playing against in a 2-2 do or die qualification or elimination matchup. Brutal. Fallen's orbs out as well. Remember how much of a lifesaver he was on Vertigo. He's back on the A side now, starting in Donut. So they've been popping through the mid smoke pretty fearlessly. Furia haven't thrown too many resources in middle other than these insta smokes, sometimes a molly behind it. It's a good grenade on long, but right now it's the A main crawl for Saw. That is the most pivotal piece of the puzzle. AWP looking for a pick and smoked out, so gonna have to reset. Furia jiggle their forces back to A, leaving only Art and Cello at that B bomb site.
As far as a lot of these rifle rounds have gone for Furia, this one's pretty measured. It's pretty passive. They're not really looking to take huge parts of the map away from Saw. They've given them a good degree of room, but we're going to start to see some of these moves happen in the mid-round as Fallen creeps out through Donut. Yuri up in the red room will get taken out by that AWP. Fallen, as a result, has to back off and just hold the line, but he gets the better of Story's AWP. Finds the equalizer for Furia. Oh, and another from Fallen.
Go on.
Not missing a beat on the AWP.
KSROTA's got his back as well. This might draw them the wrong way. Again, there's a lurkout A that's found all this room. The bomb's still locked into the B side, though. You've got to run T-spawn right now, or they have to exit Heaven. That's if they want to go A, and Fallen won't let them. Third kill on this AWP. Ujux is locked in a box. A coffin full of nails, and Saw get hammered home. 5-3, Furia just keep them coming. 4 kills from Fallen's AWP in the first round it's featured.
And way to leave an impression, Fallen. Way to show us that it wasn't just a one-map wonder of a return to form here. Some real slick work.
Now we got double orb, okay. KSROTA is usually side by side, so they're playing him on A and Fallen's gonna spot red. Can nade his smoke as well. It's not been thrown by Saw, but they do look like they want to explode middle with pistols. So Fallen, a feeding frenzy perhaps, blood in the water. Let him go, Art. They're Fallen's, okay?
It's double AWP up against the pistols. Sometimes these get weird, so Fallen would love to just lay all that worry to rest right now over here in mid.
Yeah.
And he's doing a damn good job of that. Oh, it does have support, but it's not needed. Fallen switches to the sidearm and secures mid as his domain. Just Story left in this one.
They won't even come hunting. They got the bomb in mid. They've got every escape route locked off. And once enough time has expired, they can go for the kill. Story's desperate here, just wishing someone would give him a chance to get back in this round, in this game, in this major. But there is only room for one in the final match of the opening stage. And right now, all the signs are pointing towards Furia.
I've been waiting for this fight for a long time, and Cello gonna get rewarded for his patience. Actually, Fallen is stealing away.
2 4Ks back-to-back on the orb. Sure, it's anti-eco. We don't need to jazz that one up too much, but safe to say, he ain't missing, Harry.
He's really not. He's setting the example that everyone else is to follow in. And Fallen's 12-5. That only makes guys like KSROTA want to do better, get more involved. Going to be overshadowed by Fallen in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, for Saw, they have 5 major debutants. No one has ever stepped foot in the top 24, let alone the top 16. And on your screen, multi-major winner 2 times for Fallen. Surrounded by what we, for so long, presumed to be the best in Brazil, and at least certainly the individuals of KSROTA and Yuri have made that statement pretty clear. But this is a team lacking trophies, never taking a tier 1 victory, only picking up their first LAN win last year. A team wanting more. They're gonna get it. Full A rush for Saw.
Couple of missed shots from Serato. He's not able to recover that Fallen. Check this out. Watch how it's done, he says.
Another one.
Gonna nade that smoke open again for Fallen, and that lines them up for the kill to Aros Dos.
Important molly. But the bomb will be reinforced back to another position. And Furia, they won't wait, they won't rest. They'll come in quick.
Oh, good miss splash there. At least let Story continue holding the line into Temple. Over and done with, yeah, it was a nice start for Furia to recover this after the misses from Serato, but suddenly it's gone back the other way. This slowdown from Saw has served them well. Fallen low on health, but is looking to make that first incision, and he's gonna get it. Now Cello looks to leave a mark, striking out through the Temple, throws out the hands, and Mutiris is there to meet him. Both players low for Furia, tagged up in these fights, but yet to finish the job. Mutiris is going to try and get tricky with it in the 1v2.
I like this.
Only thing he has is space, and so he's looking to use that to his advantage.
It's all about the post-plant position. Does he go aggressive towards long? He'll have a deep line. Fallen can hold this and let Cello walk up. Mutiris just wants to put distance between himself and his opponents. Position back on ramp. Timing open to play cave, but the bomb wouldn't be for that position. So if he does this, he's going to have to be swinging out of cave to kill Furia on that tap. That being said, this is still the last place Furia should expect him in. All comes down to the timing now.
Well, he knows where both players are coming from. Tap on the bomb, but Mutiris doesn't take the bait. He calls their bluff. Calls it again. Mutiris only just swinging out now, and he's going to knock Fallen off that defuse.
Yeah.
And he knocks Cello out of the round. Beautiful clutch from Mutiris. The experienced man of Saw shines through when it matters.
So important just to feel like Saw can win those rounds, win those clutches against the very calm Furia. We saw that same 2v1. It was Roman, the other experienced player of Saw, versus Furia in Vertigo, and they just held. They didn't move a muscle. He played himself. Mutiris makes it happen this time. Forces the fight, calls the bluff, and that perfect shadow giving away Fallen's stick allows him to wallbang the bomb. Great round for Mutiris. We needed something for Saw in this game, and he has delivered it.
Yeah, it's something just to inspire the troops a little bit when you kind of see your veteran player doing that. It reminds you that you're capable. It reminds you that you can. And so if that's what it takes to get, you know, some of the younger players here switched online, then so be it. Mutiris has delivered a crucial round there, a crucial 1v2. So will that be the round that brings Saw back into the series? They're looking for a tied half with Furia here. And if they win this next round, they're well on their way to doing that. Furia would be broke heading into the final round of the play.
Oh, is it a full B-rush? They've got the lurk smoke instantly up ramp. They're going towards cave with a pace, but that Molotov has chewed them up. Yuri does a lot of damage. Cello can finish the job. That was optimistic at best for Saw. They try to throw a punchy, pacey play into this B-bomb site, and they're still going. There's an AWP here. Fallen smoked out. There is a nade available for it, but they're just running into guns, and Cello is happy to deliver death. Another nade on the side. That could be a problem. Dodged by Mutiris, but Saw are far from comfortable here on B.
No, I mean, they have no room to maneuver, man. They are trapped in this tiny box of the B site.
Nice.
Crucial kill out of Mutiris to alleviate a lot of the pressure with Cave dealt with. That gives them the route to a bomb plant, but now Story's got to cook up a clutch. Line up on short. Story in with something here. Just one man left to beat, and he can't deal with Art. Cut down, one shy of back-to-back clutches as Art stands and delivers for Furia, regaining control of that round and putting to bed Saw's dream of a tied half.
And in such a seemingly unwinnable moment, he gives us a flash of brilliance. He makes us believe once more, but it's not meant to be. Furia closed the round like they always should have, and it comes at a cost. And that's the worst part for Saw, is what we've been saying all day. Even the moments of celebration are so brief. They win a round, but they win it with none alive, one alive. They've never had the money. They've never had the finances for these constant rebuys. It's Galils all day, it's Mac 10s. And so, in the final round of the half, Saw once again scraping at the bottom of the barrel for Gunk. Oh, the mollies are shredding them. And this 1AK on the story needs to find this opening kill yet again.
Gonna cross back out. They're not able to punish him. So that challenge goes unanswered.
Perfect cave setup as well.
Oh, that
Easy
jiggle.
pre-fire.
Story might have looked good in that head-to-head in the last one, but now no contest. There is a weird timing here, hit by Mutiris, who's been the hero a handful of times in the series already, but you would need some huge results out of the guy here. Good kill to Art, but he takes a lot of damage in the process, and now they know about him. He doesn't have the element of surprise anymore. Fallen hunts him down at almost 20 kills deep at the end of this first half for Fallen. There's no doubt he wants that next stage. He wants that elimination stage for Furia, maybe more than anyone else. Aros Dos will deal with the front man, but now he's got to deal with the rest of the band. Tap on the bomb. All three players for Furia are grouped up in cave. Can Aros Dos succeed where Story failed? A 1v3, the odds against him. Jiggle at a cello. Taps the bomb again. Furia take the bait this time. And this time Aros Dos able to lock them both out of it. It's just Keserato from the cave with the backstab and another clutch attempt denied by Furia to round out the half.
Just a game of what ifs. And that's all Saw will be asking. We've seen these players plagued by clutches going astray before at the Antwerp RMR. All we can think about is you know, that elimination to VP. And once again, it will be questions. What could this game have been on Saw's map pick? Back-to-back 1v3s, made one-on-ones, denied by Furia. They are relentless. Nothing but nice tries for Saw, but that may be all it will be here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, if anything, the only thing that bringing these clashes so close but never getting them gets you is more heartbreak if this goes against you.
If or when.
Furia picked up their first pistol in the series to open up this map. And if they do that here and now, this could very well be over before it even gets started for Saw.
Got an instant A-rush smoke as well. Meanwhile, Saw are trying to take mid from Donut. They've heard it, they realize what's going on, but those smokes force a decision. Do we play to deny the bomb or do we just give it up? Mutiris gets a quick pick. He'll hang around for more, but he can concede in a 5-on-4.
Nice kill for Roman. Joins the fray in defense of this A side. Cello tries to run it through CT. Bomb plant at least for Furia.
No excuses.
2v5. This is the best spot Saw have been in quite some time. They're going to run at Fallen. They feed him that first kill, but that's it. End of the line. Just Keserato now. Plays the trigger discipline. Keserato in with a chance, but as they swing him together, they lock him out of that clutch. It's a good reaction after he bides his time on that swing out through Temple. That had all the makings of something for Keserato.
Yeah, lucky that second player gets tucked behind the big box in time, unbeknownst to him, where Keserato had gotten himself to. And yeah, nice opening kills for Saw. Roman and Matiris. Was it the experienced Mantle hitting it a couple of headshots before Furia get control of the site. And it was fairly desperate for Furia in a 3-on-5 jumping through smokes, but okay. Bomb plant, you know Furia are going to buy. Saw have won 3 out of 4 pistols in this series now. But Furia don't let you take them for free. They don't let you establish any control early in the half. Galil's out, Mac 10s included. Mid-molly to, in theory, deny the climb up, and while it's missed, it's not a problem. Saw are playing passive. Also playing 2A, so ample chance for Furia to just exec this B bomb site and win it in the early 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, Furia have shown they're very, very capable at doing more with less in rounds like this, and I think that even Fallen's brought a kind of certain stoicness to these sorts of rounds, right? Like where his foundation has always been rooted in trying to play with the speed and the pace of the 4 spies, trying to outmatch your opponents in the firepower and the individuals. Fallen gives a very nice approach to these sorts of rounds where it's a bit more methodical, where you're really milking it for all you can. And it feels like a bit of a perfect storm, especially when you still have Art's talents, his ability to get to these crazy positions and to play on the back foot with the SMGs. He's very comfortable with these guns.
I was going to say, how long till Saw realised that A is not the port of call? It's so silent on that side of the map. Not a footstep heard in Main. They've got to reinforce this bomb site. And Furia, it feels like maybe they've missed that window. They didn't like the smoke in cave, even though they threw a perfect molly and spam to make sure that player couldn't get back in the cave. Furia wait out the smoke. They want it to be perfect, but in doing so, it's allowed Saw to make a read, make a gamble, and it's great for them. 4 on this B bomb site, Furia walking into a trap.
Oh, but that's a nice way for it to start. Fallen's just spammed Roman out of the round. Mutiris, time to don his cape again, but he won't be the hero, not this time. 2 kills from him is not enough. And so a 4-man stack will not keep Furia at bay. They play right into Saw's hands, and they come out the other side laughing. And now the rest might just be a formality. 3 on 2, post-plant, a bomb to play around. Arostos in another one of these 1v3s. Never been able to walk them over the line yet. And it's not going to start now, not when Saw really needed it.
Oh, no escape either, no survival. No chance. Only the Portuguese chance from Furia. And hey, you don't need a Dark Molly if Fallen's just going to wallbang the entry kill. That felt like the player in the pinpoint position to win the round, to save that B-rush on a 4-man stack at the perfect point in the round, and Saw feel like they can do no right. What an unbelievable execute for Furia, and to continue how this series has been going. Yes, Saw win a pistol, but what do they have to show for it? Immediate force buy comes through for Furia. Saw with a final tactical timeout. And they are running out of room.
And that's the structure in those rounds that we're talking about, right? Where I think an older Furia squad might have, at that first smoke that you talked about over towards Cave, the one that slowed them right down, I think they would have looked to play with the pace there. They would have had trust in the molly. But Fallen's like, no, we're going to go when we're ready to go. We're throwing in the full exec. We know our roles. We know what we're doing. And they keep it very, very clean. And they play it on their terms, even though it's into that Saw stack. And those rounds hurt the most. You read it well, you were in the right place, you were set up, you had everything going your way if you're Saw, and it still wasn't enough. You couldn't stop Furia. And if you get caught up under the wheels of this team, they will drag you along for the ride and then leave you for dead. And that's what's happening to Saw right now. Down to the pistols, they've got to respond on a force buy of their own. But Furia are in no rush. They're waiting to see, in all this silence, in this lack of contact, this lack of info for Saw, if any plays are made, if any fights get brought to them. Now that bomb rotates back to join these players in main.
Yeah, this is a perfect call as well, right? Like, there's no way you can stop this. It's not even a kit for a retake, and it's a guaranteed plant for Furia just off of positions. A smoke in CT will ruin Saw's chance of contending for this site. Playing ahead of it is Arostos. He's had a great deagle, but denied by the grandfather again. The big boy of Brazil, Fallen. Triple kill.
I mean, we've stepped in a time machine for this matchup, man. It's a glorious series from Fallen, both in terms of the calling and in terms of his individual performance. You really can't fault him.
And we've had the glimmers of art madness as well, like this balance of yin and yang for Furia. Think about the A rushes on Vertigo, up gap with a Mac 10, feeling like it's 2020 online again. He's not needed in this one. Fallen has done it all, and he's searching for all the glory. A 4th kill at the end of the round. Fallen, why not sprinkle in an ace? It's not allowed, but we'll grant it anyway. 10 for Furia.
Não, capacete os caralho, garanto. Matei dois caras de capa.
Look, man, I mean, even when we cut back to him, he's very determined. You know, he's not overzealous in the celebrations yet. They know that the job's not done. They will be soon.
Sort of look like they've already lost. I mean, you know, compare the cameras cut between these two teams. Devastated looks on the Portuguese faces. And fair enough. This is a Furia in fighting form that maybe, just maybe, have inspired some hopes for that elimination stage. Would not have felt that way after day one, going down 0-2, yeah. Losing to Limvision, an embarrassing performance from Furia. There was no doubt, this is not the same Furia. This is a team playing to the sum of their parts. And then some. Another stack, well, it's never been a problem before, and especially not with USPs.
Oh, it's going to be that first point of contact up through the ramp. Quick work made of the USPs, and the boost at long has to get dismantled. Oh, clinical stuff up against the pistols of Saw. Just padding those numbers up a little bit. Having his fallen round.
Oh, and it doesn't matter. Double.
I mean, dude, I gotta say, on the flip side, right, while we've been singing Furia's praises, my heart really goes out to Mutiris, right? This is a guy who's got over a decade of experience in the game, always been there as someone trying to bring up generations of these Iberian players. And man, like, he has been the one solid piece for Saw in this game across the series on both maps.
Found that clutch. Yeah, I mean, this was a breakout team of this year as well. Like, this is the breakout European team where it felt like, okay, these guys are going to do damage. They have a sick, beautiful story at the RMR. They keep it up online, qualifying to London through the showdown, and now they come here. They start 2-0. Everyone's ready. Everyone's celebrating. Everyone's like getting ahead of themselves. This is it. Does this team have top 8 potential? These young players with veterans leading them, and they crumble like dust. It's going to motivate them in the long term, but right now, this has to feel like the world is crushing you. The sky is falling.
Yeah, as far as you were concerned, if you saw, you know, your dreams are about to be realized, you were going to have that immediate run into the Legend stage, and all these years of grinding and the mammoth effort that's gone into even recovering at the RMR to getting here in the first place, and it might all just dissipate. Your dreams were right there. They were even in your grasp for a brief moment. Arostar sees the shadow.
Nice.
2 kills from the guy over towards main. Attempted the challenge. The trade comes from Art, and he will get away with it. Second player back in the donut, it's Mutiris. Safe pair of hands, honestly, the one that you would want here.
Oh, God, 3v5, Harry. They've even got a lurker. Oh, dear. B is open. Yuri might check inside of the site, which could give Roman this kill. But even then, Saw have left A entirely. Playing active. They're going to clear out Yuri eventually. But this bomb is still ready to plant at the A site. You're leaving this round in the capable hands of Art and K-Serato. Anything Yuri does is just a cherry on top, and he's hit the perfect timing.
No.
This is his.
Oh,
no.
Hang on, it goes both ways.
Okay.
And he just looks away.
Now they got to go.
And they know it's not B. They know it's not B anymore. So they're going to start going back towards this A site where R opened up with that double out through main. Him and K-Serato, many a year spent playing side by side. And so will that synergy be enough to overpower a Saw that are down in the dumps, that are doubting every move they make? Art seems to think so. Even gets out after this attempt at the trade. K-Serato plants the bomb. Art's still locked into this fight back at Donut, but K-Serato gets hung out to dry.
Oh, they were in two minds about that one completely. I feel like you've got to both push the same position and take a kill together. Maybe Art feels like he can help his teammate out and that Donut player won't come swinging first, but yeah, Furia, you know, if Yuri gets a kill, that round is just done. It's dead. We would have sold the B fake. Instead, Saw get decent positions, close to A as the bomb gets planted. And it's all set up by Arosdos. A rock-solid anchor. But is it just one round for Saw? At least they take it with enough players surviving that they can finally afford everything. Guns on everyone.
Arosdos attempting to have his second wind here, but once more, it's a instant trade out of Furia over in main. You can see that Arosdos is trying to do that final push, right? That final 20% of energy stocked up in the reserves is going into trying to start these rounds off well for Saw. They know in their hearts of hearts that they're not in the mindset to win this game right now, but it doesn't take much to push yourselves there. And so Arosdos is trying to get them believing, but awkward that this time it's not the 2-for-1. He's caught in the trap of Furia over in main. Furia have been doing this constantly. They get a trade, they'll take a long pause in the middle of the round and they wait, they gauge the reactions and they always get given them. Sadly, oftentimes it is Story as well. That next domino to fall.
Who's here though?
Ujax is the surprise, but the molly, he has to extinguish that, and now they know about a player in at the site on default. Instead, we're looking at Mutiris. This might have to be his moment to shine. One kill from the veteran. Bit more damage done from his teammate, but not the kills yet. Instead, it's Yuri to return this one to a 3-on-3. And look at how restricted the map is right now. For Ujax and Roman, someone's got to step up with 15 seconds. Time could do it for them here. Roman, both players have got to come his way. They've got to run right into him.
Nice
Drops the smoke to try give himself a bit more leverage, and it's just Yuri left to beat. Roman holds the line. 3 kills in the round. And the other experienced voice of Saw finally has something worth smiling about.
Yeah, Furia, I like what they're doing. You know, they're really just trying to wait for Saw to break and swing into their fight and go too early, but great restraint from Saw on almost all parts. Mutiris does go a step too far after this kill, but Roman plays it perfectly. Even peeking with 5 seconds, he knows K-Serato is going to have to prioritize a plant. So nice hunt there at the end. Okay, Saw just trying to tread water. No life jackets in sight. Again, it's just been the opener onto Arosdos. That's been the goal for Furia, killing him back-to-back rounds. He's always taken one with him, though.
Yeah, and I like that he's not really laid off the aggression here. He's not letting it get to him. He loves playing this angle for the shadow advantage. It gives him little droplets of info over the main, and it lets him be a lot more active and involved in the start of these rounds.
And they throw a smoke and they don't show anything else. So soon we should see Mutiris rotate. If Saw feel comfortable enough to reinforce that B-bomb site. It takes coming in, though. The orb gets cut off, and someone's got to get mobile. Mutiris taking up Donut instead to enforce Arosdos' position. That's exactly what Furia want. This is still going to end B. This is a perfect fake for Art.
I mean, he knows the standard response to this, especially in a 5v5 so late in the round. You're going to have someone move over and cover mid from Donut. So he tries to find the space out through red. Furia are leaving this one down to the wire, and we've seen that betray them before. Art's backstab is spotted. He's tagged up. Ujax covering from long, but it's Roman run down. Story's all quick reactions anymore. Just the one. And Ujax clotheslined and finished off as the long side falls apart for Saw. Mutiris on this backstab and Arosdos away from the action. And a gut-wrenching decision has to be made here. There's so much damage done to Furia. K-Serato is the only guy with health. But if you go for this 2v4 and you don't win it and everyone dies, you've got nothing up against 12 rounds to Furia. With Elimination staring you dead in the face, and it's not that Elimination stage. So they save here. They at least get rifles out of the round, but not even that's a guarantee. K-Serato removes one of them. And the second, and that is the worst possible outcome for Saw. They didn't go for the 2v4 retake. They wanted the guns. They wanted that little bit extra in the last round of this game, and they don't even get that.
Oh, you could even feel, you know, Story summoning every tendon in his wrist to hit those flicks there. And it even felt like the second one connected, but it doesn't come through. K-Serato, ice cold 3K exit will send them to the bank, but they're not getting alone here. Pistols out for what may be their final round in Copenhagen. Furia, after going 0 and 2 in the BO1s, down in the dumps day 1. It does feel like it's happened. A full reverse sweep, the inverse of Saw's situation. They've just got to finish the job right here, right now. You will never have a better opportunity. 5 pistols.
As per usual, they're not jumping the gun on this. No crazy Hail Mary.
Well.
There's the kill. There's that first domino falling at the end of the tether for Saw. Furia group, they want to get in a B right now, and there's only one man here. It's just Roman. It's Roman's Deagle, or it's nothing for Saw. He needs success, and he's under that pressure. Does get out with one, and they let him cross. They let him live. He keeps this even at least. Gives Saw a fighting chance in what might be their last round played at the Major. Swing out from the cave is punished. K-Serato with one more, and it took a while. But Furia finally arriving in Copenhagen and in good form. The reverse sweep from 0-2 down, and now being the third Brazilian team to qualify for that elimination stage. Spearheaded with some fantastic performances from the likes of Fallen. Felt like we went back in time for this one here. And this isn't just a win for Furia, it's not just a win for the Brazilians, but the Americas gaining that extra slot now on the back of Furia's win and the reverse sweep in the opening stage.
Absolutely, some vintage Fallen, some vintage Furia moves on this one. Unfortunately, dealing the final blow to Saw, but what an explosion of emotions on that camp. They are right behind us, of course, Jason, knowing that you have had that weight on your shoulders from all those tournaments where you couldn't do what you needed to do, and now you're at a major and you start 0-2, but you finish like this.
Yeah, I think it's been a very cool road, and I think it's also a nice capstone, because all the conversation around Furia has been the disappointment and the negativity around how they've looked to start this group stage, and it's a great telling. It's good seeing the emotion as they have just gotten better step by step. From when they went down 0-2, that first day was an absolute disaster, but it was just one day of 2 best of ones, right? And those were the days you saw curious rounds. Ever since then, they've cleaned things up. You've had K-Serato, you're starting to see some of the layers of some of the plays that they've been able to execute. They had a couple really nice execute in this ancient map on their T side as well. And yeah, this is the culmination of them just improving throughout the group stage, and congratulations for qualifying.
It's a much better performance coming out of Furia today, yesterday, and the day before that. You're not wrong when you're saying that day 1 was a disaster. You're losing to Legacy, you're losing to Vision as well, 2 teams who weren't even close making it through. You can argue Legacy had a chance today, but they never really got it going in their game. So I think for Furia, having won 6 maps in a row now, having won 3 games in a row, they're coming into the next stage feeling comfortable. They're coming into the next stage looking like the Furia that we expected coming into the tournament. Of course, the best of 1 is going to be an issue as well in the next stage if they can show up, but
not if they're the underdogs.
Well, true, and also, you know, the case has been made. The best of 3, the map pool, it's looking quite strong right now for Furia.
And also in the next stage, there'll be some teams who have been cold for a while who will come in the same way like Furia did perhaps into their first best of 1. So there's opportunity that doesn't only go for Furia, that goes for the other teams that played here as well. So yeah, we'll get to talk to some of the members of Furia and also to Saw, of course, for the exit interview later. So let's start by mentioning Saw just a little bit. It was all Jacob, that question of, okay, we saw a lot of good things. We saw that win streak. We were all believing in it.
It's a bit bittersweet, right? Because it's a sad story. They went 0-2 at the Armor, then they came back, won 3 games in a row, went on this massive win streak with 11 games in a row, owning it at the Blast Showdown as well, qualifying for the Spring Final. So we get to see them more at a Tier 1 tournament. That's a positive for them, but the way it finishes right here, it almost makes me feel like it was just a bit of a Cinderella history. It was a bit of a fairy tale. We knew that level that they were showcasing probably weren't their real level. They were a little bit over-exaggerated in how they were performing. That being said, though, I do feel we never really, as you said, Jason, we never really got to see the A game from Saw. What they showed us online, what they showed us during the Blast Showdown against Cloud9, taking them down in the best of 3, we never saw that face. Never saw that Saw gaming turn out this tournament.
Yeah, I think there is a level to them that we didn't really see. I think most of it came down to individually, because like I've said a number of times, you know, for me, I think they do a good job with the eye test. I like the way they play Counter-Strike. I like some of the decisions they make, and I think a lot of it was, you know, there was a pretty consistent individual drop-off deep into the roster. You know, we saw the stat at the beginning of this year is all 5 players at a lesser level. And even then, when you play good Counter-Strike, you play smart Counter-Strike, if the individuals aren't there hitting the shots to execute those good tactics and those good strategies, they're not going to work. And I think that's kind of the biggest thing we saw from Saw throughout this opening stage. And, you know, you got to add into it. Remember, this is some inexperience. Muterus and Roman, they've been playing forever. This is still their first major. They tried to qualify for all of them in CSGO. This is the only one they actually qualified for. The other guys, obviously, you know, rookies coming into this major, you're going to gain some experience from this.
And that's the narrative I want to push. No matter how much it must be disappointing for the fans to watch right now, especially after being up 2-0, especially after winning 11 games in a row, had you told me 2 months ago that Saw would be at the major, they would be in a 2-2 position, I would have said, no, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
Some magic did get popped. Like there was something, right? Like when they lost that 2-0 game to Cloud9, something from there just never got right back on track.
They still exceeded expectations, right? Qualifying for a major, that's not for everyone. We saw that. Shout out to Astralis. So for them to be here at the tournament, be reliable, be competitive, and getting close to it, that in itself is a massive result for Saw Game.
Yeah, and thanks to a lot of their wins, they can look on to more opportunities to show what they can do, hopefully on LAN later, and they can learn a lot from this. But when it comes to facing this Furia, it's one of those things where when it's going for Furia, they are so frustrating to play against. They win rounds that they have no business winning. They can turn around in clutches sometimes. Art is pushing through a smoke and just gets you onto the dome, and it's demotivating, I guess.
I think this game kind of showed like this. We'll see what they come out with when the stiffer competition comes in the next stage, in the elimination stage. But I mean, you have to give credit over to Fury in the sense that you had a disgusting level of Fallen today in this series. Cello's really shown that he's grown up into a good anchor. Yuri and Quesarado obviously doing their own things, and Art having his impact with his plays. Those are all really good ingredients for a Furia team.
Yeah, speaking of Fallen, he's standing by with Pala, so let's listen.
He is, Shox, absolutely standing by with me. Fallen and Furia, congratulations. You are through to the top 16 of the major. How does that sound? How does that feel?
Feels amazing. Big pressure this game. You know, a lot of things going on for everyone in the tournament. You know, every team wants to go through. Started off slow, 0-2. So happy that we made it 3-2. And very happy that I managed to show up on the last game as well and help the team win this. It was a very important win for us.
Gabriel, after the victory, can I ask, in the huddle, what do you guys speak about and who's speaking?
It's mostly our coach, Gehi. He's mostly doing the talks, and every time it's about the realization that we need to not think too much on things that are not on our control, you know, not really think too much about how things probably going to happen. You know, it's more about staying in the present, think exactly what we need to do every round by round. Most of the conversations go around that, trying to get the guys pumped up and confident, and at the same time, trying to control the emotions, because, you know, it's a lot of pressure. Games like that, it always counts a lot.
Now, you mentioned it yourself. Your tournament run here did not start off well. 0-2 to be precise, but you did the reverse Swiss format sweep, and you end up 3-2. Does that make this victory even sweeter, knowing you had to work through such adversity?
Yes, that shows the resilience of the team. You know, we have been practicing a lot, and most of the times the results in boot camps, they're kind of shaky. You know, you go to the tournament, you don't know what to expect. And this time, we knew they were playing well. Like, results were better compared to other boot camps we were doing, so we knew we were in the right direction. But then 2 BO1s, we don't play our best at first, but we didn't let that hurt our confidence. We kept going round by round, and preparation after preparation, props to our coach and analysts, Sid and Gary. They have been doing amazing work on preparing the team and getting us ready for every match.
Gabriel, on top of all of this is the true cherry on top of this cake of making it to the top 16, knowing that you're the third Brazilian team representing for your country there.
It's amazing. I'm so happy that all the Brazilian teams are showing up. A little bit sad that Legacy couldn't make it up. The MongolZ are a very good team. I have lost for them 3 times already. I think I only beat them once. So, very strong team. But I'm very happy for Pen Gaming, very happy for Imperial as well. I was playing there before, so many friends, so much history. So I'm very happy that the Brazilian scene is showing up and trying to recover a little bit of the legacy we had in the past. And slowly we can get there again.
Gabriel, final couple of questions. I have to ask you about your star individual performance. It was like watching you at your peak again, 2016. What was happening with you on the server? It was a fantastic performance.
I would say that on Vertigo, everything was going my way. I was getting good kills and taking right decisions round after round. That made it strong on the CT side mainly. I think I ended up at 17-3, if I'm not wrong, which is a very good half on this game. And then on Ancient, I think I was starting slow. I think was 3-0 in the game, and I kind of played a very bad round on the City side on B side's defense. I didn't help much, and they won a very important round. They broke their economy, and after that, I was like, okay, I cannot let this be how the match is gonna go all the way. So I tried to recover myself, tried to think positive, and once we came up with that eco round that we won as well, we got our momentum back, and the LP kills started coming up. So yeah, very happy that I was able to play. I have been finding my groove and finding my performances lately. Sometimes they don't really show on every single game, but I feel like I'm getting better again, game by game.
Gabriel, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations to you and Furia. You're through to the top 16. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the fans watching at home?
For the English fans, English speakers, thanks so much for trusting in us, trusting in Furia. I appreciate the support, our sponsors, all the crew that helps us getting there. And for the Brazilians, galera que tá no Brasil torcendo, muito obrigado pelo carinho, pela torcida, pela minha família, para Letícia, para meus irmãos, minha mãe. Grande beijo para vocês. Tô muito feliz de estar aqui. O suporte de vocês todos os dias me ajuda a estar nesses momentos. Amo vocês. Tamo junto.
Gabriel, go join your team, go celebrate and get ready for tomorrow. Shox on the desk, back to you.
Thank you so much. The words of support there for the family, always together in it, and that does include Gary as well. Congratulations. Are you happy with Fallen today?
Yeah, very happy with Fallen. He had like an amazing game, both maps. City is really important for Alper, like Fallen, get his confidence. And sometimes when he doesn't begin the game really good, he have the experience to come back. So I'm really proud of him.
What was going in your head after day one? Were you like, oh shit, here we go? That was a rough day.
After day one, I saw the guys like really worry about their future, and the next day I just talked with them that they doesn't need to worry because we work a lot to be here, and I was sure that we are be 3-2. And after the game, I said the same thing. I told you guys we will be 3-2, and it's really important for us because we need to build our resilience as a team after the beginning of the year.
Sure.
And that spot means a lot.
What was the biggest change that you saw within the team? Like you can say all you want, but things have to change inside the server with the 5 guys who are playing, right? So from day 1 to day 2, and then obviously the entire qualification process, was it better communication? Was it better decision making? Better individuals?
Bro, day 1 we lost, I think 4 or 5 force buys.
Yeah, you did.
And losing pistols. So it's important to have those ones, not all, but some of those.
Right.
I thought that we lost some impossible situations because of after we lost the first map, the second one, we were not Furia, we were not playing against Elimination.
Yeah.
And I understood that I need to talk a lot about those points because if you want to get the spot, we need to be much better mentally.
Yeah.
Now you won 6 maps in a row, right? It's been a pretty good streak after day 1. You're going into the elimination stage as well, I guess, with a lot of confidence. Is it a different Furia heading into the next stage than the one we saw on day number 1 at the challenger stage?
I expect that because we, as you said, 6-0. it's important to have the confidence back. And when we start the BO1s that they are really fast, you need to be really confident that what you train for, you are ready for.
Sure.
When it comes to going forward now, or maybe even in the process of you still having to play your match when you had the 2 other Brazilian teams playing today as well, and in total 3 now qualifying, did you feel that fire of like, okay, Pain did it, Imperial did it, sadly Legacy couldn't, we really have to do this?
I was not thinking about that. I'm talking a lot about not thinking about the past and not thinking about the future with those guys. They have a lot of baggage and pressure at home and Brazilian crowd, and we are not thinking too much. We are just thinking about the present and that we need to do what we're training for.
Yeah, I heard that from Fallen as well.
Yeah.
1 round at a time.
Yeah.
Curie, there's a lot of us who is about to go up to our room now and do our pick'ems, right? And we're looking ahead to the next stage. Are you currently, do you believe, obviously, and I guess the answer is yes, but do you realistically believe that you guys have a shot at making the playoff with the way you're playing right now?
I'm really confident, as I said, because the 6-0 it's important, but when you don't lose maps, you think that everything is fine, but it's not like that. We need to work really hard for the day 1 because the last day 1 was like tough for us. So it's really important to focus on day 1. If we pass the day 1, I think we have a good shot.
Speaking of, I believe the schedule is ready, so I'll keep you just for that. We're gonna do first the secondary stream tomorrow. I don't know which or where you will be playing, but let's see if it's there. Oh my! G2 Esports versus Furia.
How does that make you feel?
That's a really good match. In the past we played a lot in BO3s. I think they have a new team now with Nexa and Huxi. We were bootcamp in the same place, so we saw each other every day.
Talking some smack, peeking your head into the room.
Yeah.
What's up, please?
We talked with those guys. I think they are amazing players and amazing persons. So I think it will be a really good match. And BO1 will be like tough match for sure.
Jason, what else?
Complexity pain is a big one right there, especially when you consider, the factor of coming in cold. Complexity, they've looked a little bit shaky recently as well, haven't been super confidence-inspiring from their start in CS2. You have a hot playing Pain Gaming with Big Uzera, obviously that one's big. Imperial, that's a really annoying matchup against Virtus Pro. Navi MongolZ as well. Those all seem to have a pretty big favorite on one side of them, but MongolZ could still surprise Navi. I think Navi's a beatable team if you come out hot and hit them in the face quick.
It is possible. I'd love to see the matchup for the other stream as well. Of course, we'll have each team playing 2 best-of-1s tomorrow, so depending on what they do in that opening match, we'll see them again. So let's take a look at the other matchups, because we'll have 8 again, since it's the first day of the second stage. And let's take a look.
That's a couple of interesting games.
That last one's a banger.
Spirit Cloud9.
That last one's a banger.
The FaZe Clan versus Heroic as well. I think Heroic have played exceptionally well so far. Went 3-0 obviously against FaZe Clan, against Kerrigan. There's a Danish domestic lineup going on right there. And then Vitality, one of the favorites, I guess, to win the entire thing, going up against an Eternal Fire that I guess we expected a bit more from, but they were warming up into it. They're definitely a team you can count out in a best-of-1 as well.
All 3 of those teams on the left side there, Vitality, FaZe, Spirit, you'd put as like the 3 teams that are like the biggest favorites to win the event entirely. So they have some tough matches. Eternal Fire's no joke, Heroic's no joke, Cloud9's obviously no joke. So yeah, this whole schedule on the mainstream is pretty fire. Ecstatic's been super surprising as well. It's really cool seeing them here.
They have. And it's Swiss, right? Anything can happen. And if one of the favorites falls to one of those other teams in a best-of-1, then it becomes crazy. Gary, we're going to let you go. Good luck, of course, in the next stage. We're looking forward to how much Furia can show us, because I think we gotten like a teaser in this last match. So we're hoping that it's only going to get better.
Also, give me a big hug. Thank you for the America spot, my man.
Yeah,
that's beautiful stuff.
How many we got more?
7, baby.
7?
Yeah, you knocked us up a notch. We love that shit.
Yo, that's amazing. That's really important for the whole
region.
Yeah, this is amazing.
It'll be 6 Brazilians and 1 American.
Exactly. I hope so.
Skewing the stats. I love it. We're going to let you go.
Okay,
Gary, thank you so much.
Cheers,
Obrigada.
Bye-bye.
And have a nice evening. And thank you for bringing it up, Jason, because I would have forgotten, but that's 7 spots possibly going into Shanghai.
Yeah, that's interesting, and obviously good for North American Counter-Strike. It is currently the Brazilians carrying your ship ship over there. And
we need all the help we can get right now,
I guess
baby.
you have to help them at some point. You know, it's been, I don't know, 4 years where you've been quite lackluster. But hopefully you can turn up for the Shanghai Major. Another one I want to point out is the fact that the MongolZ made it to the next stage as well, which I believe
crank those up
means that they have 3 spots now going for the Asia Oceanic qualifier, which is also super cool for that region.
And I think it takes away the last chance qualifier for the European
EU,
region
yeah.
as well,
Even better.
That always made me, I hated that.
You really angry that they had one and you did, or we had one and you didn't?
Well, yeah, I mean, just to be a little bit petty and bitter about it, it was like some teams get 4, like over in the Americas region, these teams have only had 2 losses and you get knocked out. And over in the European region, it's like, well, these 8 teams all get 4 chances. And I was like, that's some crap. That's not cool.
On that salt,
it's all over now.
We'll close. Yeah, it's all over. Okay, as final note, maybe name one team that you are very excited to see in the next stage.
Oof. There's a lot of big teams I'm excited to see. For my money, the G2 Furia matchup tomorrow, that's going to be interesting. Obviously, there's some history with Nico and the majors. We saw what happened in Paris. Now, Counter-Strike 2 hasn't really been the best for him so far. He's been struggling a little bit individually. Yeah. We haven't seen him play for quite some time. It's been a while since we've seen Nico on the server, so I'm going to keep a close eyes on him. If he's coming back into shape with G2, then that could be a very fiery squad that you have to take in consideration for maybe being a bit of an underdog to win the entire thing.
Yeah, they had a long boot camp as well, because they didn't know which place they were going to be put into by the seeding, so they had a really extended boot camp. I would say obviously I think Vitality is going to be an exciting team to watch. Probably the biggest matchup I'm excited for tomorrow though is that last one, that Cloud9 Spirit match. Like the Shiro angle of that one is actually beautiful, especially when you consider how good of an opper he is against the team that we all kind of tease for not having an opper.
True.
So I mean I think there's Donks there too as an afterthought, but that Shiro angle. That Shiro thing is really what I like. I like seeing players who especially because Shiro made such a baller play of choosing to leave that team to go to like a competitor and bring them up a notch, and now they're potentially favorites to win the event. So I just think that's a really cool angle for that team throughout this whole major.
That is a great storyline going into that one. Those are only the first matches, of course. We'll then get the other best of ones tomorrow, so we'll get 16 matches in total. That means we should get a little bit of rest. This was a wonderful opening stage, some upsets, some surprises, but a lot of excitement heading into the elimination stage of the PGL CS2 Major in Copenhagen. Thank you so much for your wonderful work so far.
Thank you,
have
Shox.
4 days left to go, so let's get it. Yeah?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. See you tomorrow, everyone.
Bye.